what kind of workouts do I do. So I'm gonna show some of you all one of my workouts. And I'm on the road. I have no gym, I have no pull-up bar, I have nothing like that. So I do tons of calisthenics. So today, this will be one of my workouts that I do on the road in a hotel room.
All right, what's up, y'all? We're going back at it again. We have yet to conquer this workout, so we have to keep doing it, and it is extremely hard. I do need to go use the bathroom real fast, so I'm trying to think. Do I have everything set up correctly? Let's make sure audio levels are good. That should be fine. I hate that's playing on the same window, but whatever, it should be fine. What else? My cat is attacking my foot. But that's pretty standard for him. Oh, the chats. I always forget to pop out the chats. Let me do that. Dude, I've been hearing some good things about...
You ready for some autism?
About Kick recently. I would love to stream on Kick, like, full time. That'd be fucking dope, dude. So I'm gonna be real, I think Twitch is pretty... not pretty, extremely biased. Like, their enforcement, they don't make any sense. They make no sense whatsoever, and I think they just got sued, too, so we'll have to watch something on that. Maybe get an AI to explain the lawsuit to us, right? Because, yeah, why wouldn't we, honestly? Cool, so I'm gonna play the music back, and I'm gonna go mute.
Fuck this, man. You don't fucking social This rapper slash drug, yeah. Floating off that kush cloud. Floating off that kush cloud. Floating off that kush cloud. That kush cloud. That kush cloud. My kush cloud. My kush cloud. Floating off that kush cloud. Floating off that kush cloud. OG turn up too loud. That kush
Hell yeah, bro. Me too. Goggins, who was a huge influence in my life over the past like 8 years. Sorry I'm taking so long. I don't know if you're still here, Walter, if you want to follow along, but give me like 2 more minutes. Yo, W Kick, man. You're the first real person that's ever talked in my Kick chat. Fuck yeah, dude. All right, let's freaking get it, dude.
So feel free to join me. It's 7 o'clock here in Australia, 7 o'clock a.m. on Sunday. So back in the States, it's Saturday. I have no idea what time it is. So join me live in about 10 minutes.
Yep.
All right, probably less than 1 minute, so make sure you have some good room. We'll start with jumping jacks. So when people do jumping jacks, they start getting tired, they start doing this. And they start running in place. So just make sure you're going all the way up, all the way down. That's a jumping jack.
Did you show star jumps? Or star jumps, as they're known here.
Oh, sorry, for star jumps. Over here. I'm obviously not from here. But, and the time is going to begin. Jumping jacks, 4 counts. Ready to begin. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. When I say this, I say 1, 2, 3. You guys say 1. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3.
2,
1, 2, 3.
3.
4. 1, 2, 3. 5. 1, 2, 3.
Birds of a feather flock together, they need boost code. I was on door under my page like a new world. TK and they all blues, it's a new world. Thank you all for selling school buses in the school zone. I need on the hoodie, this some new chrome. 7,000 even when I got no shoes on. I said in the backwood, this bitch too strong. Undertaker, I slide down, give him a tombstone. On the freeway, chopped up in that E-Lab. But these switch got auto-tune, I call it T-turn. 3 chains straight from Hood George from eBay. Reach for this chain, we gon' stretch like it's pre-game. You can't slide down, you win that shooter with the cheap tire. I might burn Sam's plug down every piece fire. This bitch cooked, had to leave her in the deep fry. 12,000 on the Buffalo, don't think these wise. Some days I should've been in church, but I was bag chase. That day on time might come, you better have patience. One way up on the east side, we just had race. Pay for some haters, leave them with the bad face. Plug ain't you test them, they crash out. Something like Lamar, I end up in your stash house. You know me, he ain't the cop just cause ain't no bad job. Like a gamble, I'm just on the road, can never tap out. Track hard, shit, we finna stab out. Back in traffic shit, I guess it's what they mad about. Backpack boys, God, you finna pass out. If you ain't up 100, you can shut your damn mouth. Hands held $300 meal at the crab house. Down looking bad on this bitch, help your mans out. They used to talk down a lot, I heard they fans off. Your favorite rapper whipping bands off. selling shit. Bed with the trunk in the front like an elephant. Japanese fan, $1,000 medicine. Engine is a elephant. Here when I'm revving. You are Chevrolet. You are not a member. Me and caught 2 ops and they got popped together. I might play the new foot tomorrow. Gotta watch the weather. Courtside Pistons game. I wear crotch wherever. Round trail by them strikers. You be dumb to try.
You ready for some autism?
For real, 10 years he been running high. Louis V backpack on, it's 100 inside. Starbucks cup, crushed ice, some mud inside. Let me hear a suck, dumb fuck, bet I jumped the high. up, but she don't get tired. Sitting out shots for all of the guys. Why the fuck you typing on Twitter? You ain't gon' slide. I can make a whole brick sing, Mary J. Blige. I can tell the whole tooth thick, just like her thighs. Pull up in the water, shot it, brought them horses out. Put an amber guard, guess I'm going out. We go with a twin, now I got a one out. Twin, autos by the 10, everything we pouring out. Walk inside the club, then I go and shit it down. Shot that pussy whole pink, and a booty brown. Shot it going young jar, yeah, it's going down. I can make the pistol pop, nigga, let it pop.
You ready for some autism?
Down for push-ups. 10 push-ups, 10 4-count jumping jacks. Ready? Begin. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3.
They coming, they needed them skins. Coming in, chop on pounds like a whip. Flipping that world, I feel like a flip. Thought I was done, I'm fucking this bitch. Caught a little bug, so put some on. And I've been sick by that little bit clip. Ever been sick, and I feel like a crip. Hit me and let me reach my street. I knew you was sleep, the person was clean. You keep on tweet, on tweet. Shut up, boy, don't go this one. Still had bad since I was in high school. And I can't get this. Dropped out, I ain't give a fuck about a person. Slapping that ass, boy, it's fucking that bitch. She said she was dead. Living that shit when I sleep.
hop tip. I just put my nuts on my top stick. But just knock off her arm when the chopper hit. From my cousin the boogie, he loves a brick. Cause the nigga a rookie and nagging bitch. Tell my house and my whip in your kitchen and dip on my neck and my wrist off that powder shit. Friends for the automatic. Chopper for the automatic. She gon' suck me up, sorry man. You can wipe the hope inside a hat. And I ain't never had an OG, multiple old head niggas rap. Caroline Park cane train, I'm the big Lord Bunny Rabbit. Friends for the automatic. Chopper for the automatic. She gon' suck me up, sorry man. You can wipe the hope inside a hat. And I ain't never had an OG, multiple old head niggas rap. All the young niggas know me and the gang got it back. Gang got it back. Sitting there, got it back. Yeah, you got me looking automatic, spin the rap, crack, spin the plastic. Sit your bitch shopping under 7 now, but the horn bring them back. Street nigga got a heat, nigga, pussy nigga off the planet. Took me niggas out of prime. I can shoot a nigga in the face and make a bomb. Knock him out and give a dime. Over 500 degrees when I cook a nigga. Fuck for niggas, I don't wanna rip for my just tell them book a nigga. Got that GGR report, that's the garage of the pussy nigga. Fans for the automatic. Chopper for the automatic. She gon' suck me up, it's automatic. You gon' want the hook inside the hat. And I ain't never had an OG, with the old head niggas rap. All the young niggas know me and the gang got it back.
1, 2, 1, 2, 2, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 4, 1, 2, 5, 1, 2, 6, 1, 2, 7, 1, 2, 8, 1, 2, 9, 1, 2, 3, 10. Go. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 2, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2.
You ready for some autism?
1, 2, 3, 6, 1, 2, 7, 1, 2, 8, 1, 2, 9, 1, 2, 3, 10. One, two, three, one, two,
Most to pay with big check. Now nigga out here bustin' check. I see me beef, finna go get the OG on me, feel like a train. Throwing all these things, I feel like a quarterback. Wanna go to
21 minutes into it. Long way to go.
So far. I know. I'm gonna come on this side. I think just
45 seconds to hydrate.
They tell me to turn the camera. I say turn the camera on. Now I'll go back over here. No, you're good. That's more important. Taking that trade.
So we're gonna go left leg. Forward left leg. Just follow my lead. 4 count exercise. Ready? Begin. 1, 2, 3, 1. You know, forget it. We'll just do this, okay? You got it. So, we're just sitting here for a few minutes and do some fighting. Just sit here and just suck, motherfuckers. Yeah, I said it's coming out now. The demons are coming out now. It's coming out now. That's what happens. What's your internal conversation when pain gets in your head? When suffering starts to creep in? That little voice says, let's go home. Let's get back in the bed with my wife and my husband. I got kids at home. This is stupid. He's a maniac. This is fun. Merry Christmas. Just come. Come on. Stay with me. Come on.
Niggas can't get handshakes. Run the play, safe, home play every day. Let my money talk, don't conversate with damn snakes. So let my mama need the right, so I'ma get it straight. And niggas talking about that he say, she say. My niggas in the game, big win, sweet stay. I need the briefcase with all blue green faces. I've been a cop the field with big green speed racing. Bitch, I'm a bitch, take the money, pile big scrapers. You never been famous, man, cause my click's famous. Never been a hitter, yeah, nigga been amazing. My diamonds still swinging, better, yeah, still blanking.
Don't cheat me on some shit like this. No. Get down. Pain. That's how you get better. You feel it.
I promise I can't let no one try to get in between us. I promise I'm still chasing these dollars because I need them. I promise I'm still good on the block and in the city. I promise I'm gonna get to the top.
motivational speakers, inspirational people like to rub their mouths, talk to you about doing stuff like this, but they ain't doing it. Practice what you preach. The bogus, the laws. Oh yeah. Where we at right now? 70. One.
Verse number 2, do the damn thing.
You can get the count, start back in one.
Pocket full of big frame.
We had a long way to go. We're almost done. 70. Got the count. It's okay. Don't hate me for it. I love you all. I guess you all probably hate me. Oh, we got the count. Where we at? Get that knee close to the ground. Get close to the ground. Don't cheat on that form. I know the rest of the position for the lunge. Don't rest on me while doing lunges.
Say it to my face. Number lovely. Time and it place.
Boys get heavy. We're gonna put water and sand in them. That can't not head. But if you do these, the boys are never heavy. The arms are never heavy. The instructor starts to look at us like, what's wrong with this man? This man is crazy. There's no pain in this man. There's no heat in this man. Yeah, I'm talking to myself right now. I've lost my mind. I lose it sometimes. Now you got the witness to it. Get back up, brother. 10 seconds.
No.
Keep it going.
No. Early in the morning traffic. Drop down, you can get 'em on your ass. I'm eating chickens, you can get 'em whichever way niggas try to turn tactics. I'm with a passion. Hit it out and
I think it's
from the
something
mansion. I stand in the latest fashion. Hit it up, you just need to call fast and the back is in the back. Drink up on me, get some tax. With the black pack. Name a nigga with the sack. Motherfucker got the Mac back. She eat the molly like a snack. Eat it up, hold on like a black. Bend no shanks, real sack. Eat it up with the floor, give it back. Sack, get it, the lane and relax. Singing up, put the lamb in the bag. Big dog to a cat. Bitch in the Mac bag. 20 hoes to be reserved. I was in, yes, down on a nickel, yes.
Rocket Man. He's on a suicide mission.
For your sis right here.
So have you modified this workout just because you have no equipment and whatnot?
So what now?
Like you're just doing these, this is a good if you have no equipment.
Yeah, if you look like everybody has a complaint in life. We complain that I have money to go to the gym. I don't have time for a gym. So far, you've already been watching here. You might be watching later on. It's been 30 minutes. You've done quite a bit of shit. So guess what? Your excuses, they don't mean anything. Just get done.
Bitches know my name and I don't have to whip my necklace.
Anywhere workout.
And a bird on the sun.
All right, 30 seconds.
Number
Get
12
some
grade, I show
Get your
some
max
word
out.
to undercover. I like pretty girls with some business body shells. Bring your best friend, you don't need nobody else. All about the moolah, Netflix and the Moscato. In my sex drive, I ride. I get high, I get fly, I get paid. I get high, I get fly every day. I get high, I get fly, I get paid. I get high, I get fly every day. Yeah.
right here on your head. You can also put them right here. Right here is preferred though. And you can do a sit-up on your own at my count. So, here we go.
Rocket Man should have been handled a long time ago.
I'ma pull up to the block and show 'em how a nigga really got to deal with it. Every time I pull up to the city, shorty wanna get jiggy, make a phone call. If you see me, wanna see you, little nigga, gonna fuck us up, but I'ma say the deal with it. Is it just another little bitch? But you got no floss, but you show you all the ways you got with it. How we get through this life? Shoot my chain, you guys, stay with me. Know my method, I'ma tell you straight right, man. Mama got a bitch, she smile. You got a lot of shit, nigga to the stage, you lie, hit the way.
What questions do people have? I can try to answer a few. Camera lady say something. I don't know which one to say.
I hit the beach in a fluid. She got a gun, but she purring back. I'm looking like where he at, nigga, get out the way.
We are in Sydney, Australia.
My hand on to fade the way. This shit hard, like we on it. And if you wanna flip, I don't want to. Make single cap, I ain't trust you. Plus one, I got some brain, some swell for my bitch. They know I'm smoking, I got like some. In the mirror, man, I don't like you. Tell me do something.
Up, 53. Up, 54. Up, 55. Up, 56. Up, 57.
So we're in Sydney for an event, and as part of the event, Dave is leading a workout with a group of people here. So for everybody asking why, how, where, that's what's happening here.
What is this? What's going on here?
Out there, shooting rockets all over the place.
Up, 59. Up, 70. Up, 71. Up, 72. Up, 73. Up, 74. Up, 75. Up, 76. Up, 77. Up, 78. Up, 79. Up, 80.
Then I sip, pull up, then I dip. I keep a fancy bitch. All these bitches on my dick. Never pay, won't give a shit. Barry Bonds full of stick. Getting fancy on the nigga. I won't miss out that I hit. Getting fancy with the Ruger James Bond. Don't you slip. James worthy, you ain't worthy. 100 rounds in the clip. Like I'm Trinidad James. All gold fucking stick. Cook a nigga like he fool. Hella fancy with the bitch. Never make a mess because she fancy with the dick. She pull up with her friends, yeah, that's a fancy bitch. And never falling off because she on that fancy clip. Pretty line and I keep a fancy clip. Picky up, sipping lean, bitch, I'm fancy. I pull off with 8 bitches, I'm fancy. I take your bitch, don't you dare. I fuck up all night, it was fancy. shit. I'm on some bad shit. I'm talking all this shit. I'm on some bad shit. Playing with it, playing on some bad shit. Why she playing with
Tattooing his accent, show no weakness. In terms of posting this later, we'll probably just keep it on Instagram Live for the next 24 hours.
The strong survive, but it real cause even strong niggas die. I remember times when shots only came from the other side. Be your niggas doing the snake and now everybody swear they slime. If they swing from me to first, then tell about crime because it's time. That's a goddamn shine, fat, bloody money, dirty, pistol on the all white ring. Used to watch it, so today I put on all my shine. Then purple drink inside my cup, I feel like Kurt Cobain. And I can look like the pants, put on my focus on him. Put on my level of trust, so my niggas can't come to my house. Go catch you a body, go stand on that bitch. Pick you aside, gotta make a decision. You know no switching, gon' shoot with no limit. Swapping them left or right, kissing these bitches. I've been like this for a minute. Bad.
songs about, can't learn to hide. You gon' slide down. Hit them, have them spin like the Jackson 5. Keep dancing. Don't do no playing with them. Walk through the land, chop stuff down in my pants. We got some bad shit. I'm talking all this. Bad shit. Playing with it, playing on some bad shit. Watch me playing.
Times every day,
20 seconds.
including that stretch, which is 2 to 3 hours every day.
10 seconds.
Feel for these people right now, please. Feel for them. At this point, we're just going to be in Sydney for this event and plans for another engagement in Melbourne at this time.
Down. Up. Down. Up. Down. Up.
Yes, the discipline is real. That's an understatement. Where he starts getting this stronger. I really feel that. Thank you for the support in Ireland.
Right here. I want 25. Good sit up. From everybody in here. Right here. Right here. Ready? Up. Hand me your temple. Up. Hand me your temple. Up.
Hilarious on the comment about $1, but we definitely were not encouraged yesterday.
Hands on the temple. Do not release the hands on the temple. Up. Up.
for some autism?
I got them panicking. Yeah, I got them panicking. Soon as I come to the spot, niggas know what's up. If he was smoke when I see him, I'm rolling him up. I drink a 40 a cup. Everyone beef in this beef, nigga, order it up. RP pop, you had to see on top. It's still full of hops. I know they want us to stop. I get the money a lot, whether they love me or not. You don't want to get shot. Door right in front of your block. Get this. I got a wife and a mistress. Go on, put me on your wish list. And I might let you fuck me for Christmas. But you can't get addicted. I mix the Percocet with the liquid. I don't love none of these bitches. I don't love none of these bitches. Yeah. Whoa.
Fuck this, man. You don't fucking socialize.
Rocket Man should have ended a long time ago. Little Rocket Man.
Floating off that kush cloud, floating off that kush cloud, floating off that kush cloud, that kush cloud, that kush cloud, my kush cloud, my kush cloud, floating off that kush cloud, floating off that kush cloud. OG turned up to the cloud, that kush cloud, that kush cloud, floating off that kush cloud, that kush cloud, that kush cloud, floating off that kush cloud, my kush cloud, my kush cloud, floating off that kush cloud, yeah, rolling off that kush cloud, yeah, OG turned up to the cloud. Oh murder, yeah, in the top on my burner, yeah, feeling that I just gotta shit me in, and if you win, then I serve you, yeah, floating off with that kush cloud, OG turned up to the cloud, a nigga busy getting to the money, your way, that's why I pay a hate nigga get cooled down, yeah, snap now, they don't want that shit, back in the crowd, how you want that bitch, find it out, count it out, I took it to the house, I ain't on that bitch, I get the killer shit from my niggas in the bay, yeah, within the dinner, so what you niggas wanna pay, yeah, open the attic, I'm in the ceiling with you pay, when you really, you pussy niggas in the way, when my niggas joking fucking weird. Bought my dope from Lil Sody, yeah, I bust some good. Corporate thuggin', so all I'm with is thugs, nigga. Can you picture this rapper slash drug, yeah. Floating off that kush cloud, floating off that kush cloud, floating off that kush cloud, that kush cloud, that kush cloud, my kush cloud, my kush cloud, floating off that kush cloud, floating off that kush cloud. OG turned up to the cloud, that kush cloud, that kush cloud, floating off that kush cloud, that kush cloud, that kush cloud, floating off that kush cloud, my kush cloud, my kush cloud, floating off that kush cloud, floating off that kush cloud. OG turned up
Rocket Man should have been handled a long time ago.
Oh shit!
Little Rocket Man.
Fat boy, watch out. Fat boy, look at
Live from India. All right.
Begin.
In jiu-jitsu.
I have. I will talk about that. Shit. I don't know.
Goggins does not play any video games. No. Have you ever played a video game?
I played Mike Tyson's Punch Out fucking years ago in that Nintendo bullshit. Arm haulers. Which is very few.
Good.
So, and you just do this. You put your arms like this.
So the last exercise before I move on to the weight workout. I'll tell you what, man, dude, that calisthenics workout, it is fucking hard. I used to be able to finish it, but that's when I was like running like 6 miles a day. Shit's crazy, dude. But I mean, dude, that makes my back hurt so bad. Because my back muscles are so weak from sitting down so many fucking hours of the day. Oh, man. All right. I'll stop stalling. Let's just fucking do it.
Hey, Freddy Confetti, pop off!
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? It's dog
This,
sidekick on this joint.
and you just do this. You know how I do it? Which is very few. You
Hey,
put
Freddy
your arms
Confetti, pop off!
like this, and you just do this.
Is that good?
So you want to have your head up, chest, and feet off the deck. Yeah, that's good right there. And you are basically doing a jumping jack, but obviously not a jumping jack.
ready for some autism?
Are the knees off the ground or no, on the ground?
You can keep them off the ground, on the ground. Just keep your feet up. Try and keep your chest up.
David's legs are off the ground.
Elevate. My name Jose. It's a long line at the doorway. Something taco, getting with the nacho. Cooking with a bad vibe, and she go both ways. Cutting up the brakes on the slow day. I never ever see a bro day. Looking to the eyes of the go face. The gang in the grill is a four way. It's a payday when she get the compay. Mama see the ones to kill her in the Bombay. Lean in the car, it's like a one way. She won't put it for stick off a skirt. Put it away, put your name on the skirt. You done the quicker like the flirt. You can't put your face on the shirt. Ain't having favor giving ways since Taco Tuesday. I got the cheese, she tasting the Kool-Aid. You go with the plug, got a new page. She gon' do what the geeks like a two-day. Caliente, she get the bad, but she gotta get it 10 ways. Okay, now elevate. I'm the love the money make. We can elevate.
Yes, I work out with David all the time. And lucky today that I'm not having to.
Ooh, that Texas heat.
15 push-ups.
It's fucking party time, dude.
Hey, Freddy Confetti, pop off. Pop off.
Rest them.
Only have a minute 57 remaining on Instagram Live. Minute 52.
So it goes off?
Yeah.
All right, we're going to go down.
All right, y'all, re-up on some water if you need to. Run your head under some cool water.
Exercise ring closed.
Shut up. Been at it for an hour, it says. This is so weird. 584 active calorie burn, 692 total calories. So I guess that's like, it can tell when I'm not moving. I don't know. 700 calories, that's not bad. I think it's like 30,000 or 3,500 calories is a pound of fat. So, hell yeah. Give me like 2 minutes, y'all. I need to get some more water. I'll start the music again.
Ooh, that Texas heat.
It's fucking party time, dude.
Hey, Freddy confetti, pop off, pop off.
Yo, that song goes hard. By the way, this is Freddy Confetti. I don't know how the fuck this guy doesn't have more listeners. This guy makes such good music. And Lil Rocket Man. Those are some of my two like favorite kind of, I guess, I don't know if they're called trap artists. I'm not exactly sure. Let me add a text box on my live so that everybody knows who it is.
It's party time, dude.
Hey, Freddy Confetti, pop off. Pop off.
Love it, man. Love it.
Oh yeah, it's on. Y'all know what time it is.
Texas heat.
It's party time, dude.
Yeah.
You ready for some autism?
took you for granted, just a big misunderstanding. I just wanna spend the night, fucking you for tonight. Watch a little TV, I know it when you need me.
Ooh, that Texas heat.
It's bucket party time, Jerry.
Hey, Freddy confetti, pop off, pop off.
up, G?
Hey, Lo.
This party is jumping. We got a gang of crazy ass bitches in the house. You coming over, homie?
I don't know, man. I had some plans tonight.
But we had a big disaster. I won't be rapping. I'm ready, bro.
Okay. I'm gonna come over right now, man.
Hey, Freddy Confetti, pop off. Hey, get back here, Freddy, you crazy.
First, last, ain't no question, bitch. Niggas flexing, ain't a doubt. I'ma bless the bitch, nigga. Hey, you gon' sweat the bitch. One thing about me, I never stress the bitch. Check it out, little baby, listen here. You gon' see your daddy when you look.
Yeah, I'm muted, bro, because I got my speaker on.
Nothing else matters. Bring me 50K, then that ass getting fatter. Hey, come on, lifestyle, bitch.
Hope you're following along, brother. I appreciate you stopping by, dude.
Situation tricky, everywhere I go, niggas know I keep a blicky. Like a nerd in class, yellow baby wanna pick me. Gotta keep a blower on me, I can't let no nigga get me. Lifestyle risk, situation tricky, everywhere I go, niggas know I keep a blicky. Like a nerd in class, yellow baby wanna pick me. Gotta keep that blower on me, I can't let no nigga get me. All the shit a nigga say you wouldn't believe it. If she ain't got no money, I'ma tell her baby beat it. Point a nigga to the oxycontin cause I need him. Like I got a 4.0, a nigga geek, demon. Walk a nigga down, hear him screaming, he bleeding. See the nigga face when I'm dreaming. I could've went the easy route, I went the harder way. When they killed my nigga Josh, he took my heart away. RP the thugs got me doing drugs. When I lost my nigga Alpha, I was pouring mud. If I pour this baby Drake, it do what it does. You know all my niggas shiesty, get it back in blood. I told my bitch she shut her mouth when she talking. Hey, so that means she can't say shit. If we catch a nigga down, we gon' hawk him. No hesitation, if we pull it, I'ma spray shit. Lifestyle risk, situation tricky. Everywhere I go, niggas know I keep a blicky. Like a nerd in class, yellow baby wanna pick me. Gotta keep a blower on me, I can't let no nigga get me. Lifestyle risk, situation tricky. Everywhere I go, niggas know I keep a blicky. Like a nerd in class, yellow baby wanna pick me. Gotta keep that blower on me, I can't let no nigga get me. Lifestyle risk, situation tricky. Everywhere I go, niggas know I keep a blicky. Like a nerd in class, yellow baby wanna pick me. Gotta keep a blower on me, I can't let no nigga get me. Lifestyle risk, situation tricky. Everywhere I go, niggas know I keep a blicky. Like a nerd in class, yellow baby wanna pick me. Gotta keep that blower on me, I can't let no nigga get me.
Fucking sick, motherfucker. Huh? Eddie, I can't deal with this guy. He's an idiot.
Let me air this fucker out. Hey.
No, officer.
Hey, Freddy Confetti, pop off.
Ding ding ding, ding 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 ding. Water, ay 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 ay.
Go pop, then up, then up. Money laying up on a big pop. Give no bucks, I get slump. I don't know, I guess the feeling for it. Spend it harder than Debbie, don't try to get bucks. Can knock up, time out, tackle no. She keeps at Starbucks. Try like a rubber, stop me. He don't go on in the city. He don't go on Persian the city. He don't go on Persian the city. He on Persian the city. He don't go 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 on Persian the city. pussy now, so damn unheard of. Girls on the suit like the octopus tentacle. My family just do something identical. Trapping off the digital, looking for a signal. Now the police calling piggies like a big toe. Fucking money, by the big go up. No fucks, get slumped. Higher than a I guess the feeling for a jump. Harder than that, we don't try to get bumped. Captain Canucks, I melt, fuck on no bluff. Get stuck, Starbucks, just like some rubber on off. He don't go, I'm in the city. He don't go, I'm purging the city. He don't go, I'm purging the city. He do me, I'm purging the city. He don't go, 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 I'm purging the city. He do me, I'm purging the city. He don't go, I'm purging the city. He don't go, I'm purging the city. He don't go, I'm purging the city. He purging the city.
Massive car chase bringing traffic in Los Angeles to a standstill for hours. An attempted murder suspect on the run, and ABC's Nick Watt is in LA with the latest for us. Hey, Nick, good morning.
Good morning, David. Well, the suspect was spotted by police driving in Compton. He was described as dangerous and probably armed and wanted in connection with an earlier assault with a handgun.
Hey, Freddy Confetti, pop off! Hey, Freddy Confetti!
Kill them all, Jason.
Dude, my chest is so fucking burnt out. We're just gonna move on to the yoga. Oh man. We're at 1,000 calories. Takedown. Go for a takedown. Yo, it is so fucking confusing to me why police officers don't train jiu-jitsu or judo. Like, the fact that this guy's swinging and he's not going for a clinch. Like, his punches are obvious. Look, right hand. clinch, go for a hip throw right now. Right now. How is no one stopping? No, wait, he took the car? Wow. Wow. All right, let me get some protein in me, and we'll start this yoga up.
Confetti, pop off! strips clubs, bitch.
Hey, Freddy Confetti, pop off.
Freddy confetti.
I had many drinks last night and I was so hung out this morning. Me too, friend. I was blowing chicks like crazy.
Freddy confetti. Pop off.
You get the bag and fumble it, I get the bag and flip it and tumble it. Straight on the lot, and she got ass. Got two phones.
This is a certified hood classic.
know what I'm saying? It's dog sad kick on this joint.
Sacrifice.
Hey, Freddy Confetti, pop off!
Elevate. Okay, now annihilate. Taco Tuesday, I got the cheese, she tasting the Kool-Aid. You go the plug, Guadalupe. She gon' do what the goose at the Bunday. Caliente, she get the bad, but she gotta get it 10 ways. Okay, now annihilate. What the money make? Elevate. She nay like she on the runway. Okay, now annihilate. We can elevate. Elevate.
My name Jose. It's a long line at the doorway. The serving taco, getting with the nacho, fucking with a bad vibe, and she go both ways. Turn up the brakes on the slow day. I never ever see a bro day. Look into the eyes of the go face. The gang in the grill is a four-way.
It's a payday when she get the compay. Mama see the ones killer in the Bombay. Bean in the color stack of one way. She won't put a stick off a skirt. Hurt, put it away, put your name on the skirt. You diamond, the window like the flirt. You can't put your face on the shirt. You ain't having favor giving away since Taco Tuesday. I got the cheese, she tasting the Kool-Aid. You go the plug, Guadalupe. She gon' do what the goose at the Bunday. Caliente, she get the bad, but she gotta get it 10 ways. Okay, now annihilate. What the money make? We can elevate.
Hey, Freddy Confetti, pop off!
You do not matter. Turn to a savage, break it outside. She gon' be
Fetty.
smoking that gas, going that sign. She on them powder. Nowadays, I don't know. My head, I got sadder. Money got longer, speaker got long. You do not matter. Turn to a savage, break it outside. She gon' be
Fetty.
smoking that gas, going that sign. She on them powder.
This shirt's so fucking tight. All right, y'all. Sorry about that, man. It's so crazy, man. Like every time I do a workout like that, like I'll still sweat for like a good hour and a half afterwards. Hello. Hello, kitty. What you doing? What you doing? Who's your good boy? Who's your good boy? All right, so I wanted to watch some YouTube videos. Oh man, let's go. Like this. Let me pull up something. Playlists. Do. Is it this one? You know, man, I hate adding all these different sources. I think I'm just going to start just capturing my monitor screen. It'd be so much easier. Display capture. Fuck, but the problem with this is not going to capture the audio, which is really fucking annoying. Yeah, fuck. So all we're going to do is going to remove all the YouTubes. Remove them, remove them, remove them. We can leave Discord on. So I just gotta make sure that we have this and YouTube music on the same shit. let's see. I gotta fix my lights. I was just 6 playing with sticks. Yeah, I ran it up, now I'm lit. Yeah. Alright, what am I doing? I need to do window capture. We'll just call it YouTube. Yes, sir. Capture the audio. Wait a sec. So if I do that, fuck, I already fucked it up, I think. So let me see, can I have 2 of these? This is the one. I'm gonna put the videos on. So if I do window title must match. Let me just test this and then I go back. Okay, it still works.
Jury found her not guilty, and for years.
Okay. Now, this is going to be the music. Nice. And I just gotta make sure to put this all the way down at the bottom. Let me make sure the audio is on the right tracks. Tangia, mic. All right, we're Gucci. Center the screen. What's that channel I was gonna watch? I think it's called More Pegasus. Damn it. This guy. He's got a shit ton of videos on this dude Hassan, which I really don't know anything about him. So I wanted to do a deep dive because supposedly this guy's like a terrorist empathizer. So we'll see. What is the earliest one this dude has? Okay, I think it's this one.
And essentially people are really mad.
Let me get some water. Does that look level? Good enough. Good enough, I say. All right, so let's see what this Hassan dude's all about.
Hassan Piker is getting absolutely destroyed right now. So Hassan recently appeared on the Trash Taste podcast, which is pretty much the biggest anime podcast. It's hosted by three very big YouTubers, CDogVA, the Anime Man, and Giga. And essentially people are really mad that he's on this podcast. The dislike ratio on this episode is absolutely brutal. It is so far in the negative, and it kind of just shows you how much people actually hate Hassan. For reference, I've been doing YouTube for like 6 years, and even my most controversial video ever has like a 90% positive like ratio, right? So to be at like 30 to 40% is absolutely unheard of, and you must have done something really bad to make everybody hate you. And you can find out all of what he's done in this video by H3H3, which was posted a while back, called Content Nuke Hassan, where he actually goes.
All right, let's watch that. I like my boy Ethan, dude. H3H3 Hassan Nuke.
The world would not be the same. Few people laughed. Few people cried. Most people were silent. Bhagavad Gita, Vishnu takes on his multi-armed form and says, "Now I am become death, the destroyer of worlds."
We think the Houthis also are doing what
fucking bloodthirsty, violent pig dogs. Why am I held accountable? God forbid you throw up the fucking green Hamas banner.
Happy birthday to you.
I'm correct, I'm correct.
Happy birthday from Twitch, Hassan. Happy birthday from Twitch.
Nice intro. Like that editing.
Oh, hi there. It's me, your old friend, Ethan Klein.
Dude.
It's been a while.
Ethan's lost so much weight. Holy shit. Good for you, brother. You look good.
Since we've last spoken.
No diddy.
In that time, I've had 3 kids, all boys. I've lost 100 pounds.
Dude, yeah, I was about to say. Wait, let me see this before and after. Oh, what the hell?
Klein, it's been a while since we've last spoken. In that time, I've had 3 kids.
Nice.
It's all boys. I've lost.
Damn, dude. I never knew he was this big. This is kind of like what I remember him looking like. But damn, dude, you lost so much weight.
And I've pissed off 75% of the internet. Probably a lot of you guys, too. Actually talking about there at the NRA
Not
meeting
me.
that's today in Texas. Someone should bomb. Oh, yeah, and I got a tattoo also, so I'm cool like that now. Left or
That's
right,
hard.
I always thought that, despite our differences, there was one thing we could all agree on. And what was that? That we love America and everything she stands for.
Goddamn right, sir. Rock, flag, and eagle,
Sure,
baby.
There's plenty to criticize and endless things to improve, but I thought it was about making a more perfect union, not tearing it down. The thing is, there's something kind of scary brewing in America. Communism.
That's America. That's America to me.
What is that?
I started a show a couple of years ago with my acquaintance, Hassan Piker. You might remember him from such classics as
America deserved 9/11, dude. Fuck it, I'm saying it. Yeah, kill them. Kill those motherfuckers in a video game. Sorry. Holy shit. That's not what I said. You dumb cracker bitch.
and of course, the Leftovers podcast, which was our show, which we made broadly to goof on the antics of the right. Now, to be clear, I knew about all these edgy, controversial jokes at the time.
Yo, what's up, illegitimate? Illegitimate? Words are hard, you know? I appreciate the follow, bro. Let me just send out a tweet real fast that we're doing this. It's America. Is my YouTube vertical stream not, or oh, the chats. I always forget to pop out the chat. No, okay. I see what's happening. Okay. And I should probably change Sorry, guys. I'm so bad at this. Ow. Let me go on my Kick dashboard because I need to update this. All right, there we go. I don't need that open. Fuck it. All right. All right, we should be good.
We made the show together because who am I to judge?
Here is Ethan Klein being a delightful human being.
I was just gonna say, if there's another Holocaust, if they start rounding up the Jews again, I hope Ben gets. He presents himself as someone like me, a left-leaning Democrat who supports basic things. And we went on making the show for about 2 years and everything was good. Everyone was having fun, the audience was having fun, no problem. That was until this happened. We were doing our regular show, and for the first time I noticed an inordinate amount of radical, hardcore leftists. I mean, I thought we were social democrats, not whatever this was. I don't hate the idea of like people who can be successful. I think it's good that people can achieve success in the term monetary success. I mean, that's what that means, right? I do. You know, there's nothing wrong with that.
Because I see so many people in the chat saying no.
I don't know what y'all are tripping about. Like, what the fuck do you
What is the idea that
you guys,
people are looking for?
You guys are all like radical communists? There's that many radical communists? Suck it, chat. You're watching a capitalist pig. Deal with it. And then this happened. This comment from Hassan really started to sound some alarms in my head.
If you're in a socialist country with multiple parties, and one of the parties is a capitalist party, which would surely exist.
Yeah.
What would you do if that party started gaining momentum?
The solution to that would always be education and offering more
re-education?
Re-education, certainly, yeah. There should be an enforcement mechanism, and in that enforcement mechanism, I think like rehabilitation, which would include re-education as well.
If putting capitalists in re-education camps isn't disturbing enough, I started to notice that Hassan was carrying a lot of water for communist states' war crimes and genocides.
What do you call Crimea? I call it a part of Russian territory.
Is re-education like how that one dude like would give everybody that little green book? Let me see. What is re-education? In politics. In politics, re-education typically refers to the process of teaching individuals or groups new political values, attitudes, beliefs, or types of behavior, essentially a form of political indoctrination. So, I mean, that just comes off to me like as infringement of free will. It often involves attempting to reshape thoughts and behaviors to align with a specific political ideology and eliminate dissenting views. Yeah, that is a little worrying. This practice has been used by various governments, especially authoritarian or totalitarian regimes, to suppress dissent, promote conformity, and maintain control. Re-education is often associated with re-education camps, which are facilities used to detain individuals for political or ideological reasons. Okay, so this is like a strictly anti-First Amendment idea. At least that's my take on it. Key aspects of re-education in political context: political indoctrination. It involves instilling specific political values, attitudes, and behaviors, often through structured programs and forceful methods. Suppression of dissent. Hello, kitty. Re-education aims to eliminate opposition and reinforce loyalty to the ruling power. Gotcha, yeah. That's crazy. Social control. It serves as a tool to control society and mobilize support for the regime. Forced labor and harsh treatment. In some cases, re-education is accompanied by forced labor, torture, and violation of human rights. So let me see, what are some examples? Oh, here we go. Historical examples. Notable instances of political re-education include the Cultural Revolution in China, where individuals were sent to camps for ideological training and forced labor, and re-education camps in Vietnam following the Vietnam War. Re-education practices often draw criticism from human rights organizations due to the harsh treatment of detainees, forced indoctrination, and violation of basic human rights. Critics also argue that it can lead to ideological coercion and infringement on individual freedoms. Yeah, I mean, essentially, like, I feel like re-education is kind of like a watered down term to make it sound like not as bad as it is, but that's... Yeah, I'd agree. It definitely infringes on basic human rights.
Territory, bitch. That's what I call Crimea. I call it Crimea River, a Russian river. The annexation of Crimea is absolutely a justifiable annexation. Tibet was literally a fucking feudal slave mandate, like
So
autonomous zone.
China did them a favor.
That was one. I mean, in America, when I say something like this, people get very upset. You know, we talk about the Dalai Lama saying "suck my tongue" or whatever, but like that's not far from the norm in fucking normal Tibetan existence before the Communist Party came in and
So
took
China
over.
unilaterally took over Tibet,
like
these are their culture. They basically are trying to, homogenize the culture.
If your culture,
they're trying to spoil the religion and the identity.
the part of
and they did them
feudal
a favor.
warlords and slavery, abolishing that. Yes, I do think that.
Sorry, let me see how old this video is. 4 months ago. Okay, this is pretty recent.
That is good.
No, China did them a favor.
This is a good way to describe Taiwan as well. The American federal government going into the fucking South and killing, unfortunately not all of them, but a decent amount of slavers and defenders of slavery. This is violent retribution from a powerful federal government that squashed, okay?
Tibet is the South in the Civil War?
Yes.
And most disturbingly, a complete whitewashing of the Chinese genocide against their Muslim minority group, the Uyghurs.
Don't they have Uyghur death camps? Is that?
It's not a death camp. They were re-education camps, and they are no longer in operation.
Is that
according
true?
to the Associated Press?
I remember hearing about this. They were definitely concentration camps, right? I think they had like surveillance footage of some dude escaping, and he told everyone, was like, "Yo, this is straight up a concentration camp." Oh man, I wish I knew more about this shit.
Okay.
I saw this
But, yeah,
crazy
they're-
documentary, and I don't know. I don't know I don't know the surrounding narrative or anything about it, but it was about there was doctors in the area. They would be able to procure organs.
No, no.
I'm telling you, they were in China with.
Dog, that one is like Shen Yun,
They're like, we
Falun
could
Gong.
get you an organ. From a Uyghur. But why is that? Is that really that crazy?
The Associated Press quietly fucking wrote an article that didn't get a lot of coverage in mainstream media about how, like, okay, well, all the concentration camps have been closed now. It's like all the re-education camps are closed now in fucking Xinjiang, and it's like very different vibes in Xinjiang, and now it's the tourism hour.
Let's see what the Associated Press actually had to say about this. These are all AP articles from the last 2 years. UK independent body reports China committed genocide in Xinjiang. China sanctioned a U.S. research firm and 2 individuals over a report about the human rights violations in Xinjiang.
It's the tourism hour.
To China's fury, UN accuses Beijing of Uyghur rights abuses.
Tourism hour.
Uyghur County in China has the highest prison rate in the world. 1 in 25 people is in a Chinese prison.
It's the tourism hour.
48 Uyghurs detained in Thailand for almost 11 years are on hunger strike to protest their imminent deportation to China, where they face imprisonment or execution.
Not only does this AP article seem not to exist.
What are the Uyghurs? Like, Uyghurs? Is that how you spell it? Let's see, the Uyghurs are a Turkic? Does that mean they're from Turkey? What is Turkic? A Turkic ethnic group is a collection of diverse ethnic groups residing in various parts of the West, Central, East, and North Asia, as well as parts of Europe. These groups are primarily united by the Turkic languages they speak, which form a language family with over 170 million native speakers. Key characteristics: linguistic connection, geographic distribution, diverse origins. The origin of the Turkic peoples is a subject of ongoing discussion, with potential locations including the Altai-Sayan region, Mongolia, or Tuva. Studies suggest the Proto-Turkic language may have originated in Central East Asia. Yeah, it's important to note the distinction between Turkish people and Turkic peoples. While the former specifically refers to the people of the Republic of Turkey, the latter is a broader term encompassing the various ethnic groups who speak Turkic languages. This is confusing. Turkic peoples, any of various peoples whose members speak languages belonging to the Turkic family within the Altaic language group. What is that? Altaic languages, group of languages consisting of 3 language families: Turkic, Mongolian, and Manchu Tungus. Probably did not pronounce that right, but whatever. That show noteworthy similarities in vocabulary, morphological, and syntactic structure, and certain phonological features. Gotcha. Bro, they're really gonna let me... Britannica charges you? Yeah, you guys suck. The group contains more than 50 languages spoken by more than 135 million people spread across virtually the entire breadth of Asia and from the Arctic Ocean to the latitude of Beijing. All right. The Uyghurs are a Turkic ethnic group originating from and culturally affiliated with the general region of Central Asia and East Asia. So let me look up a world map, because I don't know what the fuck that means. Central Asia and East Asia. Okay. The Uyghurs are recognized as the titular nationality of the Xinjiang Uyghur Autonomous Region in northwest China. One of China's 55 officially recognized ethnic minorities, the Uyghurs have traditionally inhabited a series of oases scattered across the Taklamakan Desert within the Tarim Basin. Is that in China? These oases have historically existed as independent states or were controlled by many civilizations, including China, the Mongols, the Tibetans, and various Turkic polities? The fuck? Never seen that word before. The Uyghurs gradually started to become Islamized in the 10th century, and most Uyghurs identified as Muslims by the 16th century. Okay, interesting. Islam has since played an important role in Uyghur culture and identity. Okay. An estimated 80% of Xinjiang's Uyghurs still live in the Tarim Basin. Yeah, where is this? It's literally just like a little hole? Certainly this is pretty big. Okay. Yeah, that's a whole mountain range. All right. So what is Xinjiang? Is that like a state or like a territory? At the crossroads of Central Asia and East Asia. Okay. So I guess these are all the regions in China. They're all the way up here. Okay, okay. Only 9.7% of Xinjiang's land area is fit for human habitation. Since 1949 in the Chinese Civil War, it has been part of the People's Republic of China. The Chinese Communist Party established the Xinjiang Production and Construction Corps to strengthen border defense against the Soviet Union and promote the local economy by settling soldiers into the region. In 1955, Xinjiang was administratively changed from a province into an autonomous region. In recent decades, abundant oil and mineral reserves have been found in Xinjiang, and it is currently China's largest natural gas producing region. Okay. So I guess it's mainly a bunch of Islam practicing people within China? China doesn't like that?
Reading the AP proved exactly the opposite. Hassan has happily eaten up the Chinese propaganda on this and has regurgitated it to his mainstream audience. Why is he defending China's genocide of their Muslim population? How does this even make sense? It only makes sense if A, he's being paid, or B, he has the political complexities of a 5-year-old. I know America Bad is a meme that people laugh at online, but with Hassan, this does actually seem to be the beginning and the end of his analysis.
2 principles let me explain to you 2 principles that you should keep with you, coming from a person who's Turkish, okay? When you look at a situation in the Middle East, you look at what the local government is and who the Western forces are. Never align with the Western forces. So when I look at other countries, I look at the regional actor, whoever the regional power player is, and then I look at who is backed by the Western superpowers. That's a principle that you could take home with you. If you want to actually be moral,
what up,
if you want
Daisy?
to be smart about the way
How you doing, girl?
analyze other countries, that's one basic principle that you can take home with you. All of a sudden, magically, you are above on your foreign policy analysis. You're going to be better off than 90% of people that look at the situation.
After seeing all of this, I was already getting...
I'm doing all right, thanks. We're just doing some, I've been seeing a lot of stuff on this Hassan dude, so I'm trying to, like, get plugged in.
uncomfortable with our partnership. I started to wonder if I had
You know anything about this
who
guy?
this guy actually is. And then, this happened.
We have breaking news out of Israel this morning where Hamas has launched a surprise attack within Israel's borders overnight.
After the shock of October 7th, I noticed a huge increase of anti-Semitic comments from Hassan's stream and Discord, including from his head.
He's supposedly like he's essentially like backing all this terrorist attacks with like Hamas and the Houthis and stuff like that, which I admittedly don't know that much about. I've never really paid much attention to this stuff, but I mean, I think this stuff is important, so I need to get a little more educated on it.
Mod. I was disturbed that Hassan was seemingly okay with this.
And you do you care that your chat is calling me racist? Do you make any attempt to modify?
I have not looked at my chat.
Moderate that
I
at
have
all?
not looked at my chat at all, but you
I
have
just
to
opened it, but don't you have moderators? Do you care at all about what your audience says about
There's
me?
32,000 people in here right now.
I'm just trying to tell you guys how it feels. And I'm fucking shocked that you don't care that people in your chat are saying, who the fuck is this child, cold, arrogant, kind as fuck.
I love you, but there's only so much I can do.
How can you be surprised when your Discord is literally full of fucking...
Ethan, I love you, but there's only so much I can do if you're making that argument. You know that, right? Like
Hassan's chat had been calling me a Zionist, baby-killing genocider.
What is a Zionist? A Zionist is someone who believes in and supports the right of the Jewish people to self-determination and statehood in the land of Israel, according to the Anti-Defamation League. This belief stems from the ancient Jewish connection to the land of Israel, which is also known as Eretz Yisrael, or the Holy Land. Believes in and supports the right of the Jewish people to self-determination and statehood in the land of Israel. Right, I mean, that's supposedly where Jesus was born, I think. The term Zionism itself is derived from Zion, a hill near Jerusalem that is considered sacred by Jews, Christians, and Muslims. Zionists generally believe that all Jews constitute a nation, not just a religious or ethnic community, and that the only solution to anti-Semitism is the concentration of as many Jews as possible in Palestine/Israel and the establishment of a Jewish state there. I mean, I don't know what to think about that, to be real. The idea of Zionism dates back to the 16th and 17th centuries, with the concept of a Jewish homeland gaining momentum in the late 19th century due to rising anti-Semitism in Europe. Theodor Herzl, a key figure in the movement, had organized the first Zionist Congress in 1897. Modern Zionism, which emerged in the late 19th century, sought to create a Jewish state in Palestine and establish a national home for the Jewish people, according to a University of Michigan resource. I'm not sure what to think about that. I mean, I know that all that shit happened. It all popped off when I think it was Hamas. They like essentially attacked Israel and killed all those innocent civilians at that concert, and then like took them hostage and like were like killing babies and stuff. So that's essentially all I know. But I know, I mean, obviously, I know it's still going on. They're essentially like in a full-blown war right now. I just don't know the backstory behind it. I know it's all like religion-based too, which I don't understand. I'm pretty ignorant to all that. So
maybe it is unreasonable that I'm asking him to moderate his chat for a friend. He doesn't even know where I'm coming from because it's not something he would ever ask for.
And all these other content creators actually, whipping their communities when their chat is going fucking absolutely bananas over random dumb shit and bringing my name up for no fucking reason. That you were just allowing that shit to run rampant in your chat. And I thought that was fucked up.
Ethan, I love you, but there's only so much I can do.
Especially as someone who thought we were fucking friends. I think that's a reasonable expectation for.
do I have Instagram? Oh man. Didn't I set up a new Instagram for this channel? Let me check that out. Go here. I need to open up my password. Doesn't look like I ever. How do I just make a new account? I'll have to do this later. God dang it. So much random bullshit I gotta do.
Someone who you consider to be a friend.
The problem wasn't that he was pro-Palestinian.
Hamas didn't attack Israel first. The conflict has been going on for a long time. If you research more news and resources, you'll find that the U.S. played a role in the creation of Hamas in Palestine. Interesting, but I mean, it's still bad that it came in and fucking murdered a bunch of civilians. Which I'm sure, I mean, I don't know, maybe both sides have done that in the past. Like, that's the nature of humans for like the entirety of history, Like the Comanches used to like brutally rape and murder settlers. Even the founding fathers here in the U.S., like they tarred and feathered innocent British people just trying to do their jobs, right? So it's like, dude, I mean, violence is just our nature.
Because I share a lot of those views, and I've been a stalwart supporter of the Palestinian cause for many years. The problem with Hassan's coverage, and a lot of people like him, was their complete lack of empathy for the Jewish people who were frankly slaughtered by Hamas. He refused to show even a crumb of empathy for the Jewish victims.
But listen to what this guy has to say.
As you might have seen, there was some sort of rave or desert party where they were having a great time until the resistance came in electrified hang gliders and took at least several dozen hipsters. But I'm sure they're doing very fine despite what the New York Post says. But nobody had seen this coming.
I mean, that's insane, right?
I don't even. Yeah. Okay. Like.
Okay.
I
I'm just criticizing people. You don't have to comment if you're not comfortable about it.
I honestly felt at times that he and his audience barely thought of Israelis as humans.
But this dude just called babies militants.
No, I understand. And there are baby settlers as well. But there are baby settlers as well. There are babies in the settlements.
Part of running defense for Hamas is downplaying the violence, specifically the sexual violence, which he's done a lot of.
Doesn't matter if fucking rapes happen on October 7th. Like, that doesn't change
I got
the
a VPN.
dynamic for me even this much.
I'll check it out.
So that's the other part of this problem.
What did you say? He's done a lot of.
Doesn't matter if fucking rapes happen on October 7th. Like, that doesn't change the dynamic for me even this much. So that's the other part of this problem that many people can't contend with. Like, the Palestinian resistance is not perfect. They're not, like, so good. They have magical bullets. The Palestinian resistance.
Sorry for the rapes. We're not perfect. Yeah, like, dude, I don't think anything constitutes fucking raping and killing innocent people.
Is not perfect. They're not, like, so good. They have magical bullets. Is not perfect.
Of course, if you compare the raw numbers, Gazans have lost a lot more than Israelis. 40,000 people have died, and neighborhoods have been completely flattened during this war. And while we should keep their plight at the top of our minds at all time, it also doesn't mean that we should disregard the lives of the Jewish people who are also affected by this, even if their suffering on the whole is not as great. Some of you may know that I'm an Israeli dual citizen. My wife is Israeli, my kids are half Israeli, and my entire in-law is Israeli. I lived there for 5 years, and I grew a closeness with the country and its people. One of the biggest issues between me, Hassan, and his community was that I'm in favor of a two-state solution while they are in favor of a one-state solution. Their theory is that after the October 7th attack, Israel should just dissolve its borders and let Hamas enter Israel unrestrained.
Borders?
What do you think?
Israel and Palestine are like right next to each other, right? I was never good at geography. What am I looking at? This right here? Israel. So what exactly is Palestine then? Is it Lebanon? Wait, no, those are all in the same country, right? What does the dashed line mean? I'm confused. Are Lebanon and Palestine synonymous? Wait, is this 19... Oh, god dang it. Good catch, good catch. So I guess this is part of Egypt, it looks like. Bro, where are the country names, bro? What the fuck? What a useless map. Oh, so this little sliver is Palestine. Even this map sucks, dude. What do you... So I guess this is Israel right here. Wait, no, this is Jordan. Bro, why is this so confusing? Google removed Palestine from its maps, really? Jordan, West Bank. So is West Bank is a country? I've never heard of it. Lebanon, Israel, the Gaza Strip. Oh, man. Bro, just give me the fucking map I can zoom in on. Oh, this is so annoying. Yeah, I'm confused. So Jerusalem is a city inside of Israel, is what it looks like from this map. And that's essentially what all this is about. Am I right or am I wrong? I don't know, man. Understanding all this religion shit is so difficult.
I think Israel should have done in response to October 7th.
Instead of indiscriminately bombing Gaza, I think the first thing to do in that situation would be to dismantle the government in the way that it existed.
So are Gaza and Palestine, are those synonymous?
Like get Netanyahu out of power.
Okay. So you're saying Israel in
85%.
response... Hold on, dude. You're saying in response to this terrorist attack, Israel should have dismantled their own government.
First set of actions would be to democratically take Netanyahu out of power. Yes.
The problem is that Israel's been at war with its neighbors for 70 plus years, and it makes a lot of sense that there be some distrust there. Is it really insane to think that Jews, as an ethnic minority in Israel, would not be safe? After all, Israel is a country of refugees. If the Jews didn't come from Europe after the Holocaust, they came from the surrounding Arab countries that expelled them in massive amounts following the 1948 war. In fact, there was more Jews displaced than Palestinians during the Nakba. 1 million Jews. All of these surrounding Arab countries had vibrant Jewish communities in huge number, hundreds of thousands. Now, if you look at them, you're looking at close to, if not literally, 0 Jews left in these countries.
Just to give you an idea, here's a visual representation of the Jewish refugees after 1948. Morocco had 265,000 Jews. Now it has 2,000. Algeria had 140,000. Now it has about 50. Iraq had 150,000 Jews. Now 10. And I want to give a special shout out to my boy over in Afghanistan, one known Jew. We know him. We love him. He's the one Afghan Jew.
They were forced to leave their homes, their lives, their property, and migrate to the only place in the world.
So what happened in 1948? Let's see. The Arab-Israeli War of 1948 broke out when 5 Arab nations invaded territory. Dude, I hate these articles. Like, show me a map and a timeline. Ugh. Five Arab nations. What does that mean? What is an Arab nation? Bro, I'm still ignorant to all this shit. Oh my God, this isn't even...
That would accept them, which was Israel. The irony of this whole situation is that after the 1948 war, when Israel won the war to declare its independence, the Arab countries got super anti-Semitic against their own Jewish citizenry that had nothing to do with Israel. And as a result, they kicked them all out, 1 million plus of them, and forced them to go the one place they hated the most, Israel. And now those same people that forced them out of their homes are telling them they don't belong there. So if the Jews of Israel are surrounded by Islamic militant terrorist groups that have stated their goal is to annihilate Israel as a Jewish state, and considering the historical context of Jews being pogromed from Arab countries, is it really that crazy for them to not feel safe as an ethnic minority, even a little bit?
And that's pretty much the entirety of our disagreement. Despite what you've read on TikTok and Twitter, I've donated $6,500 to a Palestinian charity after the war started.
Hey, Ethan Klein, thank you for the dono. Ethan Klein gave $6,500. My goat. Thank you, Ethan.
Condemned Netanyahu as a war criminal. They're led by Netanyahu, who should resign in disgrace and go to prison for being a war criminal. Called the West Bank settlements an abomination. Settlers in the West Bank are religious zealots. They're monsters. They're genocidal. I've even said the West Bank settlers are valid military targets. When you talk about like colonial settlers and stuff, like that's what's actually happening in the West Bank right now. And these people are more or less valid military targets, in my opinion. My only crime is wanting a two-state solution instead of one, and thinking it's not okay to kill Israeli civilians. That's it. That's why they're calling me a Nazi Zionist. And because of Hassan and others spreading this malicious lie about my beliefs, I'm even getting harassed on the street.
So how come you don't like Palestine?
I like Palestine.
No, you don't.
Why do you say that?
Because, bro, you're... wasn't she in the IDF?
Yeah.
Oh, damn, that's crazy.
Mandatory service.
That's sad. That's terrorism, bro.
She was born there.
That's sad. I feel bad for you guys. Ethan Klein, bro, you're ugly as fuck, bro. You're ugly as shit. You look like a rapist, bro.
Look in the fucking...
You look like a fucking rapist, Ethan. Feel bad for you guys. Ethan Klein, bro, you're ugly as fuck, bro. You're ugly as shit. You look like a rapist, bro. I'm tired of all these coward Americans in the South trying to act like they're so tough. Oh, I'm American. Oh, you don't even run your own country. You don't run your own country, bro. You don't run your own country. A foreign country named Israel runs your country. Oh my God, bro, I love you. Can I give you a hug, bro?
I'm so sweaty, bro.
I love you, bro.
I'm so sweaty.
I love you, bro. I have to interview you. You're my hero, bro. I love you, bro. You're the coolest guy in the world, bro. Hold on, I think I look gay in that one. Hold on.
Okay, 3, 2, 1.
Hold on, I think I look gay in that one. Hold on.
Okay.
The funny thing about me, I don't like terrorism, and I don't like terrorists. If they're Jews, Christians, Muslims, they're all bad. What is terrorism? It's intentionally targeting civilian population for political goals. I don't like it, none of it. And over time, I started to learn that my co-host, he really likes terrorists.
They do musicals. They're very musical people.
Are you being serious?
Dog, what do you... Look! You think I made this?
This isn't music. I know they're singing, but I'm seeing just guns and shit. This isn't a music video, Hassan.
Taking over these ships, they started targeting the ships.
People on this helicopter right now?
Yes.
They're streaming this?
Yeah. Yeah. They're flexing.
What? And they're coming in hot with guns.
Yeah, but you have to understand, this is a deterrence. We think the Houthis, Ansar Allah, is doing what Luffy would do. You should tell him that.
Hezbollah is a paramilitary organization.
Do we like them or no?
I don't have an issue with them, let's just say. But they are a terrorist organization. Like they're designated. They are designated by the American state as a terrorist organization.
I do not like them then.
Well,
he is regarded as a pretty brilliant a person in terms of like everything that he's done.
Then I saw clips like this where Hassan is explaining how he's hiding his power level to funnel in normies into radicalization.
I think that in the short term, in order to combat against that, you have to advocate for a much lighter form of propaganda. You want America, in the way that I feel about it, if you want America to get out of the way for places with more revolutionary potential to do what they would normally do, I think that, one thing you have to do is advocate for a lighter form while simultaneously still doing agitated propaganda that goes beyond, social democratic ideas.
I just wanted to put emphasis on the exact point of the so-called radicalization funnel where, for example, Hassan and JT catch them while they're young, as they say, and then they start looking into this new idea, etc., and then move forwards through the funnel, get more and more informed, get more and more radicalized. You do your part in the funnel for the cause, or whatever the fuck you want to call it. You're doing, in my modest opinion, a great thing for the cause.
Now listen to Hassan during our very first conversation lie to me about how he's a social democrat to hide his power level.
we should move towards a Sweden-style economy or a Norway-style economy, which would be a social democracy.
You have to advocate for a much lighter form of propaganda.
With robust social safety nets.
Cold radicalization funnel, catch them while they're young, as they say.
And protections for workers, like higher unionization rates.
A lighter form, while simultaneously still doing agitated propaganda that goes beyond social democratic ideas.
Hell, he's proclaimed it loud.
I don't even know what the fuck a social democracy is. Social democracy is a political ideology that combines democratic principles with socialist ideals. It aims to create a society where social and economic equality is achieved through gradual reform rather than revolution. Social democratic parties typically advocate for a welfare state with universal access to services like healthcare, education, and social safety nets, while also supporting a mixed economy with a role for both the public and private sectors. There's so many things like with these definitions that you need to know the like social and economic equality. What does that mean to somebody? Economic equality and a strong role for government in addressing social problems. It aims to balance individual liberty with the needs of society as a whole. Social democratic parties often support a robust welfare state, including universal health care, public education, unemployment benefits, and retirement pensions. Economic policies. While recognizing the role of market forces, social democrats advocate for government intervention to regulate the economy, redistribute income, and address inequality. They may support policies like progressive taxation, subsidies, and public ownership of key industries. I mean, none of this sounds that crazy so far. I don't know, man. Social democracy is rooted in democratic principles, advocating for representative democracy. Advocating for representative democracy and participatory governance. Participatory governance. It emphasizes the importance of social and political rights in addition to traditional liberal rights. Distinction from communism. Social democracy differs from communism in its gradualist approach to social change. Its acceptance of capitalism with regulation and its commitment to democratic principles. Communism seeks to abolish capitalism through revolution, while social democracy aims to reform it within a democratic framework. Some critics argue that it compromises with capitalism and fails to address the root causes of inequality. Others criticize its support for social welfare programs and government intervention in the economy. I mean, why would social welfare programs ever be bad?
Loudly that he is a self-described propagandist.
I'm a propagandist.
Well, no.
For the record.
No, I'm not calling
I'm a
you that.
propagandist.
I'm just saying. I'm going to play you.
I'm saying I am.
Okay, well then,
I'm saying I am.
I just
before
want to
you even play it.
A propagandist is much more than someone with a bias. It's someone who knowingly lies to further their political agenda.
And then I had a terrifying vision. Had I been duped? Was Hassan presenting a Trojan horse to my community, where he was just a left-leaning Democrat like myself, and as he said in the previous video, was funneling them into radicalization and turning them against me.
Liberals are some of the easiest to manipulate people on the fucking planet, dude.
I learned how much he hates liberals.
Dude, I hate liberals, dude. I hate them. I hate them so viciously.
Did he secretly despise
Thought he was a
me this
liberal.
whole time?
I'm sorry, dude. I hate liberals so much.
Did this man sit next to me for 2 years and pretend to be my friend?
Dude, liberals are a burden on this planet, dude. Liberals are the most, like, scummy, vile, fucking idiots. Liberals are incredibly stupid. I hate these petulant liberals, dumb fucking liberals.
What else is someone this sociopathic capable of?
Liberals are some of the easiest to manipulate people on the fucking planet, dude.
Was I being manipulated this whole time?
That was my fear anyway. Regardless of his true beliefs, that broke my trust in him, and I pretty much ended the show immediately. And I felt guilty for my participation in mainstreaming Hassan. And for that, I apologize. I should have done more research, and I should have looked more deeply into who I was getting in bed with before they gave me chlamydia. Sorry, Hila. Over the past year since the show ended, I continue to watch Hassan platform, promote, and propagandize terrorist organizations. And every time it happened on Twitch, I would say, man, this time surely he went too far, and someone's got to do something. But as the time went on, nothing happened, and his views got more and more radical and more disturbing. I feel it's my obligation, after mainstreaming someone like Hassan, to take this on. And so it was war. Nuclear war.
I stand before you following the footsteps of intellectual giants.
One thing
as
we've been hearing
nothing
for weeks.
but a simple man.
Now,
A simple man who understands right from wrong.
Yeah. You're an important, influential voice to a lot of people.
I'm an idiot, I'm a dumb bimbo, I don't know what I'm talking about. I've gotten numb to this, like, it's not. As a matter of fact, I seek it out because I make content out of it. I think it's funny and fun.
And there are baby settlers as well.
Yeah, fuck you got bloodthirsty, violent it happens out of nowhere.
Doesn't matter if fucking rapes happen.
Meanwhile, at Twitch HQ, the marketing team is strategizing on a new advertising vertical.
My friends at Twitch headquarters, the executives, the influencers, Hassan, nice to see you, Frogan, front row. I am here to present to you an extraordinarily exciting opportunity. We have not tapped this market yet. Now don't panic, okay? Because you're gonna wanna panic when I tell you, but listen and learn. Who's billions of dollars, eager to spend it? And what, people are too cowardly to reach out and take the money?
Not us.
Terrorism. Terrorism. Twitch is perfect. You could broadcast it straight into the veins of 18 to 35-year-old men. So here's what I'm suggesting. Hassan Piker. Yeah, we'll get drinks after the show. No, you. He's such a great guy. No, you. Give it up for Hassan Piker, everybody. Happy birthday, buddy. This dude can package anti-Semitism and anti-Americanism like nobody else. In fact, you guys got him on the front page. And he's doing terrorism for free. Basically, gentlemen and gentle ladies, Frogan, you look good today, girl.
Babe?
Girl, you look good. Great job on that Arab tier list. That was good. How much we get for that? Yo, you got 10 million from Qatar for that? That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about, Twitch. Here's the thing, with help from people like Hassan, terrorism is like in the eyes of the beholder, right? They're not terrorists, they're, go ahead, he knows. Freedom fighters, guys. We are fighting for freedom. What about the rapes and the murders? Don't mention that. What's wrong with you? And another one, the resistance isn't
not
perfect. Right? You gotta crack some eggs, man. Hassan,
Crack some
You know
eggs.
Socialism didn't buy you that car.
If I knew that this is what communism would be in 2024, I would not have bothered with this shit. Really. Of course, is the symbol of the capitalist excess. What the fuck is he thinking? You guys actually believe this idiot is a socialist? Forget a religion. Hassan is the opiate of the masses. Straight to the gulag for anyone soft to this idiot.
Or that designer dog?
This breed's stunning fluffy coat comes with a price. Chow Chows shed
fuck
all
no.
year-
Very cute, by the way. But those are expensive. The point is, we have the biggest political streamer on our platform that is influencing media and influencing young kids everywhere. If we can normalize terrorism, if we could rebrand it, then fuck the US Navy. You know how much those guys don't pay shit. You see the Army ads on Twitch? The Army is fucking broke, dude. I'll tell you who loves America more than the Army. Qatar. Well, I don't know if love's the right word, but they're paying more. Good CPMs coming out of Qatar. But you kids love anime, right? Can't get enough of it. Man, look at what we've already done with Hassan. You're the fucking man, dude. Happy birthday again, man. No, we got a big party for you after. No, don't do it. Let's wait, because we got a big party and a cake and everything for you after in the back. Prostitutes, too. Don't tell anyone. That's part of the past. Look what we've done already. This Houthi pirate. I mean, who are you kidding? This guy's a fucking terrorist. He literally tweeting out he wants to kill Jews and put their heads on pikes. And somehow, not somehow, because of his genius, we have rebranded the Houthi fucking pirates, the Houthi terrorist organization. Yeah, the Islamic fundamentalists, death to America, curse upon the Jews. That's right, that's the Jolly Roger of this man here. None other than Monkey D. Luffy. So let's get out there, guys, and let's make 2025 our biggest year, guys. Come on, guys. The resistance isn't perfect. The resistance isn't perfect. Yeah, let's get him! If you want to know where on the political spectrum Hassan sits, take a look at a recent media analysis by Ad Fonte, which rated Hassan as the most extreme left-wing, untrustworthy media source on the internet. And to give you an idea, he is opposite of InfoWars. Now, I'm not going to sit here and tell you that Hassan loves all terrorists, but what I will say is that there isn't many he don't like. Let's start with our good friend Luffy here and his organization, the Houthis.
And yes, this is what it looks like. They are hiling Hitler.
The Houthis are an Islamic military group. They're known for their cruel measures, forcibly recruiting child soldiers, shelling civilian areas, and blocking food from entering already famine-ruined parts of Yemen. They've also set up landmines in agricultural spots, making the fields virtually worthless. Women have virtually no rights, and homosexuality, of course, is punishable by death. That lines up with leftist values. Now, just how little rights do women in the Houthis' Yemen have? Well, according to this, there's been 1,181 violations committed by Houthi rebels against women, including torture, rape, and murder. So, not great. The Houthis have a very wholesome flag, as you can see here. It says, translated, Allah Akbar, death to America, death to Israel, and a curse upon the Jews. And that's all of them, not just the ones in Israel. And of course, victory to Islam. I get amused when these terrorists are like, we hate Jews. We want to kill Jews. And then people like Hassan are like, you're fucking racist for saying that they just want to kill Jews and that they're terrorists, man.
What you meant to say is Hezbollah is Muslim.
You're not thinking deep enough about this topic.
My criticisms of the Houthis' slogan do not factor into what they are doing. Of course, it is anti-Semitic, but contextualizing it matters. Yeah, it's really interesting because, like, that is such Western-focused propaganda. Like, for a Palestinian to arrive at anti-Semitic opinions, okay, they don't need to read Mein Kampf.
Oh, I almost forgot the most fun one. They brought back slavery.
You think the Houthis, Ansar Allah, is doing what Luffy would do?
That lines up with leftist values. All right, so these guys are clearly the bad guys. So my question is, how does Hassan cover such a genocidal, violent, misogynistic, homophobic, terroristic organization?
Oh, you want to see a Houthi musical? Sure. These were the people that the Saudis were killing, by the way. Just so you know, these fucking musically gifted individuals.
Yeah. Okay, I'm sorry.
I'm gonna grab my food.
I'm so confused. What is this?
القائد العسكري يوم سيطرنا على الصبح بآلي ما نبالي بالحرب المدفعية ما نبالي
That's right, my friend. Hassan just played straight-up terrorist propaganda without even being there to analyze it. Surely this must be against terms of service. Twitch does not allow content that depicts, glorifies, encourages, or supports terrorism or violent extremist actors. For example, displaying or linking terrorist or extremist propaganda even for the purpose of denouncing such content. Denouncing? Okay, but what's the rule for endorsing it? Is that okay? The answer is yes, as Hassan was never punished for this blatant violation of Twitch community guidelines. Got it. So
Yeah,
denouncing
is so
terrorism is bad. Don't do that. Endorsing terrorism is good. Okay, got it, Twitch.
This is a 3-minute video of. What do you mean a music video? When you said music video, I'm expecting like bad example, Chris Brown dancing. You know.
No. They do they do musicals. They're very musical people.
Are you being serious?
Dog, what do you look? You think I made this?
This isn't I know they're singing, but I'm seeing just guns and shit. This isn't a music video, Hassan.
No, it is. They do musicals about like their fucking
making a weird war.
Their actions all the time.
Hold on, guys. Hold on. I've got this. Instead of terrorist propaganda, let's call it musicals.
They do musicals.
Instead of violent jihadists, let's call them musically talented people.
They're very musical people.
Are you being serious?
Guys, let's just use our brains. Fiddler on the Roof, Wicked, Alexander Hamilton, man. There's no reason we can't put these Houthis on Broadway.
Well, they go, listen, you want to fucking bring a ship through here? We're
I gotta go to the bathroom. Give me, I'll be real quick.
gonna take it. So that's exactly what the Houthis start doing. They start fucking sending in helicopters onto fucking ships. Bro, they fucking look at this. They got the Palestinian flag that they painted under the helicopter with the Yemen flag. They fucking overtake. They start overtaking the ships. And they're like, guess what, dog? No more trade to Israel. If you are sending ships into Israel, if you are owned by an Israeli subsidiary, if you're owned by an Israeli corporation, we're going to take over your ship. You cannot fucking use this trade route anymore. Guess what, bitch? It's our fucking territorial boundary, and we're going to enforce this until you stop doing genocide in Gaza.
So let's review him.
Nick is seriously regretting coming over that day. You can tell he's like, why the fuck am I here?
His claims. His first claim is that the boat is headed for Israel. It's not. It's going from Turkey to India. Next claim is that it's owned by an Israeli company. It's not. It's
wait, where is it going?
India. Claim is that the boat is headed for Israel. It's not. It's going from Turkey to
On November 19, 2023, Galaxy Leader was in ballast on a journey from Turkey to India when it was hijacked by the Houthis in the Red Sea. Okay. Yeah, that's fucking crazy.
India. Next claim is that it's owned by an Israeli company.
The ship's registered owner is Galaxy Maritime Limited, a company registered in the Isle of Man. Not sure. Its flag state is the Bahamas. At the time of its seizure, the ship was chartered by the Japanese shipping company, which is also known as NYK Line. Galaxy Maritime is owned by the Isle of Man. Beneficial owners are Abraham Ungar. Interesting. So they had nothing to do with Israel? Man, I wish they'd show like the charter documents.
It's not. It's being chartered by a Japanese company, and the boat's owners are registered in the Isle of Man. I'd like to remind everybody that the crew...
I need to look that up. What is the Isle of Man?
Found in the Irish Sea in between Great Britain and Ireland,
Ireland, Northern Ireland, the UK, Liverpool.
you will find this very interesting island. The island in question is the Isle of Man. It is actually not part of the UK, nor is it a country or territory. So what on earth is it? What goes on there, and why does it have one of the weirdest flags on Earth? So let's swim across and investigate. So as just mentioned, the island sits in the Irish Sea. Its closest...
And let me look at a world map again. Oh my god, get out of here. So that's the Isle of Man. Oh, goodness. Yeah, and Israel's way the fuck over here. But they said this happened in the Red Sea. Where's the Red Sea?
You ready for some autism?
Damn, look at that water, dude. That's so cool. I've never seen water that clear. Let me just go with World Geographic. No, we want a political map, right? God, I hate maps that I can't zoom in, bro. It's so fucking annoying. God, bro. Just give me a fucking map, please, dude. What am I supposed to... There we go. Awesome. And fucking potato quality. Let's see. Bro, I don't want to fucking buy it, man. Just let me see it. So it said it was going from the Isle of Man, which is like right here. I'm guessing it probably went this way, through here, and then it went through the Red Sea to go to India, is what they're saying.
That's kidnapped in this video has been missing for over a year now with zero updates on their health, whereabouts, or anything. That lines up with leftist values. Hassan's third claim is that this attack happened in their territorial waters, which is also a lie. It happened in international waters. Hassan is lying for the Houthis like he's being paid. And honestly, at this point, is he?
I'm a propagandist.
Well, no,
For the record.
No, I'm not calling
I'm a
it that. I'm just
propagandist.
This is like a hostile. They're streaming this? Yeah. Yeah. They're flexing. What? And they're coming in hot with guns.
Yeah, but you have to understand, this is a deterrent. Israeli society is going to start getting upset. They're going to be like, I can't get my treats. I can't get my Amazon Prime deliveries. What the fuck is going on? I hate this. Israel sucks. I'm leaving Israel. That's the goal.
I find it disturbing that Hassan thinks that a slowdown of imports is going to cause Jews to flee Israel. 80% of Israelis were born there and do not have citizenship anywhere else. So where do you want them to go, Hassan? Back to Poland or back to the Arab countries they were forced out of?
Israel sucks. I'm leaving Israel. That's the goal.
By telling the Jews of Israel to go back where they came from, Hassan attempts to deny Jewish heritage in the Middle East. It characterizes them not as indigenous, but as white colonizers. This is despite the fact that 60% of Jews in Israel are actually native to the Middle East.
This is wild.
So these guys did all of this, right? They did all of this.
Is that their helicopter?
Yeah.
That looks like a legit helicopter.
It is a legit helicopter.
This is wild.
So they take it over, and they tell the people in the ship, it's usually like mostly Filipino people, Filipino crews.
Oh.
And they're like, all right, well, we got no problems with you, but you're coming with us. We're taking over the ship.
What an incredible way to characterize having a gun in your face. Hassan is asking us not to believe our own eyes as we watch terrorists hostilely kidnap the crew.
We got no problems with you, but you're coming with us. We're taking over the ship.
And once again, the crew is still MIA for over a year, prisoners to a terrorist organization. But don't worry, guys. Hassan says they have no problem with them.
They're like, all right, well, we got no problems with you, but you're coming with us.
Yeah.
This is a 3-minute video of... What do you mean music video? When you said music video, I'm expecting like... Oh, are you being serious? I know they're singing, but I'm seeing just guns and shit. This isn't a music video, Hassan.
I bet Hassan's friend really appreciated being fed terrorist propaganda on camera. Let's see what he had to say.
Because hell, even a couple days ago, I was hanging out with my buddy Hassan, and this guy unironically put a terrorist propaganda music video on, and then left the room.
Left the room?
Yeah, and I was just like, and the thing is, like, in hindsight, it's hilarious, But at the same time, I'm like, what is going on here? This is wild to me.
Yeah.
But like, I just, and like, he was like, yo, they're such great dancers. Look how good.
My God.
I was like, okay. Wait, is that how it works? If you watch like a politics TikTok, you get recommended Hassan right after? Is that how it works? Bro, he's all over this page. That's crazy. Click it. Dude, Hassan be saying some wild stuff, man. So I don't know if we can.
Here's another incident of Hassan enjoying some Houthi propaganda.
How can they not agree with the Houthis when this is the kind of music video that they're coming out with? They got a beautiful voice too. Yeah, Israel been real quiet since this drop, dude. The fucking mixtape.
Oh, Hassan, my sweet, naive friend. You say that Jews don't sing and dance like that? Then what the fuck do you call this? That's right, bitch. What the fuck you stepping on our shit?
Yeah, Israel been real quiet since
Damn, they're
this
getting
drop,
sturdy.
dude. The fucking mixtape.
Hold on, it's getting cold in here.
Got a beautiful voice too. Israel been real quiet since this drop, dude. Israel been real quiet since this drop, dude.
Ladies and gentlemen, we got it.
Houthis been real quiet since this drop, dude.
Now we come to our sweet, beautiful, cute little TikTok twink. This hairless young man is the fantasy of every tween and twix and all the boys and girls on TikTok. He's cute. He's got a mustache. He's a freedom fighter. Beautiful eyes. They call him Timothée Chalamet because he's a Houthi.
Bro, are we about to have a Houthi rebel on stream? Yes, brother. What do you mean? Excuse me? Of course I'm about to have a... I'm a journalist, okay? This is journalism. It's so weird. It's so weird. Motherfuckers want journalism, and when I'm trying to do journalism, they go, why are you doing that? Bro, you are going to get banned? I think it would be ridiculous to do that.
Hassan now has the opportunity to express his journalistic chops, to get his boots on the ground and show us just how good of a reporter he can be.
I'm doing journalism, chat. Does he know what One Piece is?
He's been watching it since he was a kid.
The whole way!
Yeah.
That's sick. Yes. Yes. We love you too, man. Big time. Yeah.
I love you. I love you so much.
We're big fans of the Yemeni music videos. You can tell them that. I want to ask him about the knife. The knives are sick. What's up with the knives? You know, the curved knives.
If one of those knives comes out in front of you, it's not going back until it has blood on it.
Oh, okay. My bad. Well, I mean, I think it's cool, though. That's so crazy. So they're just chilling with the captives? Like, I don't understand.
The crews on these ships, and they like win them over with their charm, and they make them hate America and the U.S. government.
That's so funny. I'm a journalist, okay? This is journalism. It's so weird. It's so weird. Motherfuckers want journalism, and when I'm trying to do journalism, they go, why are you doing that? What do you mean? I'm just chilling. We're just vibing. Yeah, we're just vibing. We're vibing big time.
Hassan uncritically interviewed this kid for about an hour. It was the most brazen display of disgusting terrorist propaganda that I have maybe ever seen in Western media.
What has happened to, does he know what has happened to any of the crews? Like, I heard they...
Hassan almost asked a good question, but it's actually leading to the most obscene part of this interview.
He's saying he hasn't spent much time with Chinese people, but one of the captain was Chinese, and he did qat with them, and he danced some music with them, and he was vibing, so he likes him, yeah.
So, what, I mean, what... That's so crazy. So they're just chilling with the captains? Like, I don't understand.
Ask yourself, why is he able to hang out with the captain and the crew of this pirated ship? Why would he even have access to that? Hassan knows why. Of course, he is a Houthi terrorist. Instead of challenging him and demanding more details about these kidnapped and missing people, he just runs defense for this guy, acting like he doesn't know why that would even happen.
I think you just messaged me on Discord, right? Yeah, I'm gonna be on later once I finish this kind of like deep dive. I'm trying to understand who this Hassan dude is. I've been seeing his name thrown around a lot. I'm a real bro. I have no fucking clue what's going on. And it's all super fucking confusing, but he's definitely looking like a terrorist sympathizer.
He's saying that they win over the crews on these ships, and they like win them over with their charm, and they make them hate America and the U.S. government.
I got a little less than an hour left. How late are you gonna be on till?
That's so funny.
I am gonna play Splitgate after I get done with this.
Of kidnapped crew members who are being forced, probably at gunpoint, to do some death to Americas and maybe some curse upon the Jews. And frankly, the callous disregard for the well-being of the literal hostages is shocking, even for somebody that loves terrorists.
All right, I got you, man.
That's so funny. Is there a KFC there? They're everywhere. I don't think there's a KFC in Yemen, dog.
He says they have two.
Oh, they do have KFC in Yemen? That's crazy. Okay, that's sick.
Is there a KFC in Yemen? No way, dude! Holy fuck! There's a KFC in Yemen! He's just like us!
Does he know what One Piece is?
What if he's been watching it since he was a kid.
The whole way!
Yeah.
That's sick. Yes. That's fire. That's so fire. Oh my god. We think the Houthis, Ansar Allah, is doing what Luffy would do. You should tell him that.
You guys all remember Luffy's flag, right? Now, I'm only halfway through that show, so maybe I just haven't come to it yet. But I do not remember Luffy's flag looking like this. Predictably, there was some blowback after this interview, and Hassan went immediately into damage control to rewrite history.
I guess that's like a, what do they call it, an anime? I've heard of it. I've never seen it.
He said that he was just simply a Yemeni person and not a Houthi. Yeah, I mean, we don't even know if he's a Houthi or not. He's a teenager in Yemen. The dude is neither a Houthi, nor a terrorist, nor a pirate, is not a Houthi rebel. They didn't fucking call him a Houthi either. You want to know why? Because he's not one. He's not a Houthi himself. He's not a pirate, but, you know, I don't think he's not a pirate. He has reiterated the position that he is not a Houthi. Trust me, bro, I'm not Houthi. Be for real. You sucked him off the entire stream. Not even a Houthi militant or anything like that. When I interviewed the dude who they still to this day call a Houthi terrorist, Tim Houthi is not even a fucking Houthi. I thought he wasn't a Houthi because he's not. No, he was just some fucking Yemeni TikToker. Random fucking Yemeni teenager. Didn't you brand it as him being a Houthi interview, though? Bro, are we about to have a Houthi rebel on stream? Yes, brother. What do you mean?
All right, let's just take Hassan's word for it and assume, okay, this kid is not a Houthi rebel. He's just some ordinary Yemen teenager. Let's go ahead and take a look at his social media and see if that lines up. All right, let's see here. Tel Aviv will burn in the coming hours. Ready for sacrifice and eager for martyrdom. Maybe he's talking about football? Here he is singing a song with the words, "Do you threaten us with what we are waiting for, son of a Jew?" Meaning of Houthi is a title, and it's not something to fear, but for the Jews. They are very afraid of this title. The execution we will carry out on all Zionists, with the lovely depiction of a man impaled through his asshole and out of his mouth with a pike, or how Hassan likes to say it, a pike for a cut. Okay, why would he retweet this article called "Houthis Use Social Media to Boost Global Prominence and Support"? Israel falls. Wait for the new operation in Tel Aviv. The Jaffa drone, which no Israeli defense can stop. The ships we bombed and sank. I know the Red Arrow is supposed to be a cool...
Bro, did he get banned for doing this? I don't think he did. Doesn't look like it. That's wild, dude.
Military Hamas.
What is Twitch doing? Oh, let me look up their executives. Yeah, I have no clue, man. I mean, they don't look like... They look like normal people, you know? Wonder who's responsible for deciding who gets banned or not.
This is a butt plug. Just saying. To every Zionist, I will put this into your stomach. And let me state the obvious. Jew and Zionist is clearly interchangeable to this guy. Okay, but hating Jews doesn't make you a Houthi. Are you a soldier? Yes. That seems pretty definitive. You know what makes you a Houthi? Being a Houthi. At least one of the two of them is being honest about it.
The whole way!
Yeah.
That's sick. Yes, that's fire. And that's so fire. Oh my god. We think the Houthis is doing what Luffy would do. They're tweeting an image of a Jewish person on a pike. I don't understand why this problem can't be approached with nuance. Because he is a teenager in Yemen, dude.
Talk about the bigotry of low expectations. He's a kid in Yemen, dude. What do you expect? Of course he's going to want to put a pike through a Jew's asshole and through his mouth. That's just what kids in Yemen are like, man.
And also, what do you mean? It's just a person on a pike. There's no Jewish person on a pike on that photo unless I saw something different.
Hassan claims this isn't even a Jewish person on the pike. How exactly is a naked, piked person supposed to look like a Jew for you, Hassan? You know what? You're right. Let me make it a little clearer for you. First, he needs a bigger nose, right, Hassan? Of course, he needs a yarmulke, the curly things. Oh, look, Hassan. He dropped his dreidel. He must be Jewish for sure. Or, you know, you could just read what he wrote, you dumbass, liar, terrorist-loving, propagandist piece of shit.
This is why this entire conversation is fucking idiotic. It's not a Jewish person. He said, this is, I think if we're, why am I held accountable?
Okay, so... Dude, I need to do more research on, like, these religions. I don't really understand them that well. Let me look up again what a Zionist is. I think a Zionist is... Yeah, so Zionists wanted to create a Jewish state in Palestine with as much land, as many Jews, and as few Palestinian Arabs as possible.
Accountable for some random fucking 19-year-old in Yemen's tweets. What is happening? How many steps removed are we from this situation?
0? I mean, you platformed him. Do you not remember? Did the check not clear or something? When faced with fair criticism for his coverage of the Houthi Luffy, he has a total meltdown.
I fucking despise all of you, dude. I do. I really do. I hate all of you. You successfully got me to talk about this, and my patience is running thin on this matter. The endless selfishness, the untapped well of American selfishness and American individualism is in full display.
How is this the conversation that you want to have right now?
One of the most cynical methods Hassan deploys to sidestep any criticism is to deflect to the ongoing genocide in Gaza. I've seen him do this so many times. He frames it like you are selfish for trying to criticize him, no matter what the reason is, because there's a genocide happening, man. How can you criticize me at a time like this?
Claiming that I am, too pro-Houthi. When someone is like focusing on that while there's an active fucking ethnic cleansing campaign happening. He also apparently thinks Twitch is liable for me interviewing a Yemeni teenager who's only known genocide his entire life. In the middle of fucking talking about fucking genocide in Gaza, and this dumb fuck. Blow your nose, brother. Love you. Not trying to be mean. Just keep some tissue nearby and clear it out occasionally when needed. Much love. Fuck you, dude. My argument sucks? You think it justifies genocide? What are you, stupid? Everything that can be tangentially turned into like Jewish people are under attack is a decent way to just like drive discourse away from open genocide in Gaza. If your sole focus when Israel is doing a complete genocide in Gaza, if your sole focus revolves around that people are saying you're a Zionist, yeah, go fucking yell at streamers for not covering sufficiently the ongoing active genocide in Gaza instead of coming in here and fucking chirping at me.
It's quite a charge to just say I'm a stenographer for the Israeli government or I'm a propagandist. I don't think there's any evidence that I'm either of those things. I'm curious who you think I'm doing
While
the
we're having this
propaganda
conversation, 3,000 Pierce, while we're having this back and forth, 3,840 Palestinians have been ruthlessly slaughtered in the last incursion into Gaza. I feel like this is an incredibly selfish, self-centered conversation to have.
This technique is so powerful because everyone's afraid of being labeled as a genocide denier. Piers Morgan, with decades of experience, immediately surrenders when the genocide card is pulled.
When you're just a fucking stenographer, you're not a truth teller.
He has every right to defend himself. And grow a pair, Piers. Stand up for yourself, man. It's time to stop being intimidated by these online overnight activists who couldn't even point to Gaza on a map before October 7th. Like Hassan, for example.
Doesn't know where Yemen is? Okay, I'm gonna click close. I'm closing it. I'm closing it. I think nope. Got it.
How can you claim to actually care about this genocide when you're willing to so cynically exploit it to sidestep any criticism? What a bigot. Before we move on, Hassan has one final taste of idiocy for us all to enjoy.
Yeah. This kid is like, I think he was like 19 at the time when I talked to him. Which means that for most of his life, he has withstood genocide, right? Like he is a person whose only experience is like, it's literally like talking to fucking Anne Frank, basically, okay? Being able to talk to Anne Frank in real time.
To quote Anne Frank, I keep my ideals because in spite of everything, I still believe that people are really good at heart. Anne Frank continues to inspire generations of people because in the face of a genocide that eventually took her and her entire family's life, except for her dad, she refused to give in to hate, malice, and violence. And then there's this guy, who would have killed Anne Frank if he ever met her.
You might think this is a sweet, innocent girl. Well, I'm happy to tell you guys we are working on a new edition just for you, Hassan. You should hear about the time she went roaming the streets of Berlin at night with a knife, slitting the throats of families, including children, babies, and the elderly. She's killed children, you guys. She even rapes people. She's just like Luffy. There is no other way to describe this than terrorist propaganda. Not only is he platforming terrorist propaganda, right, uncritically, he's participating in it. He's enhancing it. He is not just a conduit. He is an active participant who's disseminating it to more and more people in a way more consumable form. This is extremely fucked up. But why should he care? Their flag doesn't say death to fucking Turks. It says curse upon the Jews. Hassan likes to obfuscate on this and says nobody cares when Sean Penn interviewed El Chapo.
Sean Penn literally interviewed El Chapo. Exactly, dude.
Nobody is saying you can't have difficult conversations with controversial people. You just have to ask them hard questions, guys. We know this. Now let's move on to everybody's favorite terrorist organization, our friends in the north. It's Hezbollah. Where do I even begin? Thousands of civilians have been killed globally from their terrorist acts, car bombs, and suicide attacks. They even assassinated the Lebanese prime minister. They've hijacked civilian airplanes. They've shot 15,000 rockets into civilian centers. And if you can imagine, That's not even the worst things they've done. They participated in the slaughter of over 500,000 Syrian civilians to help a dictator, Bashar Assad, stay in power. They indiscriminately bombed over civilian centers, and they killed hundreds of thousands of civilians in what can only be described as a genocide. They are a designated terrorist group by the US, by the EU, and, oh yeah, the entire Arab League, which gave them that status after their participation in the Syrian genocide. In short, nobody likes them. Well, there is one person.
Hezbollah is a paramilitary organization.
Do we like them or no?
They are a terrorist organization. Like they're designated. They are designated by the American state as a terrorist organization.
I do not like them then.
Well, like
I like what you like.
I don't have an issue with them. Let's just say.
This is Hezbollah's leader, Hassan Nasrallah. According to Hassan Piker, this man is a brilliant freedom fighter. But before we get into that, let's see how he feels about Jewish people. Here are some choice quotes from Hezbollah's leader, Hassan Nasrallah. According to Shaul Shai, Hassan Nasrallah said in a speech delivered in Beirut, "What do the Jews want? They want security and money. Throughout history, the Jews have been Allah's most cowardly and avaricious creatures. If you look all over the world, you will find no one more miserly or greedy than they are."
I don't have an issue with them.
If we search the entire world for a person more cowardly, despicable, weak, and feeble in psyche, mind, ideology, and religion, we would not find anyone like the Jew. Notice, I do not say Israeli.
I don't have an issue with them.
If Jews all gathered in Israel, it will save us the trouble of going after them worldwide. The history of Jews has proven that, regardless of the Zionist proposal, they are a people who are evil in their ideas. The state of the grandsons of apes and pigs, the Zionist Jew, the murderers of the prophet. The Jews invented the legend of the Nazi atrocities.
I don't have an issue with them.
I can't believe I'm calling Nasrallah base. I mean, listen. You have to remember something, okay? A lot of these dudes, you see them in their fucking fits, and you hear about, like, some of their attitudes about, like, gay people, for example, and you immediately fucking resort to Orientalist perspectives, not realizing that these motherfuckers are better read than you by a million. Okay? Like, it's not a broken clock situation. No, dude. Half of these dudes literally get educated in America and in the UK. What the fuck are you guys talking about?
The more you learn.
This is why it's Orientalist to literally look at these dudes and go, oh no, they're fucking barbaric baboons, and like sometimes they get this shit right. No, dude, he knows. It's crazy. He's read more books than you could ever imagine.
Knowledge.
And also, ultimately, he is regarded as a pretty brilliant a person in terms of like everything that he's done. You might not agree with his methods, you might not agree with his attitude overall in terms of like his opinions on civil liberties and shit like that, but ultimately this motherfucker has read a shit ton of books.
Knowledge.
I feel I've shown you guys enough evidence that Hezbollah is an evil terrorist organization, but have you considered this?
What you meant to say is Hezbollah is Muslim, okay? That's what you meant to say. What you meant to say is they're Muslim. So, of course, as they're Muslim, it's different.
If you're wondering why Hassan's audience is so radicalized, it's because of stuff like this.
Israel, America's greatest ally, the most important country in the world, the most moral nation, the most moral democracy on the planet, is ruthlessly and mercilessly bombing southern Lebanon, including southern Beirut.
What did Lebanon do?
They just kind of were there. They happen to be Israel's neighbor.
You're kidding.
Yeah.
Even as someone who's critical of Israel, this retelling is fucking insane.
They just kind of were there.
Hezbollah started launching rockets into Israel hours after the October 7th raid began. They launched 12,000 rockets, killed nearly 100 people, including 12 children, and displaced 250,000 Israelis from northern Israel. That's what caused them to respond.
What did Lebanon do?
Shit. Why did he ask that? What do I say? Do I tell him the real reason? No, my audience will kill me for being a Zionist. Okay, let's try this. They just kind of were there.
Hell yeah, another slick political saved by boots on the ground Hassan Piker. Damn, I'm good.
Even as a pro-Palestine activist, how does lying about this serve your agenda? All it does is further radicalize people. It removes any nuance, and it avoids any criticism for his team. And this is what continues to drive this conflict on forever. Hassan is dedicated to pleasing his radical audience, even at the price of knowingly lying to them for TikTok and Twitter likes.
I'm a propagandist.
Or he's being paid, which, you know, we can't rule out. What a pathetic propagandist piece of shit liar he is. And now, let's move to Hamas, the catalyst for this entire thing. They're the ones that committed this horrible act of terrorism, one of the worst the world has ever seen, on October 7th. They're without a doubt the most extreme of all of these terrorist organizations. They are Islamic jihadists that want to convert all of Israel into an Islamic state under Sharia law. That's their stated goal. Hamas has been on the designated terrorist group pretty much as long as there's been a group. These guys have been suicide bombing civilians before ISIS leaders were even born. They fired 50,000 rockets into civilian populations and performed over 100 suicide bombings, killing thousands of civilians. Women are restricted from participating in the workplace and public life. Homosexuality is outlawed, and in some cases, of course, punishable by death. They steal foreign aid from the people of Gaza and repurpose it for military use, or they just sell it back to them. For example, why are all the Hamas leaders billionaires? And let's be real, these guys clearly are not skipping any meals. While the people of Gaza languish in poverty, these fine gentlemen are living in multi-million-dollar penthouses in Qatar. That lines up with leftist values, or, well, they were billionaires. Because they're all dead. They're all dead. Hamas is a bunch of psychopathic terrorists of the worst order. And nobody would be crazy enough to defend them. No, is this Hassan again? Hassan defended Hamas? Seriously? Okay. We had to make last-minute changes to this part to prevent it from being age-restricted on YouTube. I cut out the footage from Hamas, and I will attempt to narrate it for you as best I can. In this scene, an older woman is walking hand in hand with a girl who looks about 12. And as they're getting in the back of the van, one of the terrorists gives them a wave goodbye and says goodbye to them in English.
Goodbye.
And the two of them smiling wave back.
That's crazy, dog. Dude. Okay, that's crazy. That's crazy. That actually, okay, that's too much. That's more than I expect. Bro, every time they're releasing hostages, the next wave, they're gonna be like, actually, I'm good. Like, I'm staying.
These hostages are being released at gunpoint by the people who likely murdered their family in front of them before kidnapping them. Hassan peddling this narrative that they're sad to leave their captors is beyond disgusting.
The next wave, they're gonna be like, actually, I'm good.
It's plainly obvious these are traumatized victims who are scared for their life and doing what the terrorists are telling them to do in order to avoid any conflict on the way out. Oh, right. Look at the sweet masked terrorist with his AK-47. He's so nice. Did you guys see how he waves goodbye?
Dude, okay, I'm gonna be honest. This is some crazy PR. They look traumatized as fuck. Wait, what? Bro, they look like they're chilling.
This girl who had her foot blasted off on October 7th and then operated on without anesthesia or painkillers is so sorry to say goodbye to her captors. She's gonna miss their hospitality. Like being raped and being watched showering and changing.
The next wave, they're gonna be like, actually, I'm good. Like, I'm staying.
It's so obvious the terrorists are telling them what to do. Ethan, how can you say that? They look so happy. Keep waving. These morons forgot to cut out this part. Yes, that's a terrorist giving them an order to keep waving. And she does. See how fast she reacts? Totally not a fearful victim of terroristic kidnapping. Anyone peddling this nonsense should be embarrassed and ashamed. How pathetic can you get?
The next wave, they're gonna be like, actually, I'm good. Bro, they look like they're chilling.
All right, the Houthis is one thing, but he's not going to turn on Hamas propaganda videos and watch it on stream. There's no way. Okay, it's getting hard to defend him. Freedom fighters, musical shit.
here is a video that came out of how Hamas produces their own motherfucking sniper rifles.
He can hardly contain his admiration for them.
Produces their own motherfucking sniper rifles.
Let's see how long he can go without offering any commentary or analysis on this Hamas hype video.
Is that COD?
What?
1 minute, 36 seconds. Nice. He's taken his time to analyze and think. I expect nothing less from a journalist such as Hassan.
Quiet, everybody. He's about to speak. He's gonna talk.
That was crazy.
He's done it again. Love you.
Journalism.
We will continue killing your soldiers by our locally manufactured snipers. Wow, there's a little message for the Americans out there as well.
You ready for some autism?
They're saying like artisanal snipers. So, why am I showing you this?
Good question. Why are you showing us 2 minutes of uninterrupted Hamas propaganda? I'm sure he has a good answer.
Withering, thanks for the
The
follow,
reason why
brother.
I'm showing you this is because one thing that the Israeli maintenance of the apartheid has shown us is that there are no half measures on genocide. You either got to hit the full gen, okay? You can't do half genocide, a little bit of displacement, and then continue maintaining an apartheid state and maintaining an occupation, okay? Which is basically what America did back in the day when, you know, we were building America, Manifest Destiny, right?
Hold on. You showed this to us because of Manifest Destiny? What the fuck are you talking about? This is just word salad. I mean, he's really saying nothing here. So he has no good reason. Got it. Okay, fine. He likes Hamas. He watches their propaganda. But he's not going to deny the violent rapes that took place. That is way beyond the pale.
There is one instance in captivity that we have actually gotten verifiable evidence on. Beyond that, the systematized mass rapes that Hamas dealt on October 7, not a single bit of that has been verified. And people still run with it over and over and over again.
Many young people who were simply attending a music festival. Women were horribly raped. As I said then, I say today, Israel has a right to defend itself.
What rapes did Hezbollah do? Bro, what rapes did Hamas do? What are you talking about? The Stop Anti-Semitism account that considered me to be anti-Semite of the week has also been hallucinating rapes once again. Doing rape fantasies once again because they're fucking mentally ill.
Hamas has committed horrific acts of sexual violence and took
women and girls, men and boys slaughtered after enduring sexual violence. The deadliest day for the Jewish people.
Doesn't matter if fucking rapes happen on October 7. Like, that doesn't change the dynamic for me even this much. So that's the other part of this problem that many people can't contend with. Like,
I can't believe how quickly leftists go from believe all women to pics or it didn't happen. The vast majority of people, if not all, who were raped were murdered on the spot, obviously.
Dam Goldstein Almog was kidnapped from her home on October 7th by Hamas terrorists and was held captive for 51 days. Though only 17 years old, she witnessed the murder of her father and sister on that day and is now speaking out about what she witnessed in Gaza as well in a new documentary by Sheryl Sandberg, Screams Before Silence. In new footage, Agam reveals that sexual assault and rape was a regular component of the life as a hostage in Gaza.
Doesn't matter if fucking rapes happen on October 7.
Hassan, maybe you would like to call her a liar. Please, go right ahead.
Doesn't matter if fucking rapes happen on October 7.
There are dozens of testimonies from witnesses, most of who were in hiding and heard or saw it happen. And each week there's more stories coming out. There's a UN report that concludes it happened.
Doesn't matter.
But Hassan needs a rape kit from a mutilated body
It's so vile to deny the suffering and trauma of the victims just because you need your heroes at Hamas to be perfect. This conflict will never end until people realize that Palestinian liberation and Israeli security are not mutually exclusive. You need both, and it can be done, but not while people like Hassan lie, propagandize, and incite hate. It's people like him, ironically, that prolong the conflict indefinitely. There's no space for conversation, there's no space for rational thought, there's no space for nuance. My position on Palestine is like 5 degrees off from where Hassan is. And to him and his community, I'm the devil. I'm a Nazi. It's delusional thinking, and it's destructive to their own cause.
Doesn't matter if fucking rapes happen on October 7th. Like, that doesn't change the dynamic for me even this much.
That is
God
so
forbid
fucking
you
wild.
Throw up the fucking green Hamas banner.
And now, let's move on to our next terrorist organization, Twitch TV. Sinwar, Nasrallah, Dan Clancy. Of course, I'm being a little silly when I call Twitch a terrorist organization. It's only a megaphone for terrorist propaganda. Dan Clancy has been the CEO for a few years, and under his leadership, there's been a few notable instances, one being reducing the premium subscription split from 70-30 to 50-50, which he reversed after backlash. He also attempted to ban the size of sponsored logos on stream to 3% of the size of the screen, was also reversed after backlash. So he's essentially achieved nothing. Oh, well, there is one thing. He actually laid off 900 employees. That one he did not take back. But here's where the trouble begins. He likes Hassan. He really likes Hassan. Let me read you an excerpt from a recent interview Dan did. Not a gamer himself, Clancy mostly watches musicians or talk shows on Twitch. He particularly enjoys leftist political commentator Hassan Piker. I like the frankness and the bluntness. He's comfortable saying whatever he believes. Don't you think that might be part of the problem there, Danny boy?
Doesn't matter if fucking rapes happen on October 7th.
By speaking what he believes, he should be on Rumble with the other fringe radical political streamers. But no, not under Dan Clancy's watch. Dan has elevated him to the status of Twitch Golden Boy. And if you still have doubts, let this settle the matter. Just for clarity, Dan Clancy is the one filming and singing in this video.
Happy birthday to you.
What the fuck?
Happy birthday to you.
Bro, we're never beating the Hassan runs Twitch allegations after this. This is crazy. Oh my God.
Happy birthday, dear Hassan.
This is crazy.
Happy birthday.
This is cringe as fuck.
To you.
I'm cooked. I'm cooked.
Happy birthday from Twitch, Hassan. Happy birthday from Twitch.
I've been looking around and I genuinely have never seen another video like this anywhere, where Dan Clancy or any top executive forced all these poor sons of bitches during their lunch break to gather around in the crew room and sing happy birthday for Hassan Piker. How humiliating is that? There's also a small issue of Dan being a total creep.
Want to explore clips?
That's very nice.
And now you have a clips feed. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
Suppose you want to check out the stories to see what you missed yesterday.
It's all
You click
chicks.
there, and now you're in your stories feed. Okay?
Okay. That's very nice.
Yeah.
That's also.
He's like, oh shit. That was awkward.
Okay? Okay? Suppose you want to check out the stories to see what you missed yesterday.
Bro,
You
like
click
comb
there.
your hair or something.
And now you're in your stories feed. Okay?
Okay. That's very nice.
Yeah,
That's
he's like, let me
also-
move this out of it.
Okay.
You know, Dan, I would have let this creep narrative go. If it didn't happen twice, roll it.
You want to see clips? Swipe this way, and now you're seeing clips. The clips, and that's not necessarily the algorithm.
First of all, it's gross enough you're a creep, but what an incompetent idiot you are. You're the CEO of Twitch and you get caught with the fucking... You get caught with the girlies on your homepage twice? Oh, come on, dude.
Yeah,
you got
dude.
wife, man. Got daughters. We don't need to know about this. Don't want that in my head, bro. It's also a little bit disturbing considering, you know, he's these people's bosses.
Okay.
All right, so he's incompetent. He's a creep. He's protecting terrorist propagandists. So what's up? So what's the big deal with Dan Clancy? Well, what happened next is what really made me realize how corrupted and rotten Twitch is to the very core of the organization. First, let me introduce you to Frogan.
Why don't you go take a trip to Home Depot and buy some rope?
She's one of Hassan's main moderators. She's leading great discourse like Ethan's Islamophobic for saying, don't kill civilians. She has zero talent. She has 100 concurrent viewers, but somehow she's always on the homepage. She's winning awards. Nobody's watching her. Nobody cares. Why is she relevant? We don't know. It's important for me to show you guys what an actual horrible person Frogan is, so that you can see who Twitch is elevating. So let's start with this clip. Ludwig, a large streamer on Twitch, donated $10,000 to the Palestinian Children's Relief Fund. That's a wonderful thing to do, right? No, not good enough for Frogan.
I find ultimately, like, if I were to do a charity thing where the charity thing relies on your donations, it should be something where, like, 95% of people feel good and are down for it. And, like, ultimately, regardless of what you think, that is not the situation here. So I personally donated $10K. Because I think it is worthwhile. And if you guys got some extra bread, I would recommend you donate. But I won't throw it on you, you know what I mean? No thanks. And some people are going to say that, you know what I mean? That's why it's the difference.
This is a cracker take.
Between, like, hey, I can put my money where my mouth is, but I don't need to put your money there. I don't need to enter a fucking debate about whether that's worthwhile.
Take. I know Arabs are dying, but, you know, I'm not going to tell you to donate. Do whatever you want. Me, I donated $10,000, but I'm not going to promote it. Just don't say you donated $10,000 then. Look, if you're not actively believing, if you don't believe in the cause, and if you're not against genocide at this point, like, keep your fucking money. Keep your $10,000. Keep your little chump change. Like, what do you want? Do you want me to say, like, congratulations?
Imagine being Frogan, a leftist living in LA in comfort, begging for her rent money on stream, and telling displaced and famished Palestinian children, no kids, you need to give that $10,000 back. Ludwig didn't pass my purity test.
Keep your fucking money.
But wait, there's more.
I have no pity at all for any fucking soldiers. Distress, thank you so much. I will never have any fucking pity for any fucking soldiers. U.S. military? Who fucking who? I hope you get PTSD. Oh my god, I want my fucking Camaro, no student loans. Fuck you. I hope you get PTSD. And I hope you get no health insurance when you get back into fucking America.
This clip obviously made the rounds on social media and rightfully outraged a lot of people. Here's how she responded the next day.
I hope you get PTSD. And I hope you get no health insurance when you get back into fucking America.
I don't understand what it was about. Like, what made her say that?
And they posted it in my head. I'm like, base? Based? Like, am I supposed to be like, I'm not walking back on it. I still fucking agree with it. Base?
The smug defiance Frogan is showing is only because she knows that Twitch will do nothing to moderate her, despite veterans being classified as a protected group in Twitch's own community guidelines. But wait, there's more!
Wait,
in
really?
Twitch's own community.
Twitch aims to be a place where everyone can come together and share community experiences, blah, 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 blah. Twitch does not permit behavior that is motivated by hatred, prejudice, or intolerance, including behavior that promotes or encourages discrimination, denigration, harassment, or violence based on the following protected characteristics: race, well, I mean, she called homie a cracker, that's one. Ethnicity, color, caste, which is like social class, national origin, immigration status, religion, of course, and veteran status. Yeah, so did she get banned?
Community guidelines. But wait, there's more.
Okay, 6250, 9/11 baking stream with Raf and Capri. If we get to this goal by 9/11, Capri, Raf, and I will make the Twin Towers out of a stacked cake, and we'll make an airplane, and we'll recreate 9/11.
That's fucking wild, bro.
This tweet was the final straw for me. You'll notice the date is October 7th, 2023, the morning of the massacre, at 5:30 a.m. Pacific time. At this moment, Hamas militants had infiltrated a music festival and several kibbutzim, where they began their wanton slaying of civilians. Here's what she tweeted. Leftists preach and foam at the mouth at the thought of a revolution happening in America. But as soon as it happens in the Middle East, what they're doing is wrong. It's not what she said. It's when she said it. While she's on Twitter celebrating, I was listening to the local news in Israel. Families were calling into news stations begging for help. Let me show you what I mean. News station.
Yeah, dude, like, slaughtering civilians is not revolution. That's terrorism. Dude, this chick is a fucking psycho.
It's begging for help. Let me show you what I mean.
איפה אתם? יואו, מה מצליחים מיקום? תתרחבו, תמצאו מקום, תתרחבו. אבל אני אעשה אותך, אנחנו בתוך הרכב, אי אפשר לצאת. אני יוצא לכיוון שלכם עכשיו, צריכים מיקום. אני בא, מאמי, צריכים מיקום, אלוהים.
The morning of October 7th, Israelis were listening to calls like this all morning long. Dozens of them. Imagine reading this tweet after listening to this. This woman should have moved on years ago to another profession. But for some reason, Twitch is obsessed with keeping her on life support. And instead of moderating her, they actually gave her an award, Together for Legendary Woman, in which she would get front page placement all year long. This is actually my favorite detail about Frogan. She won a Rising Star Award at the Streamer Awards, an award show put on by her friends. And then the next year, guys, she gets nominated for Rising Star again. Are they fucking with her? You can't be Rising Star twice. It's up or it's down, man. In fact, you were never up.
Yeah, actually. It's like getting Rookie of the Year twice.
But you were always down. Rising Star twice. What's this, fucking Mario Kart? You hit a boost up there or some shit? Because Frogan is the two-time Rising Star champ, and because of her massive viewership of 100 concurrent viewers, it only makes sense that Twitch would give her one of the main stages at TwitchCon to do a 45-minute long segment. Her idea that was Twitch approved, an Arab to Jew racial tier list. So the premise is who can say Habibi, an Arabic word of affection like baby or sweetheart. And this tier list determines who can say it. Top and most desirable tier is Arab. And at the bottom, the worst one is, quote, loves Sabra. Now, why does Love Sabra equate to
hummus?
Jews? Sabra is a well-known Israeli company that makes hummus. They've been on the divestment list for many, many years, so the activists are well aware of their status. Oh yeah, and Sabra literally means a Jew that was born in Israel. It also plays up an anti-Semitic trope that denies Jewish identity in the Middle East. There's this idea that is...
How the fuck was that approved by Twitch? What are they doing? This is insane.
Israelis are all white colonizers who are stealing the culture and identity of Arabs to make it seem like they belong there. Watch Frogan and her co-hosts accuse Israelis of culturally appropriating Arab culture.
The one thing that's like funny is that there's two types of like genocide, right? There's like genocide of real people, and then there's like cultural genocide, right? Like this is fucking funny. But it's like, those motherfuckers trying to take hummus and say it's Israeli is the most.
What is the actual definition of genocide? Genocide is defined as acts committed with the intent to destroy, in whole or in part, a national, ethnic, racial, or religious group. Right, so yeah, it means civilians too, right? Just people just trying to live their life. This definition is enshrined in international law, notably in the United Nations Convention on the Prevention and Punishment of the Crime of Genocide. Intent to destroy. A targeted group. The victims must be targeted specifically because they are members of a national, ethnic, racial, or religious group. The definition outlines specific acts that constitute genocide, such as killing, causing serious bodily or mental harm, and deliberately inflicting conditions of life calculated to bring about destruction. So it also defines genocide as an international crime and is now recognized in customary international law, according to Wikipedia. That's what he's saying. The concept of cultural genocide is not included in the formal legal definition, but is sometimes used to describe actions that aim to destroy a group's cultural identity. And I think the main takeaway is just like, it doesn't matter if you're like actively in the military or in a war, you just want to kill everybody that's associated with it.
Insane thing to me.
Dude, the fact that they have the audacity to create Sabra and make that like the staple hummus of America, insane.
It's super offensive to us. And like that's actual like cultural appropriation. Like people get mad when someone has like dreadlocks and they call that culture. I'm like, come on, it's just like a hairdo. Like it's okay. People like white people are allowed to have dreadlocks if they want dreadlocks. But like actually trying to claim our food, our desserts.
Just one question for you guys. Who the fuck do you think is making the hummus in Israel? Martha Stewart? No, it's the same fucking Arabic-speaking Jews that you kicked out in the 1950s. Yes, they also like hummus, and they like all the same shit you do. Because they are you. They're from your country. You kicked them all out, and now you're accusing them of stealing your culture. You want to talk about cultural genocide? Well, here it is. You racist piece of shit.
Those motherfuckers trying to take hummus and say it's Israeli is the most insane thing to me.
Hey, scumbag, here's a hummus place we used to eat at. The chef is from Yemen. Here's another dude from Syria. Does this dude look like a white colonizer to you? Would you like to tell him he's stealing your culture? Well, this is what most Israelis look like.
Dude, the fact that they have the audacity to create Sabra.
This is casual bigotry being passed around like a leftist talking point. It's exactly why people are saying that anti-Semitism is coming mostly from the left. And yes, I know this dipshit is also Jewish. Incredible. He picked up so many tokens, he actually became one. And by the way, everybody on this panel is looking pretty fucking white themselves. So bearing all of this in mind, it's really not a stretch to say that the Love Sabra bracket is a dog whistle for Israelis or Jews.
The next person is one of my favorite people, Ethan Klein.
I told you guys to clap.
This is a good reaction.
That was a good one. That's good. All right. Turn that up. Turn giraffes.
We all know where this is going.
You guys are missing a category for Zionist. That was a joke. That was just a joke in my...
Stand-ups. Well, obviously it's Love Sabra, right?
Yeah, it has to be.
That's easy. That's definitely Love Sabra.
She apparently consulted with the head of the KKK and he told her, more subtle. So if it wasn't obvious enough, they pulled me, one of the best known Jewish creators, and immediately put me in Sabra. Hassan, by the way, who's Turkish, not Arab, is Arab. That's the good one. That's the good one. The Arab ethnicity is S tier. Then Denham's jokes that we don't have a category low enough for Zionists, once again calling out my Jewish identity.
Dude, where's the, you guys are missing a category for Zionist.
And if it isn't about being Jewish, why would they put Ben Shapiro in the thumbnail, one of the other most prominent Jews on YouTube, in the category next to me when he's not even featured in the game? Who's next down there? Anne Frank? Einstein? Seth Rogen? Schindler? Well, he wasn't Jewish, but they would put him down there, let's be real. It also doesn't help their case that both my wife and Ben Shapiro's wife were born in Israel, which would make them Sabras. So loves Sabra, literally in this case, means Jew lover. That sounds pretty racist. And what about the title? How Arab are these Twitch streamers? Hold on a minute. I thought this was about hummus. You know, I'm tired of these people gaslighting me. Haven't the Jews been gassed enough? So you're telling me you understand what a microaggression is?
What's up, Rick?
You can't understand why
Thanks for
a
the follow,
Jewish
dude.
man might be uncomfortable with this. I feel like this is indefensible, blatant, obvious anti-Semitism, and this was greenlit by Twitch to appear on their main stage. How is that even possible? Right in front of their sponsors, too. Chevron, Capcom, and Samsung. This racial tier list was brought to you by our sponsors, Chevron, Capcom, and Samsung. This is an example of Twitch management elevating a racist nobody like Frogan at the detriment of their own company's well-being. Why? After the predictable controversy this caused, Dan Clancy, the CEO, went live for the first time after 2 weeks and did an FAQ.
It's exciting to be here. Mary, thanks for having me. It's always a joy to do this with you. And we have a lot to talk about. And, looking forward to questions.
Let's take a look at some of the questions they got. This person asked, do you plan on addressing the anti-Semitism problem? Dan's response, permanent ban.
No
Why do you not
way.
ban streamers that show terrorist propaganda on your website? Good question. Permanent ban. Do you care to comment about the ADL and anti-Semitism on Twitch? Ban. Why the fuck is
Bro,
the CEO banning people for asking reasonable questions about a relevant controversy they've been in? What the fuck is this? These are not even written like in a mean way. You are banned, just like the entire country of Israel. It had just been discovered around the same time as this Arab tier list that Twitch had secretly, without announcing it anywhere, banned the entire country of Israel from creating new accounts. This was enacted right after October 7th, and it continued on for a year. And if you're wondering how you didn't hear about it before, it's not because the Israelis weren't talking. Here's the top Israeli streamer's video about it, which is entitled, Twitch does not want Jews on their platform. He explains that they slowly started to realize no accounts could be made, and him and his fellow Israeli streamers were causing a lot of noise to get noticed. But Twitch completely ignored them for 5 months. When he created a support ticket with Twitch, it was straight up deleted with zero explanation. Around the end of the year, when people started talking about anti-Semitism on Twitch, Dan Saltman discovered the Israel ban when he was sent the code proving the block happened, presumably from someone who works at Twitch, and it could no longer be ignored. Israeli and American media started to pick up the story, which finally forced Twitch to respond. He also explains the block started on October 13th, which happens to be Global Jihad Day, when Islamic terrorists call on others globally to act, which he thinks is an odd coincidence. They were never notified in any way, and it greatly affected their business. He says he doesn't feel safe with Dan Clancy in power, as he feels he can no longer trust him. When Israelis try to sign up, it gives you a generic error message. It doesn't say anything that suggests that you're ineligible because you're in Israel. So when one of these guys wrote to Twitch customer service, this is what they said. I am really sorry that you are having issues creating an account. We have reviewed your case thoroughly and can confirm that unfortunately you are not eligible to create a Twitch account. As a result, we will be closing your case at this time.
Under the new increased scrutiny, Dan Clancy panicked and posted 2 terrible explanations on Twitter that were immediately community noted.
How can Twitch say on one hand that they've reviewed the case thoroughly, and then on the other hand say it was an accident and they didn't know? This is all very fishy.
A big media company like Twitch doesn't realize that their new account signups from Israel has completely flatlined? You're telling me that you guys didn't notice that? That's impossible. Then, at the same time, it was announced that Sneeko, Fresh and Fit, and the little Houthi twink terrorists were all unbanned and they could stream again on Twitch. This is like the holy trinity of anti-Semitism.
So guys, yeah, we're back on Twitch. Welcome. I know we had gotten banned or whatever, or we got suspended, but I went ahead and appealed it, and we're back in the house, man. So for all the haters out there that were like, you know, oh yeah, they got banned on Twitch. Hey, be mad. Be mad, guys, because we are back in the house. They can't stop us.
They did stop them an hour later. All 3 of the accounts were eventually rebanned. But the decision to unban those 3 creators at that exact time, and being 3 of the best known anti-Semites on the internet, seems to clearly be trying to send a message. And then it was discovered that Twitch's head of policy and community guidelines was previously fired from her job publicly by the British government. Why? She does not like the Jews. That's right. Their head of trust and safety was previously suspended from her job at Ofcom for being too anti-Zionist. And guess where her very next job was at? That's right, Twitch TV. Apparently she was posting pro-Hamas tweets only mere days after October 7th happened. That's so interesting. It sounds just like someone else we know. It's almost like supporting terrorists is institutional. Hell, it might even be a prerequisite. Take a look at this tweet from Twitch's senior manager of inclusive marketing, Bridget Chermating, on October 12th. People are posting screenshots of them donating to Israel.
Where'd they go? Twitch executives. What are their names?
Twitch TV. And guess where her
I don't see her.
her very next job was at. That's right, Twitch TV. Apparently she was posting pro...
Wait.
Next job was at. That's right, Twitch TV. Apparently, that's so interesting. It sounds just like someone else we know. It's almost like supporting terrorists is institutional. Hell, it might even be a prerequisite. Take a look at this tweet from Twitch's senior manager of inclusive marketing, Bridget Chermating, on October 12th. People are...
But these are obviously executives. Crazy, dude.
Posting screenshots of them donating to Israel relief funds. Shake my head, y'all are truly rooting for the oppressor. Read a damn book. This tweet was made only 5 days after the October 7th massacre. The donations she's criticizing would go to families like this, if they were still alive. This entire family was murdered in cold blood by Hamas terrorists on October 7th. Bridget, who did these little girls oppress? How can you act so high and mighty for your cause and be so callous and inhuman for the innocents on the other side? This statement was made by the senior manager for inclusive marketing. Is that some kind of joke?
Yeah,
Is this
for
what
real.
Inclusion looks like at Twitch?
Is it really crazy at this point, after all this, to say that Twitch has an anti-Semitism problem? I think it would be harder at this point to argue the opposite. Oh, Bridget, one more thing. Sorry, I forgot. Can you tell me the answer to this riddle? What's the difference between a Boy Scout and a Jewish kid? I'm standing by. Let us know. And yes, it's true. I should point out this tweet is from 2011. This one, however, is from 22. Sarah Silverman tweeted out, Kanye threatened the Jews yesterday on Twitter and it's not even trending. Why do mostly only Jews speak up against Jewish hate? The silence is so loud. Bridget said, this was the energy I was around when I worked with 2 Jewish women in social impact who were both senior to me. She's trying to make Sarah Silverman seem like some kind of Jewish Karen for caring about anti-Semitism. I wouldn't really care about any of this if she wasn't the head of fucking diversity at Twitch. What the fuck is happening here? This is insane. So with people like her deciding what is and isn't okay on Twitch, there's no surprise that you end up with these extraordinarily uneven and
That makes perfect sense now, dude. This chick obviously hates Jews. Holy shit. Dude, good job for Ethan for busting this shit open.
enforcements of the rules. Take, for example, this clip of the streamer Destiny. He was permanently banned for what he said here.
That community is never worth engaging with. There's just no point in doing it.
You ready for
Like,
some
the
autism?
risk of me like ending up getting like permabanned and my life destroyed because of these like inbred fucking disgusting losers is like, it's just not worth it. It's just totally not worth it.
And okay, fair enough. If you're going to be consistent with the enforcement, then let's have a friendly place, a safe environment. It's calling
Hey,
a
Cardboard, thank you for the follow,
minority
dude.
inbred, which
Hope you're doing
results
alright,
in
brother.
a permanent ban. Okay, has anyone else done that?
The Jewish KKK brigades out there, just a bunch of fucking inbred hicks. Imagine the most inbred white supremacist guy you can imagine, okay? Every week there was another fucking psychopathic settler, inbred fucking douchebag. Oh, these inbred fucking douchebags in the background, dude. A nation entirely comprised of messianic, inbred, ultra-orthodox psychopaths that these inbred don't understand. Educated, inbred, fundamentalist hicks.
Calling us in the middle of campus, calling us inbred, that we have no culture. One of them grabbed my friend's Israeli flag in the middle of campus, carried it to a mob by the gate that were communicating with the angry mobs outside of campus.
Untrained, inbred asses shipped into southern Lebanon, telling us that we are all inbred and that we have no culture.
You want to see clips?
Inbred.
The clips are, and that's not necessarily the algorithm.
اسألوا أصحاب الفخامة والمعالي واسألوا عن الحشد العسكري.
Hassan, a non-Jewish person, is referring to Jews as inbred consistently throughout his career.
Inbred, ultra-orthodox psychopaths.
Zero punishment. Hassan interviewing a Houthi pirate.
The Houthis, Ansar Allah, is doing what Luffy would do. You should tell him that.
Zero punishment. Hassan watching terrorist propaganda with zero critical commentary.
They do
What is
do
this?
musicals. They're very musical people.
Are you being serious?
Zero punishment. Hassan threatening a sitting congressperson. This one actually blew my mind. When I saw he tweeted that, I said, he's done after this for sure. For sure he is. For those that may not recognize this weapon, I'll explain. Shinzo Abe is a former Japanese prime minister. He served from 2012 to 2020. He was assassinated in July of 22 in a stunning fashion that left the Japanese public horrified. He was killed with a makeshift weapon that the shooter had built himself at home. So when Hassan saw this tweet that he didn't like, he posted the schematics in what can only be presumed as an invitation to someone in his fan base to build this weapon and then assassinate this sitting congressperson who wrote a tweet he did not like. I genuinely do not know how he didn't land himself in prison for making terroristic threats. Zero punishment.
Let the streets soak in their fucking red capitalist bloods.
And this isn't just a Hassan problem. It underscores a disturbing trend among leftists on Twitch. The problem is, if you can believe it, these people are frequently making death threats, and facing zero consequence. I know it sounds far-fetched, but I assure you it's very real.
Listen, I'll up the number, okay? $30K to anyone who'll make this dipshit disappear.
Bro, that Destiny guy needs to get Not gonna fucking lie.
It would just be so easy to just, it will solve all of our problems. Like, we would have socialism now at this point, right? We would have socialism at this point if someone just went out of their way and it would be so easy.
Thing that happens, I mean, like, holy shit, guys. If you live in Florida, I have an opportunity for you. If you want to earn $100,000, let me know.
Actually, Mike from PA, the dude that's stuck in the before image of a transformation story, did receive a 3-day ban.
This man put a bounty on a fellow streamer's head. This man should not be getting a 3-day suspension. He should be getting a knock on his door from the FBI.
Yeah, for real, bro.
I made this video for 2 reasons. First, to stop Hassan infiltrating mainstream media. Hassan has been welcomed by many mainstream outlets. They view him as a friendly social democrat, as someone who's just trying to spread progressive politics online to an important demographic. But we know that's not true. He is not their friend or their ally. If you ever see Hassan rubbing shoulders with anyone from mainstream media, let them know politely, with all the civility in the world, what kind of person he is when he thinks mainstream media isn't watching. Help them understand that his name should be associated with people like Nick Fuentes and Alex Jones, other fringe, radical, political commentators. Number 2, Twitch must be held accountable. Twitch has proven that it will not change by choice, and so it is our moral imperative to enact that change through any reasonable means that we can. Samsung, Chevron, and Capcom. Twitch has given them a lasting association with a racial tier list with Arabs at the top and Jews at the bottom. These brands have every right to know, and they should. We all recall YouTube's adpocalypse. It happened when ads were running over ISIS recruitment videos, and it caused a brand exodus. The same thing is happening now on Twitch, but instead of ISIS, it's the Houthis, Hamas, and Hezbollah. Dan Clancy's refusal to moderate extremists is the only reason for any of this. He is the sole person to blame. He had so many opportunities to stop this. Ultimately, after dedicating months of my life to creating this video, I am left with one overwhelming conclusion. Fuck this dude.
Damn, dude, that was insane. Yo, Dan Clancy, homie's got some explaining to do. You know what would help if, Anonymous stepped in, did a little research. So I feel like I need to understand more about, like, all this religious stuff. Like, why do they all hate each other so much? Huh.
Judaism, Christianity, and Islam are 3 of the world's major religions. They have shaped the course of history and continue to influence the lives of billions of people around the globe. We call them Abrahamic religions because they all trace their origins back to the patriarch Abraham, a central figure in their sacred narratives. Abraham is revered as a prophet and a friend of God. His story is told in the Torah, the Bible, and the Quran. each offering a unique perspective on his life and legacy. In these faiths, Abraham is seen as a model of faith and obedience. He is considered the father of many nations and a key figure in the unfolding of God's plan for humanity. According to the scriptures, Abraham made a covenant with God. This covenant is a foundational element in the theology of these religions. This covenant promised blessings to his descendants, establishing a special relationship between God and Abraham's lineage. The stories and teachings of Abraham are foundational to these religions. They provide a common thread that links Judaism, Christianity, and Islam. These religions offer a rich tapestry of history, belief, and practice. Each has developed its own unique traditions and rituals over the centuries. Despite their common origin in the Middle East, these faiths have spread across the world, adapting to different cultures and societies, but they have also charted distinct paths, each developing its own doctrines, practices, and interpretations of God's will. Each religion has its own prophets, scriptures, and interpretations of God's will. Moses is central to Judaism, Jesus to Christianity, and Muhammad to Islam. Judaism, the oldest of the three, centers on the covenant with God and the laws revealed in the Torah. It emphasizes the importance of following God's commandments. Christianity, emerging from Judaism, focuses on the life and teachings of Jesus Christ as the Son of God. Christians believe that Jesus' death and resurrection offer salvation to humanity. Islam, revealed through their Prophet Muhammad, emphasizes the belief in one God, Allah, and the importance of submission to his will. The Quran is considered the final and complete revelation of God's word. Despite their differences, these religions have profoundly impacted human civilization. They have inspired countless works of art, literature, and philosophy. They continue to shape the moral, ethical, and spiritual values of billions around the world. Their teachings influence laws, customs, and social norms in many societies. Understanding their common roots and unique trajectories is essential to appreciating their impact on history, culture, and human experience. By exploring these religions, we gain insight into the diverse ways in which humanity seeks to understand the divine and our place in the world. Before Abraham's time, people in the ancient Near East held diverse beliefs. Polytheism was common. People worshipped many gods. They believed these gods influenced nature and human affairs. Ancient Mesopotamians, for instance, had a complex pantheon of gods and goddesses. Each one governed specific aspects of life, from weather to fertility to war.
Right.
Canaanites, who inhabited the land promised to Abraham's descendants, also worshipped multiple deities. Their chief god was El, the father of the gods.
Oh, my legs. Fucking sore already.
They also revered Baal, the storm god, and Asherah, the mother goddess.
So it all starts with this dude Abraham, huh?
Judaism, Christianity, and Islam are three of the world's major religions. They have shaped the course of history and continue to influence the lives of billions of people around the globe. We call them Abrahamic religions because they all trace their origins back to the patriarch Abraham, a central figure in their sacred narratives. Abraham is revered as a prophet and a friend of God. His story is told in the Torah, the Bible, and the Quran, each offering a unique perspective on his life and legacy. In these faiths, Abraham is seen as a model of faith and obedience. He is considered the father of many nations and a key figure in the unfolding of God's plan for humanity. According to the scriptures, Abraham made a covenant with God. This covenant is a foundational element in the theology of these religions. This covenant promised blessings to his descendants, establishing a special relationship between God and Abraham's lineage. The stories and teachings of Abraham are foundational to these religions. They provide a common thread that links Judaism, Christianity, and Islam. These religions offer a rich tapestry of history, belief, and practice. Each has developed its own unique traditions and rituals over the centuries. Despite their common origin in the Middle East, these faiths have spread across the world, adapting to different cultures and societies, but they have also charted distinct paths, each developing its own doctrines, practices, and interpretations of God's will. Each religion has its own prophets, scriptures, and interpretations of God's will. Moses is central to Judaism, Jesus to Christianity, and Muhammad to Islam. Judaism, the oldest of the three, centers on the covenant with God and the laws revealed in the Torah. It emphasizes the importance of following God's commandments. Christianity, emerging from Judaism, focuses on the life and teachings of Jesus Christ as the Son of God. Christians believe that Jesus' death and resurrection offer salvation to humanity. Islam, revealed through their Prophet Muhammad, emphasizes the belief in one God, Allah, and the importance of submission to His will.
I want like a deep dive.
Hi, this is Matt Baker. Last year, after an 8-part video series, we released our Christian Denominations Family Tree poster, which includes every major branch of Christianity and shows how they are all related. Well, since then, I've been making similar videos for other religions, and today I'm happy to announce that I've finally combined all of these charts into yet another new poster, which I've titled The World Religions Family Tree. It includes a simplified version of the Christian denominations tree, but more importantly, it also includes the trees I made for Judaism, Hinduism, Buddhism, and Islam. On top of this, I've also added several things that I've not yet talked about, such as Chinese religions, folk religions, and esoteric religions. So first of all, you can see here at the top that I've included an infographic showing the approximate number of followers in each major religion, so that you can get a rough idea of how the world population breaks down. Now, regardless of which data source one uses, I've used the one from an organization called the Pew Research Center. What every source agrees on is that the 4 largest religions in the world are, in order, Christianity with around 2.4 billion followers, Islam with around 1.8 billion, Hinduism with 1.2 billion, and Buddhism with 500 million. So these are the undisputed big 4. However, within the field of religious studies, it is often said that there are 5 major world religions, with the 5th one being Judaism. But I want to make it clear that the number of people who follow Judaism is actually extremely small compared to the other 4, just 16 million. The only reason Judaism gets included as a major world religion is because of its age and because it is the parent religion to both Christianity and Islam. If we were simply going by size, the 5th largest religion in the world, and the only other one that stands out as being really big, would be Chinese folk religion, or as I've called it here, Chinese syncretism. Syncretism means a mixture of different religious ideas. And indeed, Chinese religion does stand out in that it's not really just one thing. I'd also like to point out that over here on the right, there's another infographic, this time a map showing the dominant religion in each country. Again, the big 4, Christianity, Islam, Hinduism, and Buddhism, really stand out, as does Chinese syncretism. All right, let's now start at the very top, where I have an image labeled Prehistoric Religions. This image is of Göbekli Tepe in what is today Turkey. Göbekli Tepe is the oldest human-made structure on Earth, and although we don't know all the details, it almost certainly served as some sort of religious site. Now, I'm not saying that all religions can be traced back to whatever was happening at Göbekli Tepe. I'm simply using it as an example of prehistoric religions in general. From there, I highlight 4 of the earliest religions to emerge during the historical era: ancient Egyptian polytheism, ancient Mesopotamian polytheism, Proto-Indo-European polytheism, and Indus Valley Civilization religion. Note that I didn't use the label polytheism for the last one because currently the Indus Valley script remains undeciphered, and therefore we don't actually know for sure whether their religion was polytheistic or not. I chose these 4 because they had a direct influence on the 2 oldest religions still in existence today, Judaism and Hinduism. Both the religion of ancient Egypt and the religion of ancient Mesopotamia had an influence on Israelite religion because ancient Israel happened to be located right in between these 2 centers of early civilization. And of course, it is from ancient Israelite religion that Judaism developed. Likewise, both Indo-European religion and Indus Valley Civilization religion had an influence on Vedic religion due to the fact that a subset of Indo-Europeans ended up migrating into India. Now, what's interesting is that a different subset of Indo-Europeans ended up in Persia, where the religion of Zoroastrianism developed, and several other subsets ended up in Europe, where the various forms of European paganism developed, such as Greek paganism, which in turn gave rise to Greek philosophy. Now, the reason why this is interesting is because both the Persians as well as the Greeks ended up ruling the Jews, and therefore both Zoroastrianism and Greek philosophy ended up influencing Judaism, which means that the world's 2 oldest religions, Judaism and Hinduism, are connected, at least remotely, via Proto-Indo-Europeans. Now, the first thing I want to do is remind you that I'm using the word denomination very loosely in these videos. You see, the word denomination really only works within a Christian context. So you have to understand that when I use it to talk about a non-Christian religion, like Judaism, Islam, or Hinduism, the analogy is not perfect. So basically, whenever I say denomination, know that I simply mean a branch or subgroup within a larger religion. Now, when it comes to Hinduism, even the word religion itself is problematic because it can definitely be argued that Hinduism is not actually a single religion, but rather a cluster of religions, grouped together simply because of their connection to India. In fact, Hindus themselves don't refer to Hinduism as a religion. They call it a dharma, which means something closer to a cosmic order or set of divine laws. This is why Hinduism is often categorized as one of the dharmic religions, together with Hinduism, Buddhism, Jainism, and Sikhism, all of which originated on the Indian subcontinent. Now, the one thing, and this is often the only thing, that most non-Hindus know about Hinduism is that it has a lot of gods. So another thing I want to clear up from the start is that this does not necessarily mean that all Hindus are polytheists, meaning people who worship many gods. In fact, a lot of Hindus are actually monotheists, meaning that they believe that all gods are aspects of one god. Others are something closer to henotheists, meaning that they have one god that they worship as a supreme god, but they also acknowledge the existence of lesser gods. To make things even more complicated, many Hindus are more accurately pantheists, meaning that they believe that God and the universe are one and the same. And then finally, there are also some Hindus who are actually atheists, meaning that they don't believe in gods at all, and instead approach Hinduism from a strictly philosophical perspective. However, with that said, I do want to introduce you to some of the main gods within Hinduism, because this will help you later when I discuss Hindu denominations. It is often said that modern Hinduism has 3 main gods. These are Brahma, Vishnu, and Shiva, often labeled as the creator, the preserver, and the destroyer, although not all Hindus view them this way. Sometimes these 3 gods are even referred to as the Hindu Trinity, although the more appropriate word is the Trimurti. Brahma should not be confused with Brahman. Brahman, with the N on the end, refers to the concept of an ultimate reality, which is equated with the totality of the universe. In contrast, Brahma is a distinct god, in fact, a male god, who is credited with having created the physical world, and with being the father of many other gods. Strangely though, Brahma is not a god who is regularly worshipped in India today, and in fact there are very few temples that are dedicated to him specifically. The easiest way to recognize him is that he is usually depicted as having 4 heads. Vishnu and Shiva are much more popular. Vishnu is usually depicted with multiple arms, a blue complexion, and one hand holding a shell. You'll also usually see him sitting on a giant, multi-headed snake. And note that I said him. Vishnu, like all 3 of these main gods, is male. He's also well known for having been incarnated many times on Earth, his 2 most popular incarnations being Krishna and Rama. Shiva can be distinguished from Vishnu because he has a more wild appearance, matted hair, and clothes made from animal skin. Also, he's almost always carrying a trident. Now, each of the 3 main Hindu gods also has a female consort, or wife. Saraswati pairs with Brahma, Lakshmi pairs with Vishnu, and Parvati pairs with Shiva. If you see a goddess sitting on a white lotus flower, playing a stringed instrument near a peacock, that's Saraswati. And if you see a goddess sitting on a red lotus near elephants, with coins somehow being poured out, that's Lakshmi. Otherwise, it's probably Parvati, or one of Parvati's many alternative forms, such as Durga or Kali. Another popular god in Hinduism is Ganesh. He's easily recognizable because he's the one with the elephant head. He fits on the family tree as the son of Shiva and Parvati. Finally, let me introduce the Hindu gods for the sun and the moon, Surya and Chandra. Now you know why the Indian space missions to the moon are called Chandrayaan, Yan meaning vehicle. There are, of course, many more Hindu gods beyond these ones, but I'm going to stop there for now. Next, I want to introduce you to the main Hindu scriptures, or holy writings. Unlike Christians who have the Bible, and Muslims who have the Quran, there is no single book within Hinduism that is directly comparable to these 2. Just like Hinduism has many gods, it also has many scriptures. These are divided into 2 categories: Shruti, meaning that which is heard, and Smriti, meaning that which is remembered. Shruti is considered more authoritative, and it consists of the 4 Vedas: the Rig Veda, which is the oldest, followed by the Yajurveda and Samaveda, and finally the Atharveda, which is the most recent. In turn, each Veda also has 4 parts, or layers. The oldest layers are the Samhitas, which are kind of like hymns or prayers. Next, there are the Aranyakas, which are instructions about rituals and ceremonies. And then the Brahmanas, which are commentaries on those instructions. Finally, there are the Upanishads, which, keep in mind, were added last. These are more philosophical and represent Hinduism's transition from a mere system of ancient rituals to what we today consider to be a fully fledged religion. Smriti consists of an even larger collection of writings. I'm going to mention just 3. First, there are the Mahabharata and Ramayana, 2 epic poems that are sort of like the Iliad, but much, much longer. One small section of the Mahabharata is known as the Bhagavad Gita, which is often the only set of Hindu scriptures that most Westerners are familiar with. Previously, I did a whole video on the Mahabharata and the family tree of its characters. Okay, let me now explain some important differences between Judaism and Christianity. One of the things that drives Jews crazy is that Christians tend to assume that they already know lots about Judaism because they've read the Old Testament. I've even had many Christians tell me that I'm not a real Jew because I don't match their expectations of what a real Jew is. You see, most Christians, as well as most former Christians, have only ever viewed the Old Testament through a Christian lens, And therefore they assume that Judaism basically uses the same framework that Christianity does, but that it simply does so without Jesus, which is not actually how Judaism works. So I'm going to start by explaining some basic differences between these two religions that you might not be aware of. The first thing you need to know is that Christianity is much more concerned with the question, what should a person believe? When choosing whether or not to join a church, most Christians, especially Protestants, will first of all ask, what does that church believe? Which is why almost every church website always includes a section called Statement of Faith. It's also why the ancient church developed creeds, such as the Nicene Creed, in order to make a list of what a Christian needs to believe in order to be considered a Christian. And of course, the most important thing that a Christian needs to believe is that Jesus was God and that he died for our sins. For example, the famous scripture, John 3:16, says, "For God so loved the world that he gave his only begotten Son, that whosoever believes in him should not perish, but have everlasting life." So obviously, belief is a key part of what it means to be a Christian. But this is not exactly true for Judaism, nor is it exactly true for most other religions. Most religions are more concerned with what should a person do. So for example, for many modern-day Jews, it's far less important that you believe that Moses was a historical person than it is that you follow the Jewish traditions that are said to go back to him. So for example, when I converted to Judaism, which in my case was a year-long process, at no point was I asked to agree to a certain list of beliefs. Instead, I was taught mostly about Jewish practices and traditions, as well as a lot about the history and language of the Jewish people. The other thing that Christianity is very much concerned with is salvation. The whole thing hinges on the question, what must a person do or believe in order to be saved? So the assumption that most Christians make about Judaism is that Jews are also concerned with salvation, and that Jews simply have a different way of obtaining it. The further assumption, based mostly on the writings of Paul, is that Jews try to obtain salvation by obeying Jewish law. But that's simply not true, because there is no such thing as original sin in Judaism, nor is there much of a focus on the exact details surrounding the afterlife. To put it simply, Jews do not follow Jewish law in order to be saved from some future punishment or in order to gain some future reward. For some Jews, they follow the law simply because God told them to. For others, it's because we believe that many of those laws, which we call mitzvot, serve a purpose in the here and now. The best way that I can explain this is by giving the following analogy. In our modern society, we have many traffic laws designed to keep everyone safe. If you break one of those laws, say by going too fast in your car, you might get a ticket as a punishment. But do you obey the traffic rules simply because you don't want a ticket? Perhaps, but I hope that you also obey them because, for example, you don't want to hit some kid while passing through a school zone. Likewise, one of the Jewish mitzvot is to rest on Shabbat, or Saturday. We do this not because we're scared that God will punish us if we don't, but because we see a benefit in taking some time off at least once per week. Now, as you probably know, different Jews take a different approach to how carefully they follow this mitzvah, and I'll get to that in a moment. But for now, please understand that for all Jews, no matter what denomination they belong to, what they do or don't do is not based on trying to earn a future reward. This is summed up by the following principle given by the early Pharisee Antigonus of Soko. Be not like servants who serve their master for the sake of reward. Rather, be like servants who do not serve their master for the sake of reward, and let the awe of heaven be upon you. Now, don't get me wrong. I'm not saying that Christians are not at all concerned with what they do. Of course they are. But in Christianity, belief always comes first, followed by a changed life. And I'm also not saying that there are absolutely no beliefs in Judaism. For some Jews, their only creed is the Shema prayer. Hear, O Israel, the Lord is our God, the Lord is one. For others, especially the Orthodox, there are the 13 Principles of Faith by Maimonides. My point, though, is that generally speaking, Christians put a stronger emphasis on believing, and Jews put a stronger emphasis on doing. So with that under our belts, let's now look at the family tree. As I mentioned in episode 1 of the Christian Denominations series, Judaism has its roots in ancient Israelite religion, which was practiced by the kingdoms of Israel and Judah. Israel and Judah were relatively small kingdoms, but they happened to be located right in between two of the most important centers of civilization in the ancient world, Egypt and Mesopotamia. Which is why Egypt and then later Assyria and
Show us
Babylon
on a map,
played
dude. What the fuck? Come on, man. All you had to do was place a map. Kingdom.
Huge role in their history. Now, there are two main explanations for where ancient Israelite religion came from. One, of course, is that it came directly from God through divine revelation, specifically when Moses received the Torah. The other is that it developed slowly over time based on its
Oh, dude, this shit is so confusing. Oh, and I hate that there's no, like, we ain't got no proof of anything.
interactions with both Egypt and Mesopotamia. In fact, the scholarly consensus nowadays...
Like, no matter what you choose, you're just blindly believing just because you're probably scared to die and want the right thing to happen to you. That's the way I think about religion. It's like, be good. Don't be naughty or you'll get coal in your stocking. Believe in Jesus or you'll go to hell. You know what I mean?
That the Israelites...
It's fear tactics. Control by fear.
...actually started out as a subset of Canaanites, and then slowly went from polytheism to monotheism over time. Either way, what we're concerned with here is what happened during the late Iron Age. Basically, Israel fell to the Assyrians, and Judah fell to the Babylonians. But then following a brief exile in Babylon, the former inhabitants of Judah, now called Jews, were able to return to their land and rebuild.
Oh my God.
Israelites actually...
Ancient Egypt one of the most remarkable civilizations in history, and one that has fascinated and intrigued people throughout history and, of course, today. In terms of my own life and in terms of my interests in history and so on, this was one of my first loves, as it is for many other people. And it's no wonder. Ancient Egypt holds so many secrets, so many interesting historical events and developments. It's a civilization that existed in a somewhat coherent fashion for almost 3,000 years. And even though it, of course, changed and developed in all kinds of ways over those millennia, it has a remarkable sense of cultural continuity across that history. Art from the Old Kingdom and the New, or during the Roman period, are clearly distinct from each other, but at the same time, they're all characteristically Egyptian. But can the same be said for religion? What was the religion, or perhaps religions, of the ancient Egyptians? Who were the gods? How did the people worship the gods? And what did religious practice look like for the people living along the Nile River in ancient times? That is what we're going to explore in today's episode. To cover ancient Egyptian religion as a whole is, of course, a quite daunting task, perhaps even a foolish one, some might say. It is an incredibly complex topic where there's a lot to talk about, and it's impossible for me to cover everything in an episode like this. So just as with earlier other episodes I made about like Zoroastrianism, for example, or religion in ancient Mesopotamia, this is going to be a general overview, a sort of simple, even though this is probably going to be a pretty long episode, I'm going to cover everything as comprehensive as I can. It's inevitably going to be a sort of overview, and we're going to have to rely on other specialized episodes to sort of dive into more particular topics, both episodes that I've already made in the past, but also ones that I hope to do in the future. So that's important to remember. This is sort of the basic general overview of ancient Egyptian civilization. Secondly, of course, as I mentioned in the beginning, ancient Egypt was around for thousands of years, and it changed over those thousands of years, including, of course, the religion. Now, there is also, as I said, a remarkable continuity still across those millennia, but it's very important to remember that things changed, right? So I'm going to try my best to mention when I'm sort of referring to different time periods or how things developed, but in a general sense, I'm also going to talk about that religion in the widest sense possible in terms of like what were the features of that religion that remain at least basically the same or close to the same across all those thousands of years. And I'm going to try my best to refer to again how things developed and the differences in the different time periods in Egypt. Lastly, we're talking about religion in ancient Egypt. Of course, there were other religions other than the sort of traditional native one. With the influx of the Hellenic civilization, we see the Hellenic religion influence and come into ancient Egypt. We also see Judaism, eventually Christianity, and even sort of, if we count that as late antiquity, there's even Islam eventually coming. But in this episode, we're going to limit ourselves to talking specifically about the traditional native religion, the polytheistic native religion of the ancient Egyptians. And again, for sort of top like discussions on Christianity in ancient Egypt, that's going to have to be a sort of separate episode. Okay, so the basics. What was the religion of the ancient Egyptians? As most of you probably know already, this was a polytheistic religion, meaning that the Egyptians believed in many different gods or deities. And while this is perhaps a simple and obvious statement, it's also a very central and important one. The religion, in many ways, was centered on the multiplicity of divinity. Now, there are some indications that there existed a kind of conception of a high god or a transcendent divine force from which the multiplicity of gods came, especially later on in Egyptian history. But this is a somewhat contested and debated topic, and we will return to it more in depth a bit later on in the discussion. For now, we can be safe in stating that this was essentially a polytheistic religion, bursting with divine multiplicity. The native term that we translate as god or deity in Egyptian was Necher. And there are many different theories on the original etymology of this word, but nothing conclusive really. But they seem to have had basically the same function in Egyptian culture as the theos or theoi, the gods of ancient Greece, or the ilu of ancient Mesopotamia, for example, right? In fact, if you are familiar with some of the other ancient polytheistic religions, you will already be sort of familiar with some of the basics of how this religious tradition and the cult worked. And there's a great amount of continuity and similarity between ancient cultures in this regard in terms of their religious practice and beliefs, especially connected cultures geographically and culturally, such as like around the Mediterranean, which is what we're talking about today, right? So there are, if you know Greek gods and Greek mythology, or at least Greek religious practice or Mesopotamian, you're going to be familiar with a lot of what's going on in Egyptian religion as well. The gods were central to the lives of the Egyptians and for the entire well-being and continued existence of the world. It was the gods that created and upheld the universe. They were as real in the lives of the Egyptians as the waters, the plants, or animals that existed all around them. The gods were the forces behind most happenings and powers in the universe. They controlled the Nile, the cycle of the sun, the fertility of the crops, and every conceivable aspect of life. To not believe in the gods would have been an utterly nonsensical concept to the ancient Egyptian, something that couldn't even really be questioned. In short, then, the Necher were divine forces that upheld the world, were present in it to some degree, and could be approached by humans through ritual actions. Of course, given the over 3,000-year history, at least, of this civilization, the particular ways that these forces were understood in terms of theology and its different nuances would have changed and evolved, but this is the minimalist thing we can say about them here. As we said, the gods are responsible for creating the universe. Now, because of the diversity of gods, as well as the difference in prominence of different gods in various times and places, there are multiple cosmogonic accounts about how the world came to be, and which differ from each other in some important ways. It should be pointed out, just as we have said in other episodes on ancient religions, that the relationship that we have with sacred history, as told in the Bible, that there is a single definitive version of events, simply wasn't the case in the same way for ancient peoples. There were always multiple myths or versions of myths explaining the same events, stories that would be retold and embellished and changed over time, and none of this really mattered or impacted the truth of the message in the way that we would conceive of it today, perhaps. Ancient myths had variety and change as an essential part of themselves and their social function. And when we look at mythological accounts, such as the creation of the world, for example, in ancient Egypt, we aren't surprised to see variety, therefore. There are a few famous surviving such accounts, one often called the Heliopolis theology, centered on the god Atum, and another referred to as the Memphite theology, centered on the god Ptah, as well as, of course, some others. But despite their differences, there are also striking similarities in some of the key plot points and details. In basically all these accounts, before there was any universe or even any gods, there was something called Nun. This was the primordial reality or entity, sometimes, somewhat erroneously, described as a watery mass. It's a concept that's seemingly quite hard to describe or put into words, but François Dunant uses a kind of minimalist definition by describing it as, quote, an unformed and dark mass, for light had not yet been created, in which the divine beings or dead people who had achieved divine status could circulate. This was the original primordial state out of which the first movements of creation started. This happens when a creator god emerges from this unformed mass. Auto-generated, this god becomes the start of being, but the identity and nature of this deity and his method of creation is what differs in the different cosmogonical accounts. In perhaps the most famous creation account, the so-called Heliopolis theology, this creation is attributed to the god Atum. He is a very interesting deity whose name seems to mean both something like to be everything and to be nothing, as well as to be finished. He is the all from which everything comes into being. From an act of self-pleasure, so to say, or sometimes through spitting, Atum creates the gods Shu, air, and Tefnut. From the union of these two gods also was born Geb, earth, and Nut, sky, who in turn gave birth to 4 children, Osiris, Isis, Set, and Nephthys. These 9 primary gods became known in Egyptian mythology and religion as the Ennead, literally the 9, and played a central role in mythology, not just in this particular cosmogonic account, but in all of Egyptian mythology. Atum, the first creator god, thus creates the other gods and all of the world from himself, everything being a kind of manifestation of this primordial creator god. As we've explored in an earlier episode, this is one possible indication of a more, you could call it pantheistic theology perhaps, where all the gods are really part of one all-encompassing reality. Quote, "When I was alone in Nun, inert, they were already with me." In this account, what follows is a poetic expression of creation as an awakening or coming into consciousness of the All-Lord, or Atum, and the role that Shu and Tefnut play in that as, quote, "He was one and became 3. In another section, it is Shu, or Life himself, who speaks, referring to Atum, quote, "He created me in his heart. He made me out of his radiant power. He was pregnant with me in his nose. I emerged from his nostrils." In other words, here, Shu, or Life, becomes the very breath of Atum, the creator god or the all from which all things emerge. It's also very significant and important to understand mythologically that Atum is also identified as a form of the sun god, otherwise known more famously as Ra. This affirms the idea that the sun god is the highest and primary god, which would be so prominent throughout Egyptian history, especially in the New Kingdom. In one text it says, "I am Atum when I was alone in Nun, but I am Ra when he appeared at the moment when he began to govern that which he created." Who is he? Ra at the moment when he began to govern that which he created. It is Ra who began to appear as king, when the support of Shu had not yet come into being. In another cosmogonical account, that of the Memphis theology, it is the god Ptah, the deity of craftsmanship, that is the creator. This is sometimes described as an intellectual creation account, as it claims that the idea of the world, so to say, emerged in Ptah's heart or mind, and that he then gave it reality by speaking the names of things into reality. This is interesting and significant in several ways. For example, that it more closely aligns with the Abrahamic conception of God, that he speaks the world into existence.
You ready for some autism?
It's also significant for introducing the importance of names in Egyptian culture and religion. The names of the gods and of all things are central aspects of their ontological reality. It is when the names of things are spoken by Ptah that they are created. Now compare this, for example, to the idea that the soul of a person lives on as long as their name is still being remembered and spoken out loud, right? This is a common idea in Egypt, right? That as long as you speak someone's name, they live on somehow, which is why it's important for sort of funerary cults that you pray to your ancestors, for example, right? So the name of a person or a thing is very central to that thing's essence or ontological reality, right? Because God, or in this case Ptah, speaks things into existence by pronouncing and saying their names. A third creation account is that from Hermopolis. Here, the primordial creative force is actually a group of divine beings, the so-called Ogdoad, or the Eight, or Chmenio in Egyptian. These were a group of 4 couples, Nun and Naunet, the primordial water, He and Hawet, infinity in its spatial form, Kek and Kauket, darkness, and Amun and Amaunet, the hidden. This last pair being later replaced by Niau and Niaut, who symbolize the void. These male-female couples are usually depicted with the heads of frogs and serpents, and once creation is completed, so to say, they died and were buried in the primordial mound. So they don't really play an important or significant role in the cult of the Egyptians, but mostly in this account of the origin of the world, so to say. A really curious and interesting tradition that we know quite little about due to the state of the sources. Now, the exception to that rule, that these gods wouldn't play a very important role in the general cult, is of course Amun, because Amun would become probably the sort of central deity, especially in the form of Amun-Ra in the New Kingdom, which many would consider sort of golden age of ancient Egypt, which is when Amun was like the central god in Thebes. And while all these cosmogonical accounts are different in some ways from each other, they aren't necessarily irreconcilable either, as I'm sure you've noticed. Indeed, the scholar Stephen Quirk writes that it would be better to regard the different accounts as expressions of different emphases within a single and integral whole. So already we've been introduced to some of the complexity of the divine pantheon. There are Enneads and Ogdoads and a multitude of gods, but all of them emerge, at least in some way, they seem to all emerge from a single divine force or person. What is key to know at this point is that the gods were responsible for the order and working of the world. They represented and ruled over natural phenomena and other aspects of life. Ra was the sun god, Osiris was the god of the afterlife, Ptah was the god of craftsmen, Thoth was the god of scribes and writing, etc. There seems to be some disagreement among scholars about just how much the gods were literally identified with these natural phenomena. For example, was Ra literally the sun, and was Shu literally the wind? Or were they deities that represented or ruled over these forces? It seems, for example, in ancient Mesopotamia, that the gods were seen as more so ruling over these forces, not being identified with the natural phenomena. In ancient Egypt, as I understand it, scholars seem to disagree. Some say that it is a more pantheistic view of the world, where the gods are present as nature, while others see it more in light or similar to ancient Mesopotamia.
Alright, this is so fucking boring. Holy shit. Before we start this, I need to eat. I'm so fucking hungry. All right, we back. I feel a lot better now. I got some food in me. I guarantee I'm gonna be hungry again in like an hour. Shit, I was recording that whole time. Damn it. All right, we got to understand what this Israel-Palestine conflict, how it started, what it's about, all this shit, because I don't. I have no fucking clue. I'm so ignorant to all this stuff, so let's crack straight into it.
Israel, the world's only Jewish state, located east of the Mediterranean Sea, and Palestine, the territory of the Arab population that hails from the Israel-controlled land, have long been known for their enduring conflict with the Israeli occupation of the West Bank and the Gaza Strip. The tension between Israel and Palestine has been deteriorating in years.
Whoa. How is there so many different governances? I'm so confused. Let's listen to that again. Jesus, dude, that was a lot to take in. All right.
Israel, the world's only Jewish state, located east of the Mediterranean.
Okay, I see. So this is the Gaza Strip, this is West Bank, this is Israel.
Mediterranean Sea, and Palestine, the territory of the Arab population that hails from the Israel-controlled land, have...
So... Huh... Israeli military control. There's all these pockets of Palestinian governance.
Have long been known for their enduring conflict with the Israeli occupation of the West Bank and the Gaza Strip. The tension between Israel and Palestine has been deteriorating in years, climaxing with many violent clashes between the two sides. To understand the root of the Israel-Palestine conflict, we have to look back a few thousand years ago. Early history of Israeli-Palestinian conflict. In the 17 centuries BC, following the call of God, three patriarchs of the Jewish people, Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, settled in Canaan, a region approximating present-day Israel, the West Bank, and the Gaza Strip, parts of Lebanon, Syria, and Jordan. The region later had the name the Land of Israel, the Promised Land, the Palestine region, or the Holy Land. In 1000 BC, King Solomon...
So I gotta give my cat more food. You hungry? You hungry? Oh my goodness.
Established the Israelite monarchy, which then was ruled by King David, who made Jerusalem the capital of his kingdom, and his son King Solomon, who built the first temple in Jerusalem. After the death of King Solomon, the united monarchy was split into the Kingdom of Israel in the north, with Samaria as the capital, and the Kingdom of Judah in the south, with Jerusalem as the capital. The land became home to a majority of Jews, but then it was subject to numerous conquests of various groups, leading to the significant decrease of the Jewish population on the land. One of these conquests was conducted by the Roman Empire, who gave the name Palestine to Judah, intending to break the Jewish connection with the land of Israel. During this time, Christianity, which started as a Jewish sect, ultimately became a dominant religion toward the end of the Roman Empire. In the 7th century came an Arab conquest, beginning the spread of Islam. The Dome of the Rock was built on the ruin of the Second Temple, making Jerusalem the holy city to three monotheistic religions: Judaism, Christianity, and Islam. After Christians in Jerusalem were intensely persecuted by the Seljuk Turks, a Central Asian empire with ambition to expand its territory, Christians in Europe launched several crusades to bring the holy city back to the hand of the Christians. During this time, many Jews were killed. Others were making pilgrimages everywhere, mostly in Western Europe. From the 16th century to World War I, the Holy Land, along with much of the Middle East, was
way too
ruled by the
fast, bro.
Ottoman Empire.
Way too fast, homie, bro. You're not even explaining nothing.
summer of 2000, the leaders of Israel and the Palestine Liberation Organization came to America at the invitation of US President Bill Clinton. There were hopes of a resolution to a conflict which had lasted decades and killed thousands. But 2 weeks of negotiations broke up without agreement. Each side blamed the other, and the war of words soon escalated into more violence on Israel's borders. They called it the Second Intifada, the Second Uprising. The surge in fighting lasted more than 4 years. It was another bleak chapter in a conflict which...
Okay, I need the whole sandwich here, guys.
To fully understand the Israeli-Palestinian conflict, I'll first briefly summarize the history of the Jews, first as it is taught in Israel, and then as it is generally established by historians. In Israel, the history of the Jews is mainly inspired by biblical texts. According to this account, the Hebrews were enslaved in Egypt. During their flight to Sinai, they received the Torah from God and a promised...
So this is supposed to be Abraham, right? Why not say that?
...land in Canaan. After conquering it, the kingdom of David and Solomon was founded, and Solomon's temple was built in Jerusalem. The kingdom then split to form the kingdoms of Israel and Judah. But in the 6th century BC, the region was conquered by the Babylonians, who destroyed Solomon's temple and took the people into exile in Babylon. 50 years later, they were allowed to return to Jerusalem, where they built the second temple. In 70 AD and again in 132 AD, while the region was under Roman control, 2 major revolts were...
I think we need to learn about Abraham, because that's the main dude that all of this plays off of, right?
As the last brick of the tall tower was being crushed for death.
You know what? Let me open up my my PDF editor. So first thing, who was Abraham, or the story of Abraham?
Dust. And Noah was beginning to die. A boy was being born in the southern corner of Mesopotamia. It's been nearly 250 years since the fall of the Great Tower in Babylon. And people have developed new ways of talking. Dark ways. Bitter ways, where they hear without understanding and speak without moving their mouths. Their new communities have been so impacted by this one event that they have altogether abandoned the God that created them in his image and have traded him for gods that they have created in their image. They now worship small pieces of stone and wood that have ears but do not hear, and mouths but cannot speak.
Some autism?
The people of the world now seek oracles from walking staves, and counsel from the dead. After all, it's easier to worship that which you make, since if the gods are crafted by your own hands, then within you resides the power to choose right from wrong, doesn't it? The scattered people of the world, all choosing for themselves what is right, what is the path to life. But 140 miles southwest of the fallen ruins, in an uninteresting part of the world, a common man, Terra, is having his first child, Abram, meaning exalted father. And it is because of this child that by the end of our tale, everything, including the very namesake of Abram himself, will be changed.
Okay, so he was...
What is the path to life? West of the fallen ruins, in an uninteresting part of the world, a common man, Terra, is having his first child, Abram, meaning exalted father. And it is
Oh, exalted father.
because of this child that by the end of our tale, everything, including the very namesake of change. Many years pass after Abram's birth as the beginning of our tale unfolds, and Abram's father, Terah, makes a daring move in the early years of human civilization, as he attempts to move his family from the town of Ur in the land of the Chaldeans to Canaan. But he ends up stopping and pitching his tent in Haran. But while in Haran, Abram is called to fulfill all that which his father was unable. The Lord said to Abram, "Go from your land, go from your relatives, go from your father's house, to the land that I will show you. I will make you into a great nation. I will bless you. I will make your name great, and you will be a blessing. I will bless those who bless you. I will curse anyone who treats you with contempt, and all the peoples on earth will be blessed through you." Now, as odd as it may sound, ancient Hebrew readers and writers always understood that Abram and his family were pagan polytheists, meaning they worshipped many gods. Because of that, however, as the curse of Cain is undone in the man of Abram here, we see that this story will powerfully put on display one incredible attribute of God's character, time and time again. Namely, his mercy, withholding the punishment that humanity deserves. And it is through this very mercy that we will see the power of God unleashed. How does it make will be blessed? I go from a tent, Canaan family, from the early years of human civilization, as he attempts to move his family from the town of Ur in the land of the Chaldeans to Canaan. But he ends up
All right, so Abraham's father attempted to take his family from Ur to Canaan? They end up in Haran. Okay.
stopping and pitching his tent in Haran. But while in Haran, Abram is called to fulfill all that which his father was unable. The Lord said to Abram, "Go from your land, go from your relatives, go from your father's house, to the land that I will show you. I will make..."
Let's actually make this 18.
Make you into a great nation. I will bless you. I will make your name great, and you will be a blessing. I will bless those who bless you. I will curse anyone who treats you with contempt, and all the peoples on earth will be blessed through you.
Damn it.
Curse anyone who treats you with contempt, and all the peoples on earth will be blessed through you. Now, as odd as it may sound, ancient Hebrew readers and writers always understood that Abram and his family were pagan polytheists, meaning they worshipped many gods. Because of that, how—
You ready for some autism?
What's up, illegal? Thank you for the follow, bro.
However, as the curse of Cain is undone in the man of Abram here, we see that this story will powerfully put on display one incredible attribute of God's character, time and time again. Namely, his mercy, withholding the punishment that humanity deserves. And it is through this very mercy that we will see the power of God unleashed to humanity. But here, it is God's mercy that presents Abram with a choice. To exalt the God that has just revealed himself to Abram, or to weigh his commands against the promise of other gods? You see, Abram is met with...
So, but like, why did God choose to talk to Abraham? I'm gonna say, why did God choose Abraham? Huh, okay. Abraham's faith was a key factor. He believed God's promises and trusted in God's plan, even when the path ahead was uncertain. Ram, what you doing? Abraham was willing to obey, including leaving his home and family, to go to an unknown land. Wait. Where the fuck is the insert? Edit? Hello, kitty. Okay.
with two paths, a tree of life or a tree of choosing right from wrong for himself. And so, Abram went, as the Lord had told him, and Lot went with him. Abram was 75 years old when he left Haran. He took his wife Sarai, his nephew Lot, and all the possessions they had accumulated and the people that they had acquired in Haran, and they set out for the land of Canaan. When they came to the land of Canaan, Abram passed through the land to the site of Shechem, at the oak of Moreh. The Lord appeared to Abram and said, "To your offspring I will give this land." And so, Abram built an altar there to the Lord who had appeared to him. From there, he moved on to the hill country east of Bethel, and pitched his tent with Bethel on the west and Ai on the east. He built an altar to the Lord there too, and he called on the name of the Lord. And then, Abram journeyed by stages to the Negev. As Abram and his company travel around the land of which God had called them, they realize that the chaos of the uncreated order has taken over. There's a famine, a severe famine. Abram's journey from Haran begins to be peppered with doubt and anxiety. Has he actually given up everything he had known to follow a God he had not known? Abram thinks he understands the right thing to do. But in our tale of twists and turns, that seldom will be the case. Abram commands his company to flee the land that God had called them to the land of Egypt. As Abram and his wife Sarai approach the land that they're fleeing to, Abram says to his wife, "Look, I know what a beautiful woman you are. When the Egyptians see you, they will say, 'This is his wife,' and they will kill me, but let you live. Please, say you're my sister, so it will go well for me because of you, and my life will be spared on your account." Though to Abram this may seem like the right thing to do, Abram's distrust in the God that has protected them is painfully apparent. And when Pharaoh sees Sarai, he is overcome. The Egyptians see her beauty and they seize her, and since Pharaoh thinks Abram is her brother and would more than like to win his favor, he treats Abram like a king. But God is none too pleased. Not only has Pharaoh acted unjustly in his desire to take whomever he pleases like Lamech, but God is determined to see justice brought forth for his people. He
What about
strikes
mercy?
the land of Egypt with a series of severe plagues. And when Pharaoh finds out the truth about Sarai, he becomes terrified of the powerful God that has come up against him. He sends Abram and Sarai away with a multitude of possessions. But now, Abram and his family have another problem. They've become so wealthy that they can't all fit in the land. So him and his nephew Lot, they decide that they must separate from each other. Lot takes the plains, as far as Zoar, in the east, near the cities of Sodom and Gomorrah. Abram, he pitches his tents near the oaks of Mamre in Hebron in the west. And now, all would be well, if it weren't for the depravity of human sin and the corruption of power. Suddenly, a war of mighty kings is stirred upon the face of the earth, like a raging tempest on a mountainside. The key player? Kedorlaomer, king of Elam. He's on a rampage to take over the whole of the land that God had given to the family of Abram. He has recruited, by force or by diplomacy, 3 kings to aid in his mighty conquest. Amraphel, king of Shinar. Arioch, king of Elasar. Tidal, king of Choim. But the Siddim Valley is not so easily conquered. Spurred by the threat of war, the 4 kings are met with fire. Bera, king of Sodom. Birsha, king of Gomorrah. Shinar, king of Admah. Shember, king of Zeboim, and the unnamed king of Bela. The armies advance in the valley of Siddim, but the 5 kings just can't seem to hold off the evil 4 for long. The 4 kings advance into the cities of Sodom and Gomorrah, and that's when it becomes personal. The 4 warring kings bind and capture Abram's nephew Lot. And when Abram hears of this, armed with 318 trained men, the mighty men of Abram's household strike down the 4 warring kings. They pursue them as far as Damascus. Abram nearly single-handedly rescues Lot. His heroic bravery
At 80
and
years
courage
old?
attract the attention of many officials from the area. You see, it is in the Sheva Valley, where Abram is met by 2 kings. The first king, Melchizedek. As it was written of him somewhere else, by translation of his name, it means king of righteousness, and also the king of Salem, that is to say, the king of peace. He was without father or mother or genealogy. He had neither beginning of days nor end of life, but he resembled the Son of God, and he continues as a priest forever. He is all that Adam was created to be and could not be. And another king meets Abram in the valley, Bera, meaning the son of evil. He is the king of the wicked city of Sodom, and the 2 kings meet the hero where he stands. Melchizedek brings gifts of bread and wine, and he blesses Abram with a blessing straight from the heart of God. By all accounts, a mere offering of bread and wine would seem weak, but in comparison to the son of evil, king of Sodom, that offering is absolutely nothing. The king of Sodom offers Abram nearly everything he possesses, and Abram refuses. He says that he has sworn an oath to his God, Yahweh, God Most High, the God that has strengthened and protected him. Abram says that he promised that God that he would not take anything from the king of Sodom, lest the son of evil claim he made Abram rich and require a return blessing. Out of sheer gratitude, Abram humbly gives 1/10 of everything he owns to the house of Melchizedek, priest king of righteousness and peace. Abram believes that the God of Melchizedek is the true, only, sovereign God, king of creation. And his faith in this God is beginning to be a shining light to the nations as the kings meet him in the Sheva Valley. And so, it is no coincidence that after this encounter, God appears to Abram shortly thereafter. God makes a promise to Abram right then and there. He says that Abram will have a son, even though he is old in age. He promises that this son will give way to offspring more numerous than the very stars. And God promises Abram that the land that he stands on, the land of Canaan, will be given to him and his descendants as a possession. Abram believes God. He believes that he is the one true God of creation, and everything that Abram has, will have, or has ever had was given to him by this one and only God of creation. And so, even though Abram has failed time and time again up until this point, his belief is counted to him as righteousness. And Abram is immediately put into proper relationship with the God of the universe. But this vision that Abram has is not over. It lasts until Abram is put into a deep sleep. And in his sleep, a dark shadow overcomes the man of God. God makes a peculiar claim to Abram in this dream. He says that his kindred will be foreigners in a land for 400 years before God brings judgment upon the nation that will enslave them. Well, a long time passes after this vision, you see, and Abram and Sarai are now nearly 100 years old and they still have no children. How will their offspring be more numerable than the stars? How will they take over the land that God had promised them? How will there be a man to come from the seed of the woman and crush the head of the snake that is going to enslave them? Well, Sarai begins to scheme, and her schemes lead her to an idea that seemed right in her own eyes. That although she cannot serve Abram by becoming pregnant, her servant Hagar can. And so, Abram conceives with his servant Hagar, and she bears a child that they name Ishmael. God appears to Abram shortly after this. He appears to Abram and he commands, "I am God Almighty. Live in my presence and be blameless. I will set up my covenant between me and you, and I will multiply you greatly." And Abram falls on his face in reverence. And as God metaphorically picks up his head, he renames him to Abraham, the father of many nations. You see, in the chaos of creation, God creates order when he speaks it into existence and begins to order the created realm by ordaining names to all that he creates. And so when God changes Abram's name to Abraham, not only does he remind him of the promise that will come to pass, but he also firmly establishes his relationship to Abraham that he has ordered Abraham's life and the events therein, and will continue to do that until and even beyond Abraham's death. From here on, the sign of circumcision will represent how Abraham and his kin are grafted into the household of faith. It represents cutting away the sin and the failure of human depravity. His promise is reassured in the heart and the mind of Abraham that in spite of his own failings, in spite that Abraham and his family choose deliberately time and time again to do what is right in their own eyes, God will bring forth from Abraham a mighty king. And God will continue to be the God of Abraham. God's promises to Abraham will be maintained, even if Abraham and his family breach this covenant. We can see the light of the snake crusher from the early chapters of this book filling the hearts and minds of the people of God. God changes Sarai's name here also to Sarah, and while both names mean princess, the addition of the H align her powerfully with the God of all creation, and thus, from her, the children that they will bear together, subduing the earth under God's rule. 1 year passes. God appears to Abraham and Sarah again by the Oaks of Mamre. Abraham is 99 years old at this point, well past the age to have children. And yet, God assures them that in 1 year, God will bless them with a child. Meanwhile, God goes to the oaks and stares out over the valley. He is going to destroy Sodom and Gomorrah for their idolatrous wickedness, the very city where Lot and his family have pitched their tents. Abraham, now grafted into this monotheistic care of the one true God, is about to be tested. When we left the light of the garden, we were promised that one day would come a man to crush the head of the evil serpent. This man would have to rule over creation with the magnanimity of God himself, all that Adam could not do. That means that he would have to rule in righteousness and with justice. And so, to test the strength of Abraham's character, God shows Abraham what he will do. His plan is to judge the cities of wickedness that have perverted any concept of righteousness and justice. Abraham pleads with God 8 times. He says if he can find a certain number of righteous people in the city, then God would be unjust to destroy the cities. God thinks the same way. Eventually, Abraham and God agree that if just 10 righteous people, if 10 people align with God's concepts of righteousness, then he will not destroy the city for the sake of the 10. And so, 2 angels go and investigate the city. And when they step into the town square, Lot, Abraham's nephew, sees them and bows low to the ground, recognizing them to be righteous, royal men. He pleads with them that they not stay long in the square, for the men of the city are evil. Reluctantly, the men go with Lot back to his house when suddenly there comes a bang on the door. A crowd of people have gathered outside of Lot's house, seeing that he has brought 2 mysterious men into the house. They demand that Lot bring out the men so that they can commit unspeakable sexual acts towards them. And just as the wicked men are about to breach the door, the angels strike them with blindness and have Lot and his family escape early the next morning. And as the family of Lot is running, a mixture of fire and sulfur pour forth from the sky as the chaos of creation is undone on itself once again. When Abraham sees that the city had been destroyed, and not 10 righteous people were found there, he decides to move his family to the Negev. A reset button. With his new name, a new God, and newfound mercies, they travel back to where they started. But in an almost comic series of parallel events, the king of the land, Abimelech, wants to take Sarah as his wife. But God comes to Abimelech in a dream that night.
Bro, she's
He
99.
threatens the mighty king for taking another man's wife. When Abimelech pleads his innocence, the identity of Sarah is then revealed to him, and he too becomes terrified of the man that he has taken to be a prophet. In his rushed fear, he gives Abraham an immense amount of possessions and makes it known that they are welcome to dwell in the land peacefully all they would like. It is after this that the Lord visits Sarah, and she conceives and bears a son. They name him Isaac, the seed of the woman. When Isaac is born, the Lord protects Hagar and her son Ishmael when Sarah demands that they be sent into the eastern wilderness. Abraham gives them provisions for the journey, and God meets the servant and her son by a river. God promises that Ishmael will grow old and father many kings, and we learn that from the son of Abraham. Ishmael fathers the 12 princes of Arabia. Meanwhile, Abimelech returns to greet Abraham and Sarah. He's been watching the growth of this immense family and is likely worried that Abraham will overtake the land of the Philistines that he's the king of. And so, the two set up an agreement to stay clear of each other's way and maintain their amicability in future generations. Because of the peace that had now been brought upon the family, Abraham plants a tamarisk tree and he worships God, claiming him to be the one true, everlasting God of creation. It is after all of these things, time and time again, that Abraham and his wife choose for themselves to know the difference between right and wrong, that Abraham is met with his ultimate test in his trust in God. And as we will learn later in this story, God uses this test to give us a beautiful picture of who he is. God calls out to Abraham. "Here I am," he answered. "Take your son," God says, "your only son Isaac, whom you love. Go to the land of Moriah and offer him there as a burnt offering on one of the mountains that I will tell you about." And so, Abraham got up early in the morning. He saddled his donkey and took with him 2 of his young men and his son Isaac. He split wood for a burnt offering and set out to go to the place that God had told him about. On the 3rd day, Abraham looked up and saw the place in the distance. And then Abraham said to the young men, "Stay here with the donkey. The boy and I will go over there to worship, and then we'll come back to you." Abraham took the wood for the burnt offering and laid it on his son Isaac. The hill that Abraham sees in the distance for Isaac will bear many names over the centuries. But in Aramaic, the name of that place was Golgotha, the place of the skull. Has Abraham made a terrible mistake here? After all, he spent a great deal of time bargaining for the life of his nephew Lot, which proved his sense of righteousness and justice. He, of all people, knows that God will listen to his plea. He, of all people, knows God's mercy. But when it comes to his son, he stays silent. To be fair, Abraham's life had been given to him by the God that he now worships.
What was the point?
Will God's mercy fail? Will God pronounce judgment on Abraham for sacrificing his son, even if that is a failure on Abraham's part? Will God pronounce judgment on Abraham for withholding his son, even if that's a failure on Abraham's part? The question to ask is this: will God's mercy fail for those he calls righteous? As Abraham lays his son, bound on the altar, His hand raises with a sharpened knife.
April Fools?
Here I am. And then he said, "Do not lay your hand on the boy. Don't do anything to him. For now I know that you respect me as a god above all other gods." Abraham looked up, and he saw a ram caught in the thicket by its horns. And so Abraham went and took the ram and offered it as a burnt offering in place of his son. And Abraham named that place, "The Lord will provide." Yehovah Yireh. So it is said, it will be provided on the Lord's mountain. Abraham considered that God was able even to raise him from the dead, from which, figuratively speaking, he did. Abraham's life had been given to him by the God that he worshipped. His wealth, his son, and perhaps most importantly, a sacrifice. The very sacrifice that proves Abraham's commitment to trust God's authority. The very sacrifice that reveals a profound display of God's faithfulness. God reassures Abraham of the covenant that they had made. And it is here when Sarah dies at the age of 127. When the time of mourning was complete for Abraham, he buys a large choice tomb to bury his wife, and he pays Ephron, a man that he meets, 400 pieces of silver for it. Although Ephron was willing to give it to him for free, Abram wanted there to be no doubt in their minds that this land was indeed his and his kinsmen. Before Abraham dies, he takes a second wife named Keturah, and together they have many, many children. At the age of 175, Abraham dies, and he's buried by his two sons, Isaac and Ishmael, come together united under their father and their God. And they bury their father in the cave next to Sarah. These stories may seem strange to us now, but they give us indeed a profound picture of sacrifice and atonement throughout the rest of the biblical epic. You see, when Babel had fallen and the people scattered, the gods that they made spoke to them. They commanded them to commit horrific acts, including the act of sacrificing their own child. So let me be clear. The God of this story is still, unlike every other god in thought at the time. We will see his detestation of child sacrifice as we go on. You see, he never intended Abraham to kill his own son that Abraham loved. For God loved him too. And from Isaac will come the very man to crush the head of the snake. And so we must see in Isaac something of the snake crusher. That for the death that was brought on by the serpent to be defeated, the snake crusher must enter through the chaotic waters of the grave and come out on the other side victorious. For now, God says in this story, for now, a ram will do, but for long it cannot. You see, we know that God loved Isaac, because one day God too will send himself as the son whom he loves. And the son will know, and the son will choose. A path of life, or a path from knowing right from wrong. And there will be no ram that day. Only the God
who provides the way to eternal life by himself.
But what about... I don't know, that was kind of good, but...
This temple was built in Jerusalem. The kingdom then split to form the kingdoms of Israel and Judah. But in the 6th century BC, the region was conquered by the Babylonians, who destroyed Solomon's temple and took the people into exile in Babylon. 50 years later, they were allowed to return to Jerusalem, where they built the second temple. In 70 AD and again in 132 AD, while the region was under Roman control, two major revolts were violently suppressed. Jerusalem was destroyed, and the Jews were expelled from Judea, condemned to live in exile far from their land. If we now rely solely on historical facts, confirmed notably by archaeological discoveries, in the 13th century BC, the new kingdom of Egypt dominates the region called Canaan. But the empire is weakened by the Hittites to the north and by the Philistines, sea peoples who settle on the coasts. Egypt gradually withdraws from the region, and the kingdoms of Israel and Judah appear, probably founded by local populations. In the 6th century BC, the Babylonians conquer the region, raze Jerusalem, and forcibly take the elite to Babylon. After conquest by the Persians, they are allowed to return to Jerusalem. The second temple is then built, and it is likely that the Torah is written during this period, based on ancient texts and orally transmitted stories. In 333 BC, Alexander the Great conquers the region, which is then divided into Hellenistic dynasties. The Torah is then translated into Greek, which is spoken throughout the Eastern Mediterranean. After a Jewish revolt, the Hasmonean dynasty is founded, which conquers neighboring territories and converts the people there to Judaism. Hasmoneans are then conquered by the Romans, who in 70 AD suppress a major revolt in Jerusalem and destroy the Second Temple. In 132, another revolt is violently suppressed. Jerusalem is renamed Aelia Capitolina. Jews are banned from it, but they are not expelled from Judea, now called Syria Palestina. However, it is well established that by this time there are already many Jewish communities all around the Mediterranean basin, resulting from migrations and conversions.
Yeah, homie didn't explain that supposedly God gave Abraham the Torah in Sinai. Dude, this shit is so confusing. Oh my God. Like, how did three religions come out of this dude's life?
The Quran is considered the final and complete revelation of God's word. Despite their differences, these religions have profoundly impacted human civilization. They have inspired countless works of art, literature, and philosophy. They continue to shape the moral, ethical, and spiritual values of billions around the world. Their teachings influence laws, customs, and social norms in many societies. Understanding their common roots and unique trajectories is essential to appreciating their impact on history, culture, and human experience. By exploring these religions, we gain insight into the diverse ways in which humanity seeks to understand the divine and our place in the world. Before Abraham's time, people in the ancient Near East held diverse beliefs. Polytheism was common. People worshipped many gods. They believed these gods influenced nature and human affairs. Ancient Mesopotamians, for instance, had a complex pantheon of gods and goddesses. Each one governed specific aspects of life, from weather to fertility to war. Canaanites, who inhabited the land promised to Abraham's descendants, also worshipped multiple deities. Their chief god was El, the father of the gods. They also revered Baal, the storm god, and Asherah, the mother goddess. Egyptian religion, known for its elaborate rituals and beliefs in the afterlife, was also polytheistic. Egyptians worshipped a vast array of gods. The pharaoh, considered a living god, held supreme authority in religious and political life. These ancient beliefs and practices provide a backdrop for understanding the revolutionary nature of Abraham's monotheism. His unwavering faith in one god challenged the prevailing polytheistic norms.
You ready
It
for
laid
some
the
autism?
foundation for the development of the Abrahamic religions. Abraham's story is one of faith, obedience, and a special agreement with God. Born in the Mesopotamian city of Ur, Abraham received a divine call. God commanded him to leave his homeland and journey to a new land. This land was Canaan. God promised to make Abraham's descendants into a great nation. Abraham's journey was long and arduous. He faced challenges and uncertainties, but he remained faithful to God's promise. Along the way, Abraham's faith was tested. He faced famine, conflicts, and even the command to sacrifice his son Isaac. Each test demonstrated Abraham's unwavering obedience to God. This covenant with Abraham is central to the Abrahamic faiths. It signifies a unique relationship between God and humanity. God chose Abraham and his descendants to fulfill a special role in his plan. This covenant forms the basis for the ethical and moral codes found in Judaism, Christianity, and Islam. Section 4. The Legacy of Abraham, the Birth of Judaism. This chapter delves into the origins and foundational moments that gave rise to one of the world's oldest monotheistic religions. Judaism traces its roots back to Abraham, a pivotal figure who is often referred to as the father of monotheism. His journey began in the ancient city of Ur in Mesopotamia, where he received a divine call to leave his homeland and travel to a new land promised by God. It recognizes him as the first patriarch, a title that signifies his role as the founding father of the Jewish people. Abraham's unwavering faith and covenant with God set the stage for the development of Jewish identity and religious practice. But it was with his grandson Jacob, who was later renamed Israel, that the Israelites, the ancestors of the Jewish people, emerged as a distinct group. Jacob's 12 sons became the progenitors of the 12 tribes of Israel, each tribe playing a crucial role in the history and culture of the Jewish people. The story of the Israelites' exodus from Egypt under the leadership of Moses is central to Jewish history and identity. This dramatic escape from slavery, marked by miraculous events such as the parting of the Red Sea, is commemorated annually during the festival of Passover. During their time in the wilderness, God revealed his laws to Moses on Mount Sinai. This momentous event where Moses received the 10 Commandments is considered a cornerstone of Jewish faith and law. These laws, known as the 10 Commandments, became the foundation of Jewish law and ethics. They encompass fundamental principles that guide moral conduct and religious observance. The Torah, the most sacred text in Judaism, contains the first 5 books of the Hebrew Bible. It is not only a historical record, but also a spiritual guide that outlines the laws, teachings, and traditions of the Jewish faith. It includes the story of creation, detailing the origins of the world and humanity as described in the book of Genesis. The lives of the patriarchs, Abraham, whose journey of faith and covenant with God is a central narrative, Isaac, whose near sacrifice by Abraham is a profound story of faith and obedience, and Jacob, the exodus from Egypt, a defining moment of liberation and divine intervention, and the giving of the Torah at Mount Sinai, where the Israelites received God's commandments and solidified their covenant with him. The Torah guides Jewish life and practice. It emphasizes ethical monotheism, the belief in one God who demands righteous behavior and social justice from his followers, and the importance of living a life in accordance with God's will. This includes acts of kindness, justice, and adherence to religious rituals and laws. Central to Jewish belief is the covenant with God. This covenant carries responsibilities and is a testament to the special relationship between God and the Jewish people. Jews see themselves as a chosen people, tasked with upholding God's laws and setting an example of holiness and ethical living. They must uphold God's laws and bring his message to the world. This mission is reflected in the daily lives of Jews through their observance of religious laws, participation in rituals, and commitment to spreading the teachings of Judaism. Section 5. A New Covenant, the Emergence of Christianity. Christianity emerged from Judaism in the 1st century CE. During a time of great social and political upheaval in the region, it is centered on the belief that Jesus of Nazareth is the Messiah, the Son of God, who came to redeem humanity from sin. His followers believed that through his death and resurrection, Jesus offered salvation and eternal life to all who believed in him. Jesus' life and teachings recorded in the New Testament of the Bible emphasize love, compassion, forgiveness, and the importance of a personal relationship with God. His parables and sermons, such as the Sermon on the Mount, have had a profound impact on Christian thought and practice. Early Christians faced persecution from Roman authorities, who viewed the new faith as a threat to the traditional Roman religious and social order. Despite this, their message spread rapidly through the efforts of dedicated missionaries and the appeal of their teachings. The Apostle Paul, a Jewish convert to Christianity, played a pivotal role in spreading the gospel message beyond Jewish communities. His missionary journeys took him across the Roman Empire, where he established churches and wrote letters that would become part of the New Testament. Christianity gradually gained acceptance within the Roman Empire, particularly after the conversion of Emperor Constantine in the early 4th century. Constantine's Edict of Milan in 313 CE granted religious tolerance.
Bro, this video sucks. Holy shit. Music's way too loud.
When most people think about the world's major religions, they usually think about Christianity, Islam, and Judaism. These faiths share a common ancestry in the Abrahamic tradition. They all began with prophetic figures who received revelations from God. In this video, we will take a closer look at the origins of these religions and explore some of their key features, including their similarities and important differences. However, to understand them, we must first examine the central role that the person called Abraham plays in the origins of these three faiths. Abraham is a crucial figure in the Abrahamic religions, regarded as the father of the Jewish people and an important prophet in Christianity and Islam. The historic context for Abraham is uncertain and subject to debate among scholars. According to the biblical account, Abraham lived in the land of Canaan around 2000 BC, at a time when the region was populated by a number of city-states and small kingdoms. The exact location of Abraham's hometown, called Ur of the Chaldeans, is also debated, with some scholars placing it in Mesopotamia in modern-day Iraq. Abraham is considered an important figure in the Abrahamic religions because he is regarded as the father of the Jewish people and a symbol of faith and obedience to God. In Christianity, he is seen as an important figure in salvation history and an example of faith, as demonstrated by his willingness to sacrifice Isaac. In Islam, he is considered a prophet and a friend of God, and the Quran emphasizes his obedience to God's commands and his role in establishing the first house of worship in Mecca. Additionally, the three Abrahamic religions trace their spiritual lineage back to Abraham, and he is therefore seen as a common ancestor and a symbol of unity among the faithful. Judaism is the oldest of the Abrahamic faiths. It is a religion that is based on the belief in one God who chose a people group known as the Israelites and Jews to be his faithful followers. One of the most important people in Judaism is a man called Moses, who received the Ten Commandments from God on Mount Sinai. This event is thought to have occurred in the 13th century BC, when the people of Israel were believed to have fled from slavery in Egypt. The holy book of the Jewish faith is called the Torah, which was compiled from various ancient Hebrew texts written between 1200 and 300 BC. The Jews believed that God gave them their own land to live in called Israel, but this was taken away from them by a series of foreign invasions in the first millennium AD. However, many Jews still regard Israel as their spiritual homeland. The place of worship for Jews is the synagogue, and the leader of the faith is called a rabbi. There are around 14 million Jews in the world, most of whom live in Israel or the United States. Christianity is the largest Abrahamic religion, with over 2 billion followers around the world. It originated with the person of Jesus Christ, who is believed to have lived in the region of Galilee and Judea from his birth in around 4 BC until his death by crucifixion in AD 33 or 34. Followers of Christianity observe the teachings and example of Jesus because he is believed to be the Son of God. The central text of Christianity is the Bible, which includes the Old Testament, recognized by Christians as the Hebrew Scriptures, and the New Testament, which contains the Gospels, the Acts of the Apostles, and other early Christian writings. Christians believe in the Holy Trinity, the Father, Son, and Holy Spirit, and that salvation is offered through belief in Jesus and his sacrifice on the cross. Christians worship in religious buildings called churches, and their religious leaders are called priests. Christianity is divided into a number of different denominations, including Catholicism, Protestantism, and Orthodox Christianity, each with its own unique beliefs, practices, and traditions. Despite these differences, Christians share a common faith in Jesus and a commitment to living out his teachings in their daily lives. Islam is the youngest and second largest of the Abrahamic religions, with over 1 billion followers. It was founded by the Prophet Muhammad, who lived from AD 570 to AD 630 in the cities of Mecca and Medina on the Arabian Peninsula. Islam is based on the belief in one God, Allah, and the teachings of the Prophet Muhammad, who is considered the last prophet in a long line of prophets that includes Adam, Noah, Abraham, Moses, and Jesus. The Holy Book of Islam is called the Quran, which Muslims believe was dictated to Muhammad by God through the angel Jibril, otherwise known as Gabriel. Followers of this religion believe that God is merciful and compassionate, and that the purpose of life is to submit to his will and to lead a righteous life. This submission to God is known as Islam in Arabic, and Muslims aim to live their lives in accordance with the 5 pillars of Islam: the declaration of faith, shahada, prayer, salat, charity, zakat, fasting, psalm, and pilgrimage to Mecca, called the Hajj. Muslims worship in a religious building called a mosque, and the leader of their faith is called an imam. Despite their differences, the Abrahamic faiths have much in common. They all originated from prophets who believed they had received revelations from the one God. They also share many of the same holy texts and stories, including those of Adam and Eve, Noah's Ark, and Moses crossing the Red Sea. The 3 faiths also have similar places of worship, with the synagogue, church, and mosque all being used for prayer. While the Abrahamic faiths of Judaism, Christianity, and Islam share many common beliefs and values, there are also significant differences between them. While all 3 Abrahamic faiths believe in one God, there are differences in the nature of God and his relationship to the world. In Judaism, God is seen as transcendent and almighty, but also personal and involved in the lives of individuals. In Christianity, the concept of the Holy Trinity asserts that God is 3 persons in one. In Islam, God is seen as absolutely one and indivisible. Also, the 3 Abrahamic faiths have different views on the Messiah. In Judaism, the Messiah is still to come, and is expected to bring peace and justice to the world. In Christianity, Jesus is considered the Messiah who fulfilled prophecy, and brought salvation to humanity through his death and resurrection. In Islam, Jesus is regarded as a prophet, but not the Messiah. While all 3 Abrahamic faiths have holy books that they consider to be the Word of God, there are differences in how these books are interpreted. In Judaism, the Torah is central, and oral traditions such as the Talmud are also considered authoritative. In Christianity, the Bible is central, and different denominations place different levels of importance on other texts and traditions. In Islam, the Quran is considered the literal word of God, and the Hadith, a collection of sayings and actions of the Prophet Muhammad, is also considered important. Also, the Abrahamic faiths have different views on what happens to people after they die. In Judaism, the belief in an afterlife has evolved over time, but the soul is often seen as either resting in the grave or being judged after death. In Christianity, belief in heaven and hell is central, with the idea of a final judgment based on the actions of an individual during their life. In Islam, belief in an afterlife and the judgment of individuals based on their actions is central to the religion. These are just some of the differences between the Abrahamic faiths, and there is much more complexity and nuance within each religion. Nevertheless, the shared heritage and values of the Abrahamic faiths continue to shape the religious and cultural landscape of the world. The 3 Abrahamic faiths played a significant role in the Middle Ages. During this period, which lasted from approximately the 5th to the 15th centuries, the Abrahamic faiths were major cultural, political, and religious forces in the world. Christianity was the dominant religion in Europe during the Middle Ages and played a central role in shaping medieval society and culture. The Catholic Church was a major institution, with the Pope and the bishops serving as political and religious leaders. Monasteries and other religious orders were also significant centres of learning and culture. The Crusades, a series of wars fought between Christians and Muslims over control of the Holy Land, also had a major impact on the medieval world. Judaism faced significant challenges during the Middle Ages, including persecution and discrimination in many parts of Europe. Despite this, Jewish communities continued to thrive in certain areas, particularly in Spain and the Islamic world. Jewish scholars and thinkers made significant contributions to areas such as philosophy, medicine, and science during this period. During the Middle Ages, Islam was a major force, particularly in the Islamic world, which included parts of the Middle East, North Africa, and Spain. Muslim scholars made major contributions to fields such as mathematics, astronomy, and medicine. The Islamic Empire was also a significant political power, and its influence extended into Europe through the Crusades and other international interactions. In summary, the three Abrahamic faiths played a major role in shaping the medieval world and continue to have a lasting impact on the world today. I hope that you have enjoyed learning about the rise of these faith traditions. If you'd like to learn more about the Middle Ages, please check out our video on medieval...
Oh my god, dude. Why is this shit so confusing? Yeah, that's what's confusing me. If Abraham followed one faith, why are there three religions?
Judaism, Christianity, and Islam are called Abrahamic faiths because their main prophet's family tree traces their origin back to the same central figure.
You ready for some autism?
So Moses was essentially Jesus' uncle. According to this, these two are brothers. Boom.
This shared lineage stretches all the way back to Adam, the first human and the first prophet of God, as mentioned in Torah, Gospel, and Quran. Logically speaking, there should have been one Abrahamic faith on this planet, but today we have at least three. So let's deep dive why we have three religions, and also what religion did Adam, Noah, and Abraham preached and practiced. Whether someone is Jewish, Christian, or Muslim depends on who they consider to be the last prophet of Abrahamic faith. In other words, where they draw the end line of prophethood in this tree. This difference in belief has divided the group into three parts. Let me explain what do I mean by this. The first group of people followed the Abrahamic faith and believed in all the prophets, starting from Prophet Adam. However, based on certain scriptures, they believed that Malachi, who lived in 5th century BC, was the last prophet of their tradition. After him, they believed that prophethood ceased until the anticipated return of the Messiah. According to them, anyone claiming to be a prophet after Malachi would be considered a false prophet, which means these two prophets. And hence, the prophetic line for them ended here. These people identified themselves as Jews and upheld the teaching and monotheistic beliefs passed down by Moses and Malachi until this day. On the other hand, second group of people believe that the line of prophethood in the Abrahamic faith concluded with Jesus. This means they accepted all the prophets recognized by the Jews as well as Jesus Christ as the prophet of God. Therefore, they regard the Old Testament, the sacred text of Judaism, as the word of God alongside Gospel, which is the New Testament. This group calls themselves Christian. Now, I'd like to mention one thing here. Some of the people from this group also started claiming Jesus to be the God. But this is a topic for some other time, whether he was a God or a prophet. For now, let's go with what is written in Gospel of Luke, chapter 24. About Jesus of Nazareth, they replied, He was a prophet, powerful in word and deed before God and all the people. Finally, the third group, around 6th century AD, believed that the last prophet of the Abrahamic faith is Prophet Muhammad. For this reason, they accepted all the prophets from Adam to Muhammad as the prophets of God. Moreover, they also believed in all the sacred books sent by God.
So, like, what is a prophet? What does that mean? Someone chosen by a divine being to receive and deliver messages from that being to humanity. Okay.
Which are the gospel brought by Jesus and the Torah brought by Moses, along with the Quran. These groups call themselves Muslims. Therefore, Muslims consider the prophetic line to have ended with Prophet Muhammad, whom they regard as the final messenger of the Abrahamic faith sent by God to all of humanity. This clearly shows that three groups emerged based on the differences in belief of who they consider to be the last prophet of God. For this reason, if you look closely on a very high level, the key difference between Jewish belief and Islamic belief revolves around whether Jesus and Muhammad are prophets of God. In this sense, Islam encompasses the Jewish belief in prophets and sacred scriptures. But it ultimately hinges on the assumption that Prophet Muhammad and Prophet Jesus are the true messengers of God. We will answer this question for sure, but first, let's dive into something even more captivating, which was the second question: what religion did Adam, Noah, and Abraham truly follow? The answer might surprise you. If you study Torah, Bible, and Quran, it clearly shows that these three were prophets of God who strictly followed monotheism, which means they preached the belief in one God. They taught that they were prophets sent by God and to believe in the sacred scriptures that God revealed to them. In addition, these prophets commanded their people to follow all the prophets who would come after them. This is why Jewish tradition recognizes over 50 prophets mentioned in the Old Testament, while Christians acknowledges more than 80 prophets mentioned in both Old and the New Testament. And Muslims believe in at least 25 prophets mentioned in the Quran. This is supported by various verses as outlined here. I will raise up for them a prophet like you from among their fellow Israelites. Similar verses are also mentioned in the Quran. Whatever I give you of the scriptures and wisdom, and there comes to you a messenger confirming what is with you, you must believe in him and support him. These verses ask the believer of that time to believe in the prophets who would come after Moses. By that logic, they should have accepted Jesus and Muhammad as the prophet of God. However, Muslims are the only people who believe in all the prophets sent by God, including Adam, Noah, Abraham, Moses, Jesus, and Muhammad. That said, this argument also relies on the assumption that Muhammad and Jesus are prophets of God. Now, whether Muhammad and Jesus are true prophets of God deserves a dedicated, detailed video to fully explore this topic. But in brief, if you examine their life, the scriptures they brought, and the consistent message they conveyed, identical to that of the earlier prophets, it becomes hard to reject their prophethood. This is emphasized in the Quran as well. Say ye, we believe in Allah and the revelation given to us and to Abraham, Ismail, Ishaq, Yaqub, and the tribes that was given to Moses and Jesus, and that given to all prophets from their Lord. But if you are still not convinced, here is another way to objectively prove that Prophet Muhammad was indeed a messenger of God that no one can deny. Let's say if Prophet Muhammad wasn't a messenger, then the Quran couldn't be the word of God. But if Quran isn't the word of God, how do you explain the information it contains that the humanity only discovered a few decades ago? And how do you account for the many prophecies that have come true? It requires another detailed video, but let me share 3 examples as of now. The creation of the universe out of nothing is one of the most profound concepts discussed in the Quran, aligning remarkably with modern scientific discoveries such as Big Bang theory, which suggests that the universe began from a singularity. It is mentioned in the Quran, "Do not the unbelievers see that the heavens and the earth were joined together as one unit of creation before we clove them asunder?" This description parallels the scientific understanding of the Big Bang, where all matter was condensed into a single, unified entity before it expanded. It further speaks of the expansion of the universe. "We build the universe with great might, and we are certainly expanding it." This concept, confirmed by modern astrophysicists, that the universe, after its initial creation, continues to expand, something that was only discovered in the 20th century. There is no way an illiterate man like Prophet Muhammad could have predicted this, and if you still believe it was just a guess, there is one more to consider. The Quran described the stages of the human embryonic development in a manner that aligns with modern science, which was not known 1400 years ago. It says in the Quran in chapter 23, "Then we placed him as a drop of sperm in a place of rest, firmly fixed. Then we made the sperm into a clot of congealed blood. Then out of that clot we made a lump, and then we made out of that lump bones and clothed the bones with flesh. Then we developed out of it another creature. So blessed be Allah, the best to create." How could Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, have possibly known all of this 1400 years ago, when scientists have only recently discovered using advanced equipment and powerful microscope, which did not exist?
Ready for some
So what did he say?
Great might, and we are certainly
What's up, Critical?
expanding it. This concept, confirmed by modern astrophysicists, that the universe, after its initial creation, continues to expand, something that was only discovered in the 20th century. There is no way an illiterate man like Prophet Muhammad could have predicted this, and if you still believe it was just a guess, there is one more to consider. The Quran described the stages of the human embryonic development in a manner that aligns with modern science, which was not known 1400 years ago. It says in the Quran in chapter 23, "Then we placed him as a drop of sperm in a place of rest, firmly fixed. Then we made the sperm into a clot of congealed blood. Then out of that clot we made a lump, and then we made out of that lump bones and clothed the bones with flesh. Then we developed out of it another creature. So blessed be Allah, the best to create." How could Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, have possibly known all of this 1400 years ago, when scientists have only recently discovered using advanced equipment and powerful microscope, which did not exist at that time? This can't be a guess, but I have one more for you. The Quran mentioned that iron was sent down to earth rather than just being found on the earth. It says in the Quran in chapter 57, "And we sent down iron, in which is material for mighty war, as well as many benefits for mankind." Modern science has revealed that iron is not native to earth. Instead, it is believed to have come from supernova explosions, making its way to earth through meteorites billions of years ago. This scientific fact was only discovered in recent time, yet the Quran mentioned it long time before. And in fact, the number of verses from the beginning of the Quran.
I mean, how could you know that? That's kind of interesting.
Quran to the word iron is 5100. Surprisingly, it turned out that iron on Earth is concentrated at its core 5100 kilometers below the surface. And yes, the Iron Surah is 57th chapter of the Quran. One of the common naturally occurring iron isotopes is 57. There is no way Prophet Muhammad could have known all of this. And if you still don't think Quran is from God, then you have to provide explanation where these miracles come from. Having said that, these are just the tip of iceberg. There are many such miracles throughout the Quran which prove it is the word of God. And hence it proves Prophet Muhammad was the final messenger of God, as Quran confirmed this. Muhammad is not the father of any of your men, but he is the messenger of Allah and the seal of the prophets. And Allah has full knowledge of all things. And if Quran is the word of God, then Jesus is also the messenger of God, as it is mentioned in Quran chapter 61. And remember, Jesus, the son of Mary, said, O children of Israel, I am the messenger of Allah sent to you, confirming the law which came before me and give glad tidings of a messenger to come after me. God sent prophets from time to time to guide humanity on the right path. The message was simple: your Lord is one God, and obey the messenger. This key message was passed on from Adam to Noah, Abraham, Ishaq, Yaqub, Moses, Jesus, and Muhammad. As God asks us to believe in all the prophets, we can't be called believer by believing in one prophet and rejecting others. That is a direct rejection of God's commandment. And because Prophet Muhammad is the last prophet of Abrahamic faith and not Malachi or Jesus, it is essential to believe in him, that he was the last messenger to be considered a true believer and a true follower of Abrahamic faith. In fact, you will be surprised the Torah and the Gospel prophesied that the last prophet of God will be Prophet Muhammad. Shocked? Watch this video or click the link in the description.
But like, why doesn't Judaism believe Jesus and Muhammad were prophets?
Assalamu alaikum to all the Jews and greetings to all the non-Jews. Today I want to talk about the reason why the Jews did not accept Muhammad and Jesus as prophets. Because I see there's a lot of confusions, I think, floating around there as to exactly why the Jews did not accept them. A lot of people think that because Muhammad was not a Jew, that's why we did not accept him. And I don't really think that's the main reason. In fact, Jesus was a Jew and we still didn't accept him. And another proof is that we had a prophet named Avadiah, who was by birth not a Jew. He was an Edomite, he converted to Judaism, and yet we accept him as a prophet. And according to at least one opinion in the Talmud, Job was a non-Jew, and yet we accept that he was a prophet. In either way, so exactly why did the Jews not accept Muhammad as a prophet, and Jesus for that matter? So, in oral Torah we have a clear instructions on how to test a prophet. And what it says is basically like this. The first stage, there are two stages. So the first stage, we listen to what this potential prophet has to say. If he says something that contradicts the Torah, then automatically he fails the first part of the stage and he's considered to be a false prophet. Now what do I mean by contradicting the Torah? Where he tries to guide us away from the laws of Torah. So for example, if the prophet comes and says, the potential prophet comes and says that I am a prophet and I have a message from God and you should continue keeping the Torah and keeping the Sabbath, you should keep kosher, then the first part of the stage he would pass. Why? Because he's not contradicting. But if the prophet would come and say, from now on you don't have to keep the Sabbath anymore, you're allowed to eat this and this animal, camel for example, and rabbit, which the Torah clearly prohibited, then automatically he considered to have failed the first stage of the test. Now, if he did not fail the first stage, then we go on to stage 2. The stage 2 is basically that he has to predict something in the very near future, and that thing, whatever he predicts, has to be something very unlikely to happen, and that thing has to happen to the exact details as he has predicted. So, for example, the example given actually in the oral Torah is like this, that even Jesus was a Jew and we still didn't accept him. And another proof is that we had a prophet named Avadiah, who was by birth not a Jew. He was an Edomite, he converted to Judaism, and yet we accept him as a prophet. And according to at least one opinion in the Talmud, Job was a non-Jew, and yet we accept that he was a prophet. In either way, so exactly why did the Jews not accept Muhammad as a prophet, and Jesus for that matter? So, in oral Torah we have a clear instructions on how to test a prophet. And what it says is basically like this. The first stage, there are 2 stages. So the first stage, we listen to what this potential prophet has to say. If he says something that contradicts the Torah, then automatically he fails the first part of the stage, and he's considered to be a false prophet. Now, what do I mean by contradicting the Torah? Where he tries to guide us away from the laws of Torah. So, for example, if the prophet comes and says, the potential prophet comes and says that I am a prophet and I have a message from God and you should continue keeping the Torah and keeping the Sabbath, you should keep kosher, then the first part of the stage he would pass. Why? Because he's not contradicting. But if the prophet would come and say, from now on you don't have to keep the Sabbath anymore, you're allowed to eat this and this animal, camel for example, and rabbit, which the Torah clearly prohibited, then automatically he considered to have failed the first stage of the test. Now, if he did not fail the first stage, then we go on to stage 2. The stage 2 is basically that he has to predict something in the very near future, and that thing, whatever he predicts, has to be something very unlikely to happen, and that thing has to happen to the exact details as he has predicted. So, for example, the example given actually in the oral Torah is like this, that if the prophet says, tomorrow you will see rain with blood at 6 o'clock, rain with blood, which is obviously very, nobody sees such a phenomena. It's a very rare occurrence, even if such a thing does ever happen. And we wait until the next day, and by the way, all this is done by the Sanhedrin, by the sages, by the Jewish court. And we wait until the next day, and we see that really, in the evening, the rain with blood descended. But what happened, instead of 6 o'clock, it came at 5:55, for example, 5 minutes off. Then this is considered to be a false prophet, because a true prophet of God has to know all the details, to the minor details. And if he gets one little minor thing wrong, then he's considered to be a false prophet. And now you can obviously ask a question, but if he's a false prophet, how did he even come that close? And the answer to that is that there are other methods. Other than, getting the messages from God, there are other methods. And in fact, the example given is that the advisors of Pharaoh were able to predict certain things about Moses, and but they couldn't predict them in, to the minor details. They knew roughly what's going on. It's like sorcery, astrology maybe. So this is the difference between those people and the real prophet. The real prophet knows exact details. As far as the Muhammad goes, the way I understand it, for whatever reason our sages not consider him to be convincing enough. And I assume that he failed in the first stage. Why? Because when he came out with the message of the Quran, at least the message that I understand the Quran to be today is that if a Jew converts to Islam, he doesn't have to keep the laws of the Torah anymore. So, for example, he doesn't have to keep the Sabbath. He can eat camel and rabbit, and therefore that means that Muhammad contradicted what we have in the Torah. When Hashem gave us the Torah, He split the sea for us. He led us through the desert. He rained manna to us for almost 40 years. And when He revealed the Torah to us, it says that all Jews, not just Moshe, all Jews heard God directly. So we were all prophets. all the Jews were prophets at that time. And in fact, it says that even the lowest maid understood more at that time than the great prophets in the future, the great prophets of Israel. So therefore, whatever we experience, nothing can ever contradict that. You know, no other book can ever contradict that experience that we had at the Revelation on Mount Sinai. And therefore, the way I understand, Muhammad and Jesus, for that matter, failed at stage 1. But even if they passed stage 1, you know, assuming they would say that, you know, you should keep the Torah exactly as it's written, you know, but I am a prophet of God and I have another extra message for you, or a prophecy for you, then in that case we would move on to stage 2. And as far as stage 2, as you know, I've talked to some Muslims about like what exactly did Muhammad predict that came true, and what he said was that he predicted that the Muslims will win a war against the Romans between 2 and 9 years. And now, obviously, according to the Jewish standard of testing a prophet, you know, that's definitely not good enough. Between 2 and 9 years, you know, the Muslims will win a war. If he gets 5 minutes wrong, as the example I just gave, if he gets 5 minutes wrong, that's already considered makes him a false prophet. So, but you know, this was just one Muslim that I talked to. If somebody feels, you know, there are other things and want to comment on my video, or you know, please be free to do, and I would love to hear and chat about it. Thank you. And another proof is that we had a prophet named Avadia, who was by birth not a Jew. He was an Edomite. He converted to Judaism, and yet we accept him as a prophet. And according to at least one opinion in the Talmud, Job was a non-Jew, and yet we accept that he was a prophet. In either way, so exactly why did the Jews not accept Muhammad as a prophet, and Jesus for that matter? So in oral Torah we have a clear instructions.
You ready for some autism? On how to test a prophet. And what it says is basically like this. The first stage, there are 2 stages. So the first stage, we listen to what this potential prophet has to say. If he says something that contradicts the Torah, then automatically he fails the first part of the stage, and he's considered to be a false prophet. Now, what do I mean by contradicting the Torah? Where he tries to guide us away from the laws of Torah. So, for example, if the prophet comes and says, the potential prophet comes and says that I am a prophet and I have a message from God and you should continue keeping the Torah and keeping the Sabbath, you should keep kosher, then the first part of the stage he would pass. Why? Because he's not contradicting. But if the prophet would come and say, from now on you don't have to keep the Sabbath anymore, you're allowed to eat this and this animal, camel for example, and rabbit, which the Torah clearly prohibited, then automatically he considered to have failed the first stage of the test. Now, if he did not fail the first stage, then we go on to stage 2. The stage 2 is basically that he has to predict something in the very near future, and that thing, whatever he predicts, has to be something very unlikely to happen, and that thing has to happen to the exact details as he has predicted. So, for example, the example given actually in the oral Torah is like this, that if the prophet says, tomorrow you will see rain with blood at 6 o'clock, rain with blood, which is obviously very, nobody sees such a phenomena. It's a very rare occurrence, even if such a thing does ever happen. And we wait until the next day. And by the way, all this is done by the Sanhedrin, by the sages, by the Jewish court. And we wait until the next day, and we see that really, in the evening, the rain with blood descended. But what happened, instead of 6 o'clock, it came at 5:55, for example, 5 minutes off. Then this is considered to be a false prophet, because a true prophet of God has to know all the details, to the minor details. And if he gets one little minor thing wrong, then he's considered to be a false prophet. And now you can obviously ask a question, but if he's a false prophet, how did he even come that close? And the answer to that is that there are other methods. Other than, getting the messages from God, there are other methods. And in fact, the example given is that the advisors of Pharaoh were able to predict certain things about Moses, and but they couldn't predict them to the minor details. They knew roughly what's going on. It's like sorcery, astrology maybe. So this is the difference between those people and the real prophet. The real prophet knows exact details. As far as the Muhammad goes, the way I understand it, for whatever reason our sages not consider him to be convincing enough. And I assume that he failed in the first stage. Why? Because when he came out with the message of the Quran, at least the message that I understand the Quran to be is today, is that if a Jew converts to Islam, he doesn't have to keep the laws of the Torah anymore. So for example, he doesn't have to keep the Sabbath, he can eat camel and rabbit, and therefore that means that Muhammad contradicted what we have in the Torah. When Hashem gave us the Torah, He split the sea for us, He led us through the desert, He rained manna to us for almost...
So Hashem is Moses?
When Jesus came, he gave overwhelming evidence in this video. There are many reasons why the Jewish people by and large rejected Jesus as the Messiah, but in this video, I'm going to give you 4 of them. And the first one is that they pretty much confused the Old Testament prophecies that talked about Jesus' first coming with Jesus' second coming. There were many prophecies about the Messiah that Jesus fulfilled at his first coming. Prophecies like the character of the Messiah in Isaiah chapter 11, prophecies about where the Messiah would be born in Micah 5:2, exactly how the Messiah would suffer and die, Isaiah 53, and also down to the precise timing of when the Messiah was going to come in Daniel chapter 9, verses 24 through 27. We know all about those, but the problem is, in spite of all of these, in addition to all of these, there were all sorts of other prophecies in the Old Testament that Jesus did not fulfill at his first coming. And these were the ones that the Jewish leaders were looking at and focusing on. And when they saw that Jesus wasn't fulfilling these, they said, nah, man, he can't be the Messiah. We need to reject him because the Messiah is going to do the following things. Now, the key to understand this is to know that the Old Testament prophets did not understand that there was going to be a gap or an interval of time between the first coming or first advent of the Messiah and the second. This was a concept that was hidden from them. And so when Jesus came and he did not fulfill all of the Old Testament prophecies about the Messiah in his first coming, they said this guy cannot be the Messiah. As a matter of fact, this gap between Jesus' first coming and second coming was something that Paul referred to as a mystery that was kept hidden from all previous generations and was only revealed to Paul. Notice what he says. He says, when you read this, you can perceive my insight into the mystery of Christ. Here it is, which was not made known to the sons of men in other generations, as it has now been revealed to his holy apostles and prophets by the Spirit. Now, what is the mystery? This mystery is that the Gentiles are fellow heirs, members of the same body, and partakers of the promise in Christ Jesus through the gospel. So in a first century Jewish mind, and also in centuries past, they expected a Messiah to do all of the things that the Old Testament prophesied, not split it up into two comings. Now, let me give you a few examples of some of the things that they expected Jesus to do that Jesus did not fulfill at his first coming. But before I do, context is very, very important to this discussion. So at the time in which Jesus started his earthly ministry, really when he was born, the Jewish people were under severe Roman oppression. They were not free to govern their land the way they had wanted to. And so there was this expectation, this messianic expectation that when the Messiah would come, he would then free Israel from all of their Roman oppression. He would set up an earthly kingdom where the Jewish people would be the main people group who would be reigning and ruling with the Messiah in their own land. And obviously we know Jesus didn't do this during his first coming, but he will at his second coming. Now, with that background, let's talk about a couple of things they expected Jesus to do. The first thing they expected him to do is to restore the kingdom to Israel. You can look at scriptures like Joel chapter 3, verses 1 through 17, which talks about how when the Messiah comes, he will purge evil from the world. You can look at also other prophecies like Psalm chapter 2, verses 6 and 9, which talks about the Messiah who's going to reign and rule with a rod of iron, right? You can also look at other prophecies like Isaiah chapter 2, verse 4, which talks about when the Messiah comes, he is going to bring this sort of peace to the kingdom so that people will not train for war anymore. As a matter of fact, even Jesus' own apostles were wondering and questioning whether Jesus was going to fulfill these prophecies in the Old Testament before he ascended into heaven. Notice in Acts chapter 1, shortly after Jesus rose from the dead and before he ascended into heaven, they said this. They said, John baptized with water, but in just a few days, you will be baptized with the Holy Spirit. So when the apostles were with Jesus, they kept asking him, Lord, has the time come for you to free Israel and restore our kingdom? Listen, even these apostles, these people who had been following Jesus for some time, they even understood that one of the things that the Messiah was going to do, according to the Old Testament prophecies, was to free Israel from Roman oppression and set up an earthly kingdom. But what they didn't realize is that Jesus was coming to bring in or usher a kingdom, but it just wasn't the type of kingdom that they were expecting. Notice what Jesus said. He said, from then on, Jesus began to preach, repent of your sins and turn to God. Why? For the kingdom of heaven is near. See, the people in Jesus' day were expecting the Messiah to bring forth a kingdom that involved physical and material blessings. And Jesus is like, no. You're not getting it. The most important kingdom that I need to usher in is a kingdom that includes spiritual blessings. And for that reason, Jesus spent much of his earthly ministry teaching on the principles of his kingdom and how you could obtain these spiritual blessings, not so much focused on the material and physical blessings of a kingdom. Not only were they expecting the Messiah to restore Israel, but they were also expecting the Messiah to regenerate Israel's spiritual life, because in prophecies like Jeremiah chapter 31, which talks about the new covenant, where they would receive these new hearts and they would rule and reign and they would obey the Messiah and obey the Lord. And so there was supposed to be some spiritual regeneration. And central to that experience was the temple. But here Jesus comes and he predicts that the temple is going to be destroyed. So all of these things, if you're kind of following, the Jews were like, no, this guy cannot be the Messiah, because here he is predicting that the central focus of our worship, where we're going to be regenerated, is going to be destroyed. And so for this reason and many other reasons, they rejected Jesus as the Messiah. The second major reason that the Jewish people, by and large, rejected Jesus as the Messiah is, if I'm being honest, they saw him as a blasphemer, right? So within the Jewish faith, there is a prayer called the Shema. And this comes from Deuteronomy chapter 6, verses 4 and 5 and following. And it says this: Hear, O Israel, the Lord our God, the Lord is one. You shall love the Lord your God with all your heart and with all your soul and with all your might. Listen, this prayer is the central affirmation of the people of the Jewish faith, so much so that even from a young age, this was drilled into them. And so they had to recite this prayer in the morning and in the evening, at least twice a day in their services, because they understood from a young age that God is one. There is no other God other than Yahweh. Worship him and love him alone. And here Jesus comes talking about, no, you need to worship me. You need to serve me. You need to love me, right? You need to honor me. And they were like, no. This goes against what I've been taught as a young Jewish person, that you are God, that God could actually come down from heaven and take on the form of a man. All of this was just too much for the Jewish people. Then Jesus comes on the scene and makes statements like this in John 8:58. Jesus answered, I tell you the truth, before Abraham was even born, I am. Well, hold on. For Jesus to suggest that he was born before Abraham, they knew exactly what he was talking about. He was making a claim that he was God, because how could you be born before Abraham, right? Which implies that you have been eternally existing. But not only that, when he said the words, I am, they understood that he was claiming divinity for himself, because those two words are what's called the divine name in the Jewish faith, Yahweh. When God said to Moses said, who shall I say will send me? And God said, look, you don't need to worry about that. Just tell them that Yahweh, I am that I am. So every time Jesus used the word Yahweh to refer to himself, they saw him as a blasphemer. How do we know? Because the next verse says this: at that point, they picked up stones to throw at him, but Jesus was hidden from them and left the temple. You see, blasphemy in the Jewish faith was punishable by death, by stoning. Now, later on in the book of John, it says this. Jesus says, the Father and I are one. Now, they knew exactly what Jesus was saying here, because once again, going back to the Shema, where it says, the Lord our God is one. And now Jesus is coming back and saying, no, the Father and I are one. They saw that as blasphemy. And once again, in the next verse, once again, the people picked up stones to kill him. So the second reason why they rejected Jesus as the Messiah was because they saw him as a straight up blasphemer. The third reason why Jewish people, by and large, rejected Jesus as the Messiah was because Jesus was challenging some of their religious teachings and some of their religious traditions. Many of Jesus' teachings they considered to have contradicted much of the Old Testament. And you have to remember that these rabbis were passing down laws outside of the Old Testament from generation down to generation. So when Jesus comes and starts challenging some of their sacred laws and some of their sacred traditions and practices, this put them immediately on the defensive, as if to say, who is this guy to come and now bring some sort of new law or new teaching to our hearing? Let me give you an example. In Matthew chapter 15, it says, some Pharisees and teachers of religious law now arrived from Jerusalem to see Jesus. They asked him, why do your disciples disobey our age-old tradition? For they ignore our tradition of ceremonial hand washing before they eat. And so here it is that Jesus, once again, is bringing this idea that, you know what, it's not so much about the dirt on the outside of your hands. Yeah, that's important. But what's more important is to make sure that your hearts are clean, right? And so for that, Jesus now challenges them. And he says, okay, look, I'm not going to answer your question, but let me ask you a question. Why is it essentially that you think that you're righteous by making a vow and pledging to give a certain amount of money, but then when your parents need that money, you disobey the most basic commandment of helping and honoring your parents because you say, hey, I've already committed this money to give to the local religious system of that day. So Jesus is challenging some of their practices and some of their traditions. Jesus is also trying to redefine what it actually means to work on the Sabbath day. Jesus is also telling them that they need to love their enemies and pray for them, which was totally contradictory to the Old Testament idea of purging evil, specifically in the context where they were under this Roman oppression. And so these teachings were just rubbing them the wrong way. Now, here's another way where Jesus was bringing a new teaching to them, and they were like, nah, this dude can't be the Messiah. In Mark chapter 2, Jesus heals a paralyzed man. And notice it says here in verse 5, seeing their faith, Jesus said to the paralyzed man, my child, your sins are forgiven. Now, right away,
What? How did...
This put the religious leaders on the defense because they're like, wait a second. Matter of fact, they say, but some of the teachers of religious law who were sitting there thought to themselves, what is he saying? This is blasphemy. Only God can forgive sins. You have to understand, in their system, the way that you were atoned for your sins was through sacrifice, through going through a priest, through bringing the proper animal to the priest so that you can atone for your sins. And also the Day of Atonement, Yom Kippur, Leviticus 16. All of this was what was prescribed in the Old Testament as the only way to be forgiven of your sins. And now this dude comes on the scene and he's like, yeah, you can be forgiven for your sins. Why? Because I said so. Because it came out of my mouth. They were like, what in the world? Who is this? Who does he think he is? So the more Jesus started teaching these things that were contrary to what their religious leaders were teaching, the leaders started to feel threatened and felt the need to control because they did not want members of the Jewish faith to start following Jesus. Now, as I said, there are many other reasons as to why Jesus was rejected as the Messiah, but let me give you the fourth and final one we're going to talk about in this video, and that is simply that their hearts were hardened towards the truth. And one of the ways that we can see this is in John chapter chapter 11.
Yeah, I wanted to look at what the Kick's partner plan is. So I saw Tectone is making like dude, he's making like $300 a month. Or not a month, an hour streaming on Kick. So I'm like, how the fuck? Wait, while multi-streaming, you'll earn 50% of your usual revenue on Kick. I mean, what is it, huh. Interesting, interesting, interesting.
and conversions. To fully understand the Israeli-Palestinian conflict, I'll first briefly summarize the history of the Jews, first as it is taught in Israel, and then as it is generally established by historians. In Israel, the history of the Jews is mainly inspired by biblical texts. According to this account, the Hebrews were enslaved in Egypt. During their flight to Sinai, they received the Torah from God and a promised land in Canaan. After conquering it, the kingdom of David and Solomon was founded, and Solomon's temple was built in Jerusalem. The kingdom then split to form the kingdoms of Israel and Judah. But in the 6th century BC, the region was conquered by the Babylonians, who destroyed Solomon's temple and took the people into exile in Babylon. 50 years later, they were allowed to return to Jerusalem, where they built the Second Temple. In 70 AD and again in 132 AD, while the region was under Roman control, two major revolts were violently suppressed. Jerusalem was destroyed, and the Jews were expelled from Judea, condemned to live in exile far from their land. If we now rely solely on historical facts, confirmed notably by archaeological discoveries, in the 13th century BC, the new kingdom of Egypt dominates the region called Canaan. But the empire is weakened by the Hittites to the north and by the Philistines, sea peoples who settle on the coasts. Egypt gradually withdraws from the region, and the kingdoms of Israel and Judah appear, probably founded by local populations. In the 6th century BC, the Babylonians conquer the region, raze Jerusalem, and forcibly take the elite to Babylon. After conquest by the Persians, they are allowed to return to Jerusalem. The Second Temple is then built, and it is likely that the Torah is written during this period, based on ancient texts and orally transmitted stories. In 333 BC, Alexander the Great conquers the region, which is then divided into Hellenistic dynasties. The Torah is then translated into Greek, which is spoken throughout the Eastern Mediterranean. After a Jewish revolt, the Hasmonean dynasty is founded, which conquers neighboring territories and converts the people there to Judaism. Hasmoneans are then conquered by the Romans, who in 70 AD suppress a major revolt in Jerusalem and destroy the Second Temple. In 132, another revolt is violently suppressed. Jerusalem is renamed Aelia Capitolina. Jews are banned from it, but they are not expelled from Judea, now called Syria Palestina. However, it is well established that by this time there are already many Jewish communities all around the Mediterranean basin, resulting from migrations and conversions. In the 4th century, Emperor Constantine converts to Christianity and spreads the religion throughout the empire. Jews are progressively marginalized. In the 7th century, during the Arab conquests, Jews and Christians in the conquered territories are tolerated and allowed to practice their faith, provided they pay an additional tax. In the 8th century, the Khazar king Bulan and his elite convert to Judaism. In the Iberian Peninsula, after the Catholic Reconquista, a significant Jewish community called Sephardic must convert to Catholicism or leave the territory. Many go to the Maghreb and the Ottoman Empire, where they are tolerated. In Europe, starting from the period of the Crusades, Jews are regularly persecuted. Many take refuge in Poland, where they are well received and where they form what is called the Ashkenazi Jews. By the 18th century, there are about 1 million Jews in the world. Most live in the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth, but the country is threatened by its powerful neighbors, Russia, Prussia, and Austria. Between 1772 and 1795, Poland-Lithuania is entirely partitioned among its three neighbors. The majority of Jews now find themselves in Russia, where they are tolerated but heavily controlled. In 1881, following the assassination of Tsar Alexander II, his son and heir Alexander III ascends to the throne and begins to implement authoritarian and repressive policies, targeting Jews in particular. As a result, about 100 pogroms, meaning violent and often deadly attacks against Jews, break out across the country, with no reaction from the state. Many Jews then flee to the United States and Western Europe, but some consider migrating to Palestine. There they form the group, the Lovers of Zion, Zion being a hill in Jerusalem. At that time, about 25,000 Jews, mainly Sephardic, live in the major cities of the Ottoman Empire, close to the holy places of Judaism. They form what is called the Old Yeshuv. From 1882, the new migrants, mainly Ashkenazi Jews from Europe, form the new Yeshuv. They arrive in waves of migrations called aliyahs. However, the vast majority of Jews fleeing the pogroms in Russia prefer to go to the United States, the United Kingdom, and France. In France, Alfred Dreyfus, a Jewish captain, is falsely accused of providing secret information to the Germans. The affair gains prominence as anti-Semitism rises in the country. In 1895, Dreyfus is publicly cashiered in Paris. Among the crowd is Theodor Herzl, an Austrian Jewish journalist. The following year, the latter publishes a book in which he unites Jews worldwide into a single people who are not assimilable and who, to escape persecution, must establish their own state in Palestine or Argentina. On August 29, 1897, he organizes the first Zionist Congress in Basel, Switzerland, with the goal of preparing for the establishment of a homeland for the Jewish people. Herzl then goes to Constantinople to defend his cause with the Ottoman Sultan, but without success. London then offers to provide lands in British East Africa for a Jewish colony, but the offer is refused, with the Zionists now interested only in Palestine. At the same time, in Russia, a new wave of very deadly pogroms occurs, prompting new departures. This time, over roughly 10 years, about 40,000 Jews settle in Palestine. On the coast, they found Tel Aviv. And in the countryside, they buy lands and marshes, which they develop to form autonomous agricultural communities without private property. Additionally, Hebrew, which for nearly 15 centuries has been used only for religious worship, is gradually modernized so as to be spoken again within the Jewish community. In 1914, World War I begins. The Ottoman Empire sides with the Central Powers. Several fronts open against the United Kingdom, one towards the strategic Suez Canal, another in the Dardanelles, where an Allied landing is repelled, and a third in Mesopotamia, where a significant British army is defeated. Finding itself in a difficult situation, the United Kingdom searches for new support in the region. On the one hand, the country encourages Hussein bin Ali, the Sharif of Mecca, to revolt against the Ottoman Empire, promising him an independent Arab state. On the other hand, a secret agreement is signed with France for the partitioning of the Ottoman Empire after its defeat. And finally, in 1917, as the British Army is about to enter Palestine, the Foreign Minister, Arthur Balfour, publishes an open letter in which he announces that the country is favorable to the creation of a national home for the Jewish people in Palestine. At the end of the war, the Ottoman Empire is dismantled, mainly to to the benefit of France and the United Kingdom. Winston Churchill then places two sons of Hussein bin Ali at the heads of Transjordan and Iraq, and retains Palestine west of the Jordan to establish a national home for the Jewish people, despite the opposition of the 600,000 Muslims and 70,000 Christians living there. Although in the minority, the 80,000 Jews living in Palestine organize themselves. They create a union for Jewish workers, set up the Haganah, an armed self-defense group, and create the Jewish Agency for Palestine, which serves as an unofficial government for the Yishuv. Jewish immigration from Europe accelerates with the support of the United Kingdom. However, the Arabs perceive these new migrants as invaders and organize demonstrations that often degenerate into massacres of Jews. But although largely in the majority, the Arabs do not have a strong common structure and are divided by conflicts between influential families. In 1933, in Germany, Hitler comes to power and begins a policy of persecution of Jews with the aim of excluding them from society. Many then flee to Palestine. Faced with this new influx, the Arabs come together to create the Arab Higher Committee, with Amin al-Husseini, the Grand Mufti of Jerusalem, at its head. He organizes a general strike against the British administration and demands the immediate end of Jewish immigration. The strike rapidly degenerates into guerrilla warfare, and a series of attacks are organized against the British and the Jews. In reaction, the Irgun, a military organization founded by the most radical members of the Haganah, avenges the assaults by organizing its own attacks. On its side, the United Kingdom sends significant military reinforcements to violently suppress the revolt. But the country realizes that it would be complicated to create a state that encompasses both communities and considers for the first time dividing Palestine into a Jewish state and an Arab state, while retaining under British mandate a strip of land up to Jerusalem. But for the first time, neighboring Arab countries unite and announce that they oppose the partitioning of Palestine and the creation of a Jewish state. However, on the eve of World War II, the United Kingdom needs allies in the region to maintain control of the Eastern Mediterranean.
day-to-day basis to hundreds of thousands